got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me. Won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off choke on the words in my mouth. Will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about if I told you
that we could have a better life. Would you bring the old you?
Or is that person still alive?
If you took him off the shelf,
Would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life. I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible. Yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had a doubt until now. From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible. Yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible.
take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a
I don't know. Can't fight the feeling that it just won't flow. We've been deceiving everyone we know. Do we let the secret out and take it slow? You say it's time to let it go, but I just don't believe it. Choosing if you take me or you make me disappear. Before the end begins, we lose ourselves and take control again. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never fall out. We just wanna try some more. This can't go on forever. Can we escape and start again when no one can get us? Now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never fall out. We just wanna try some more. We sing it out, the more we wanna know. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never fall out. We just wanna try some more.
It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the rig, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see a dip. Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, they somebody. Twerk it like a ride.
me why. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feels. Got no plans, honey golden sands. We're California dreaming. It's a euphoric bliss. We want it just like this. We're trying to catch a feeling. Underneath the stars and neon lights. Something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feel. Give me the summer feel. Give me the summer feel. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. What a feeling, got the summer feeling, come on. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my freestyle chess masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my freestyle chess masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
The future belongs to those who make it happen. That's why we built Make, a visual-first AI and automation platform for change makers. It's never been quicker to start building, visually and without code, to automate everyday tasks and free your time and energy for bigger, better things. As your ambitions grow, you can accelerate progress with AI agents to create customized and agentic workflows, ones that handle complex, business-critical tasks while keeping you in control. And for leaders scaling business, you can see your entire AI and automation landscape in real time to orchestrate change and show progress in motion. Make automation and AI put to work for business, for teams, for you. Make it happen at make.com.
Das Weissenhaus ist eigentlich zu dem geworden, was es ist, weil meine Vision sich weiterentwickelt hat. Inzwischen ist es alles Realität. 75 Hektar, 40 Gebäude. Aber irgendwie fand ich das doch ganz cool, diese Gelegenheit, also in einer industrialisierten Welt 3 Kilometer eigenen Strand zu haben.
Was Hotels ausmacht, sind die Menschen hier drin. Freiheit ist wichtig, dass Gäste machen können und entscheiden können, wie sie ihre Zeit verbringen, um nachhaltige Erlebnisse zu sammeln. Die Natur ist hier einzigartig, mit den Wäldern, mit den Wiesen. Und das ist für mich tatsächlich ein besonderes Erlebnis. Selbst wenn es schlechtes Wetter ist, bekommt alles einen Glanz.
Wir werden jetzt die Familien mit ansprechen, wir werden die Golf-Zielgruppe ansprechen, wir werden die Management-Konferenzen haben, wir werden das ganze Longevity-Wellness-Thema machen. Das heißt, auf diesem großen Gelände von 75 Hektar kann man für jeden das spezifisch beste Angebot schaffen. Es gibt einfach nichts Schöneres. Man muss hier wirklich sein, um es zu verstehen.
He's blundered. Oh no!
He loses the pressure. Whoa, what?
Moments like this are rare.
There's been a complete transformation in one move from winning to loss.
I'm your host, James Dash, and I couldn't be happier to be joined by David Howell and Tanya Sachdev yet again.
Welcome to Weissenhaus.
This is the first official FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship.
For the first time ever, the World Championship title in this format will be awarded jointly by FIDE and Freestyle Chess, two worlds coming together
To compete for the Freestyle Chess crown.
This place, it's something else. It's calm, it's powerful, it takes away the noise.
Weissenhaus offers a setting that calms the mind and sharpens the focus.
2 years ago, the journey of freestyle chess began right here in Weissenhaus. Returning now for a World Championship feels inevitable.
We crown the first FIDE Freestyle Chess World Champion.
Who will rise above the very best?
And make history. The stage is set. Get ready. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the 2026 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship here at the beautiful Weissenhaus Resort in Germany. I'm your host, James Dash, joined as always by David Howell, Tanya Sachdev, Judith Polgar, and Peter Lecko. That's right, it's a star-studded cast here. All 5 of us in the studio together to kick off the day. But Tanya, it's hard to believe that yesterday we were on the precipice of a 4-way tie out of the group stage and into the upper bracket, and yet one result changed that fate, and we had our 4 tickets booked into the upper bracket.
What a fantastic day it was, right? Until the very last moment, there was not a single guarantee of who makes it to the semifinals with the World Championship on the line. But I'm just going to start by saying, this is a very neat sofa to be on, James. I've got Judith and Peter right next to me, and I remember this moment, Peter, where I think it was Vincent with 160 on his heart rate, and you told Judith, you know what, mine is higher.
Yes, I felt like it. If you ask me at that moment, please say something, I would have not been able to.
And yet, Vincent did have a beautiful group stage performance, finishing in 2nd place overall, booking himself into the semifinals. Do you think there's some kind of magic here at Weissenhaus? What is it about this place that Vincent seems to just step it up an extra degree?
Yeah, he certainly loves to be here, playing in Germany, in this wonderful Weissenhaus. He just feels the energy, everything. But yeah, yesterday was very tough. It was crazy. And when he lost the last game to Sindarov, I was losing my mind that maybe he's in a tie and he has to play a playoff. And oh my God, what will happen? But no, he made it through. So I'm very happy.
And to that effect, Judith, somebody else that it seemed was cruising into the upper bracket was Magnus Carlsen, and then uncharacteristically dropped 1 game near the end, and it put everything into question. Of course, he would quickly wrap it up in Angry Magnus near the end of the day, but that was something that caught us all off guard a bit.
Yes, because things were going so much on his way up to round 5, basically, that we saw his body language showed before the game. He was like lying there, right? And he had the feeling of, okay, I'm there already, we're just here to do some jokes or something. And then he got the punishment against Erigaisi. And it was quite an amazing game, by the way, because in the first few, 8 or 9 moves, it was a pawn clash. And then the pieces came, and that was not fun for Magnus at all. So that was quite shocking, and I think that was a real wake-up call that, what happened?
Yeah, and as I turn to you, David Howell, I do want to bring up the group stage standings overall, just so everybody at home can get a picture, because we had 7 rounds played yesterday in our round robin, and again, it was a 4.5-point first place leader, 3 players tied at 4 points, all before we get to the lower brackets, but it really was a battle for essentially all of our players, only a couple in that spoiler position at the end of the day.
Exactly, and we can see how close it was by the tiny margins. Even first down to 8th place, bottom place, it was only 2.5 points. And yeah, for Levon Aronian, for Javokir Sindarov, they were out of it before the final round. And yeah, unfortunately, they weren't able to bring their best after great years last year. But yeah, for Hans Niemann coming so close, for Arjun falling at the final hurdle, losing to Fabiano, it was heartbreak. They'll be fighting today for 5th to 8th place. But yeah, it always seems to be Magnus, even when he's not at his best. And the other three, just fantastic, consistent players.
I like that you bring it back to Magnus Carlsen, though, because, again, he separates himself just an inch above the rest in the group stage. And with this, 21st possible world championship title that he's chasing, this is his group stage results. Not infallible by any means, but only dropping one game. It comes at the hands of Arjun Erigaisi.
And what a game it was, right? 9 moves played by pawns. And in fact, Sahil from India, he is a broadcaster commentator himself, and he mentioned that that was Arjun's game of his life that he played. And I think it was quite beautiful, just the way he won, just the way he started taking bishop takes pawn, and that kind of was a big wake-up call for Magnus Carlsen, but no stopping him. I think he had already done most of the job before that.
Exactly. When we look at the scorecards, he already had +3. He was lying on the couch, making jokes and everything. And we felt like Fabiano was in the danger zone because Fabi was in the group of the players like Levon and Sindarov who were already not fighting for qualification. Magnus lying on the couch and Fabi fighting for his life. And he was very tensed. And finally, he made it through.
This brings me back to our predictions from yesterday. I don't think we ever brought that all full circle. How does everybody feel about what they're yeah, hide your face. Exactly right.
But I'll be honest, I think I am heartbroken to see Levon not make it to the semifinals. Just what we saw from him, huge Lev fan as well. But he just never got going. I think there was not a moment where it started slow for him, and I think he just didn't find his rhythm. And the interview that we had at the end of the day really summed it up, because Judith, he said it himself that, this is the kind of format where you're out of practice. It's so hard to get the flow.
And also, he was playing so well in the Grand Slam, right? So there was a lot of expectation from the fans and from us.
Yeah, exactly right. And living up to that expectation at every single moment is maybe an unfair, level for us to hold them to.
I think it's a weather thing. He struggled last year in Weissenhaus, Levon. He was in the bottom 2, got eliminated. Then Vegas.
Hot Vegas.
Hot Vegas, very warm South Africa. Won both of those events. Back to winter, back to the cold.
Well, 2 points is a trend, right? We need a third to verify. So we got to get back somewhere hot to see if he gets a victory.
So who did best with their predictions yesterday? I am not winning.
I got 3 of my 4.
Same.
I had said Magnus, Fabi, and Vincent, but I had chosen Javakir over Noterbeck as the Uzbek that I thought would get through.
You got the country, but not the name.
I got the country, not the name. Yeah, so okay, I'll take it.
I said both Uzbeks. Javakir didn't make it, Fabi did. So I got 3 as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
Gosh, well, I lost that competition with a big margin. But moving on from that, James.
From yesterday to today. I know that's why everybody is here to see the semifinal bouts. Who will push themselves to a final table tomorrow in attempt to grab that first ever World Championship title here in the FIDE Freestyle chess circuit. These are your matchups there. It's going to be Noterbeck up against Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer against Fabiano Caruana. That's our upper bracket. In the lower bracket, Hans Niemann up against Levon Aronian, and then Arjun Erigaisi playing against Javakir Sindarov. It's not just these 8 gentlemen. We also have 2 of our women playing today, Bibisara Asabayeva and Alexander Kostyniuk. They're playing in an exhibition matchup as well. And that's something I would like to talk about before we dive into some of the upper bracket bouts. These 2 players stepping onto the stage for the first time. We didn't get to see them in the group stage. So they're immediately into the 25-10 format, playing 2 games today. Judith, what can you tell me about these incredible players?
Well, they are both fantastic players in women's chess, and Kostyniuk was a world champion. Also, she's a champion in 960 in freestyle. She has some experience. So I'm pretty sure she's looking forward very much. And we've seen Bibisara playing in the Grand Slam. It didn't work out for her, but I hope she improved also, and it will be a great battle.
I'm actually really excited to see this because Bibisara, she's a 3 times World Blitz champion, the reigning one as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt to freestyle chess, how much practice they have, and I think this is the beginning of women in freestyle chess.
Stylistically, understanding that in freestyle chess the position might determine to a degree your approach to a board, how do they match up in that way? Do you see one as more aggressive and attacking, the other one being more solid as a player? Well, how would you describe them stylistically as chess players?
Well, I think it's more like their character. They are both extremely big fighters, and they are going to bounce back because they are those kind of persons who like to challenge themselves, and we've seen both of them in critical situations and World Championship matches, really there where you have to show your skills. So I think it's going to be a great fight for them, and both of them probably really wants to bite.
I believe that to the nth degree. We've been playing games with Bibi Sara as well at night. She's a fierce competitor both on the chessboard and in the Avalon board space as well. Let's return to that bracket stage, though, for the 8 men who are competing here in Weissenhaus. We'll start with the upper bracket and take a look at what we have in front of us. It's those 2 semifinals. Of course, the winners of those will move on to play in the finals tomorrow. That determines our FIDE Freestyle Chess World Champion. So it's Magnus Carlsen against Norbert Abdisatorov, Vincent Keymer against Fabiano Caruana. The loser will drop down to play for 3rd place from each of these semifinals. From here, we can flip to the lower bracket and just take stock of that. Looks a little bit more complex, and that's because every player is still going to be playing for placing all the way down to 7th and 8th place. So Niemann versus Aronian, Erigaisi versus Sindarov. Of course, the winners move on, play for 5th. The losers will be playing for 7th and 8th.
Yeah, lots more chess, lots more games. I think these players, they'll be disappointed, of course. It's just a bit of a free roll for them now. The likes of Levon, maybe it will just free up his play. He played better yesterday once he had no more chances. So I'm expecting those games to be fun and dramatic, but of course less at stake now.
That's an interesting point because there is, to a degree, something less at stake. We're no longer in a circuit format where you might still be fighting for points that can aid you further down the line, but there's still plenty of prize money on the table as well. But I wonder what that kind of freedom, maybe for some of these players, will end up turning into when it comes to the over-the-board action. A little bit more fight, a little bit more risk-taking?
Well, I can answer for Levon because he said it himself best yesterday that he loves the format, he loves playing here, and it doesn't matter if he's fighting for 1st or 5th, he's going to enjoy the ride and give it his all.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's the freestyle guy, right? Whether he's on the chessboard or he's wearing his shirts, T-shirts, right? And it's sunny today.
So we're in a media, because it's still chilly, but it's sunny. So he's going to be half warmed up.
No pressure left.
Hans has got no chance.
And Hans picked Levon.
Exactly.
Hans picked Levon.
Exactly. Let's not forget about it, because this is a prestige duel, yeah, in South Africa.
And Vegas as well, right? Vegas finals was Levon was.
Yes, against Hans, and then also when Levon knocked him out, then there was some, controversy in the interviews and so on. So I'm pretty sure that Hans is looking for his revenge.
Yeah, they do have a bit of a storied history here on the freestyle chess stage from Vegas all the way to here.
Yeah, Levon did pick Hans in South Africa. He topped the group stage, had the first pick.
And let's not forget that it actually all began by Levon helping Hans out in the group stage in Vegas, because Hans was in the studio with us during that tie-break game, cheering Levon on because it was the only way that Hans would eventually make it into the upper bracket. But now, today, they're enemies.
I can tell you something fun about this. Yesterday at dinner, when Hans picked Levon came to Hans and said, "So man, you picked me." So Hans tells Levon, "I always want to learn." And then Lev looks at him and says, "From the best."
Now, this indicates to me there's a clear favorite, David, but let's talk about tournament form, because I think this might be, well representative of an average over the past year, the performance and maybe what we would generally expect. But considering what we saw yesterday, how would you maybe adjust the scoreline here?
Yeah, unfortunately, Levon wasn't able to keep up the form he showed in Las Vegas and South Africa. That influenced my thinking a lot with some of the numbers. I had to go on form, freestyle form specifically. I think today's going to be a lot closer. It's a 2-game match. It's shorter. It's a sprint. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes down to the tie breaks.
Okay, well, let's talk more specifically about our 2 upper bracket matchups as we are quickly moving our way towards that position lottery. Let's start with Magnus Carlsen versus Norbert Abdisatorov. It was Magnus who had his pick of who he would want to take from the 3rd and 4th place finishers. He chose Norbert Abdisatorov. Does that surprise you in any way, or is that fully expected when it comes to the pairings?
It was kind of expected, but I also know that traditionally Magnus has a very good score against Norbert. Yeah, he has knocked him out many times. But I also talked to Nodiebek quite sometimes, and I know that he feels like enough is enough. Yeah, so he feels like he wants to break this direction, and he wants to show that already, yes, I can knock Magnus out. So I feel that this will be a much closer match than if you look at the previous results between the two players. And it's also a 4-game match, and I believe this will help Nodiebek because there is less pressure. Magnus normally comes out, immediately puts you on the ropes, and then if you lose the first game, you feel like you need to bounce back. Good luck. Magnus beats you again and you are knocked out. Yeah, when there are 4 games, you can take it much slower, and I really hope to see Nodiebek doing great today.
See if he can warm into it a bit. If Nodiebek were to take down Magnus today, what does it look like? What element of his game does he need to be, have at the top level?
For Nodiebek?
Yeah, if Nodiebek were to do it, what does it look like?
Well, first of all, he has to be very consistent, making some very surprising moves, and I think he has to be also very fast in his game. And of course, it depends a lot how the first game will be starting out. That's a big question. Because if you can make Magnus nervous, that's already a big thing.
Making Magnus nervous, that's a tall order, to say the least. Let's talk about the other upper bracket matchup real quickly, Tanya. With just a minute to go. It's going to be Fabiano Caruana, Vincent Keymer. Vincent looking for that Weissenhaus magic, but Fabi, Mr. Consistency, how do you see these two matching up?
We've seen this happen before, right? You spoke about how the summer suits Levon just really well. I think Weissenhaus is Vincent's place. He took down Fabi yesterday. It was the finals from the very first Weissenhaus Grand Slam in 2025, and it was Vincent who beat Fabiano Caruana to take that slam as well. So great results for his side. The time format increases as well. And when we speak about Vincent, I think we have to turn to Peter Lecco for just a moment. He just seems to shine so much more when he's got more time on the clock and it's freestyle chess.
Yeah, but I don't like to praise Vincent when he's in the middle of action, so let's leave it to him to battle it out.
You know what? That is perfect. We will leave it right there because I think the players are just about ready, and we don't want to keep you at home waiting to get into 4 games of chess action ready to take place here at the Weissenhaus Resort in Germany. This is the 2026 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. We're heading inside for the position lottery for game number 1. Fiona, take it away. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm delighted to be your host. Yesterday we saw a very exciting round robin, while today it is the semifinals. Tonight we will know which 2 players will fight for the crown tomorrow. Today, also the exhibition match between Bibisara Saubayeva and Alexandra Kosteniuk will start. Soon we'll find out the first position, but before that, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday.
Oh! Game-changing blunder from Sindarov. Oh, it's checkmate! No! In that mode, no! Rook takes pawn on b7 would end the game. Resignation from Sindarov. Magnus makes a new queen and pulls it out the bag again. Wow!
Eight grandmasters will compete against each other in the first FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship in Weissenhaus, Germany. Who will make history now? After 2 years of vision, debate, and determination, the moment has finally arrived. What began as an idea has become a remarkable tournament. Freestyle chess and FIDE have come together to create 3 unforgettable days, filled with drama, creativity, and world-class chess at its finest.
Someone call the ambulance. That's 160 for Vincent Keymer.
As the rounds progressed, it became increasingly clear that this would be a difficult day for the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam winner of Las Vegas and South Africa, Levon Aronian. He struggled with a day of blunders.
2 opposite stories here through the first 3 rounds of the group stage.
Fabiano today has been so strong, so consistently kind of on the front foot. It's been really impressive to watch.
After his game against Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana lost some momentum, opening the door for Vincent Keymer and Nodiebek Abdusattorov to push forward in the standings. Even though these 3 players were close behind, Magnus Carlsen remained strong and consistent throughout the day and finished on top.
That's classy.
Magnus's endgame magic.
And how does Magnus do it? Again and again and again.
The stage is set. A new day begins, and it's already semi-final day. After an electrifying opening day with 28 matches, the tournament moves on to the knockout phase. 4 players are still in the title race. With his top spot in the round-robin standings, Magnus Carlsen earned the right to choose his opponent for the semifinals, and he picked Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That leaves Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana to face off in the second semifinal, setting the stage for an epic clash. Who will become the first FIDE Freestyle Chess World Champion? Stay tuned.
So as we saw, a very, very exciting day yesterday. Now it is time to find out the first position for today. I'm very happy to be joined by Sven Loppes, the tournament director of Kränke Chess and Freestyle Chess Festival. Sven, you recently announced the event. We saw a lot of top players will be back. Magnus Carlsen, one of them. What can we expect from Kränke in Karlsruhe?
From my point of view, it's the biggest and most spectacular chess stage in the world. And we expected more than 3,000 players in our open tournaments. So I think it's a wonderful chess festival. And now I expect a wonderful day here by the World Championship.
It's gonna be a fun day, a high stakes one. And I'm gonna move behind the table and ask you, Sven, are you ready?
Yes.
So it's going to be position number, you can go ahead, position number 858, position 858. As always, the players will have 10 minutes to prepare. Players, best of luck, and to everyone watching, have fun.
D4. That's the idea. D5. What about okay, that's E5. D4. Okay. You want to go rook D5? H3. And with F4. Actually, this might be interesting, right? Because we get our bishop here against the queen. You mean take rook D4? G6? No. Was it good for black? Many tempos. Yeah. G3. G6. Even G5. Nah, probably not. G6, F4. D6. Okay, very deadly, huh? I know, I like white. Even black goes F5. F5, yeah. Can we try knight F3 second move and then D4? Yeah, G6. I don't like this for white. Okay. Bishop g7, and then d5. d5, we go g3. I mean, knight b3. Yeah. We have c5. c5 feels wrong, but maybe it works. Okay, let's do this. Bishop c3.
Okay, that's no, like d4 is d4 is fine. d4, d5. Okay, we can play f5, but it's a bit strange, right? To play f5. Open the rook.
It should be very
This
safe.
doesn't seem too scary.
Yeah.
I think e4 looks more
General
natural.
white plays g3 here, then
g3 we can play
g6.
Yeah. e4 is never a must.
You can also play h5 or something.
No, but I like g6 because I mean.
I mean, like this could also be a setup, knight of 6 and h5. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
e4 is critical.
Yeah, nothing else seems to make too much.
What about,
f4.
like, a4 like is.
Yeah.
In general, we have like f4. Do we want to play d5? I think we want to play d5.
Yeah, we
and
want
then
to play
g6
d5.
and knight. Here is maybe another play.
Yeah, but I know d5, g6, knight f6, and it should be very good.
Because this diagonal is important.
Yeah, this is good to lock the file. So g3 and g4 both make sense, yeah?
g4 I will be scared to play.
Well, I'm trying to lock this knight somewhere.
g4 actually makes sense because we can't play g5, so we want to gain some space.
Trying to play bishop g2 and then.
Okay, so let's see.
Okay.
First of all,
let's play like side g6.
Yeah.
Bishop g2, I was thinking.
But you know what I think actually, like in this position, I think this shouldn't be a bad move.
Like g5, knight d4, h4.
Yeah, and then just like knight b6 and f5.
But f3, e4.
Like it comes very
knight
fast.
e6, e4.
I don't know, maybe
Yeah,
I'm scared.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, I was thinking some
Yeah, my idea to play here g6, then
Maybe it's not that bad.
I mean here I want to play c6.
Ah, c6.
Why not knight b6? Is it more? You want knight on d6?
Yeah, knight on d6.
I don't know, like.
Yeah.
Wait, f3.
Yeah, f3.
I think like the c6 very good.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Knight b6 is a good square.
Do you think?
No, there. Takes, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, but knight on b6 I really don't like. I mean, in every position knight on d3 would be much better.
I mean, only way to kill this knight is with b3. Okay, here's
About knight f6?
And knight f6, yeah. Maybe f6.
But wait, why we cannot play here e6? Yeah, I mean, if you don't like e6, e4 you scared.
Yeah.
I want to play e5. Huh? Also, like
Maybe
e4,
g3 actually makes more sense, like this.
Okay, so this position.
Knight f6, f3, this type of play.
Position 8-5-8 for the first game of the day in our semi-final bouts. The players doing their best in their groups to analyze the position. You can see the heat map on the left-hand side of your screen kind of indicates there is no true consensus on how best to attack the position. But I wonder what our legends at themake.com deep dive desk have to say about this 8-5-8 position. Judith, Peter, over to you. How do you evaluate it?
Well, evaluation, to start with that one, that's a tricky thing, as always. But I was wondering how the b1 king will be having his journey in the long run in the game. But what caught my eye very much is the h1 queen, and the h8 queen, of course. Because we've seen some analysis there, e4, e5 was the starting moves, and then the big question whether open up the position with g3, f4 or to go with d4. And d4 had some drawbacks. Maybe you can show it, Peter, what we had in mind.
Yes, we are following the players. It's very interesting that the youngsters team, the players who are playing with the white pieces today, in the first game, they were discussing e4, e5, and then these g3 ideas. First, they were also trying to play in this Scotch kind of style, like how do we break in the center? But all these breaks with d4 actually are backfiring after ed4, rook d4, g6. Black is already clearly better because suddenly black's queen joins the battle much faster, and the bishop comes to g7, puts pressure on the b2 pawn, and white's queen on h1 will be out of the game. So be careful what you Wish4. And also another try was to play in the Scotch spirit with knight f3, coming up with the tempo, g6, d4, equally gets countered beautifully by ed, knight d4, bishop g7, and black takes over. So I think by quickly eliminating these options, the players then came to conclusion, then let's not rush, let's play something like g3 slowly, and for example g6, f4, putting some pressure on black. I think this is a very kind of logical way to play. But now, so let's talk about one d4, because that's what the experienced team, the Legends team, was talking about. They were more worried, I don't know if more worried, but they were more interested in analyzing d4, d5 positions. Judith, what's your take?
But as Levon said, that, well, after seeing this on the board, d4, d5 says, well, maybe after all, e4 is better.
Yes, I think we can conclude that both teams felt like there is nothing really special happening in the position. Both sides have different ideas. For example, here, Levon first suggested the move g4. Later, he, even after 2 minutes of analysis, said that, yeah, maybe do the same idea with g3, so the players are not sure themselves. What is right then at some point, I believe in this variation, g4, g6, bishop g2, the move knight b6 appeared on the board, and then Sindel said, no, I don't like this knight on b6. This is normally always misplaced. So you can see how impulsive the players are also, because you don't have time. You basically follow your instincts that you have already gathered throughout the freestyle games.
But I also felt that I've seen Hans was very passive today. I think he's the person who is the mostly disappointed from yesterday, and he did not get over on that. I believe he was not even commenting and joining the talks in that analysis now. But I also have the feeling that the players are kind of more relaxed on, it's a longer game, so it is going to be some exciting, lot of time to think about. That's all for now. James?
Thank you so much, Judith and Peter. It is a passive Hans Niemann. A late Magnus Carlsen arriving to the playing hall. He's facing off against Nurberg Abdusatorov. His pick when it came to his upper bracket bout. Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana, the other top ticket matchup that we'll be keeping our eyes on in this first round of the semifinals here at the FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. Off we go.
Big moment. Tanya Nurberg opens with the e-pawn. And this was one of two main variations mentioned. Very logical here to occupy the center.
I like it. You occupy the center, you open the bishop diagonal as well. And, you know, often in freestyle chess, the one thing that we've learned about, you want to talk about the piece coordination and the safety of king. I think one thing that's going to be interesting to watch out here, David, is that with the king where it is placed right now, it's hard for me to imagine a long castle towards the right side of the board. So much clearance is required for that. And it makes me wonder, do you even need to castle in this setup? We've seen ideas of activating major, which is on the flank, by moving a flank pawn forward. At some point, I am expecting that a pawn to move ahead to try to activate that rook, and maybe the queen from the other edge of the board to even come out with h4 at some point.
Yeah, some flank play. Magnus tends to like those types of ideas. He likes to activate his own queen very early. So I wouldn't be shocked if at some point maybe black occupies the center first. Most of the teams were discussing symmetry with pawn to e5, but the moves like g6, maybe even g5 at some point, just to allow the black queen out on the diagonal, as Peter showed earlier in one variation, would be very logical. But it does feel like a bit of a handicap Magnus is giving himself, having not come to the board till late, having not participated in any of those discussions.
Any idea what he was up to today morning, David? Any info on that?
I do, but something to do with Valentine's Day, that's all I'll say.
Ooh, love is in the air, but not on the board.
Exactly. Time spent on the board, that is the consequence of Magnus being late and just adjusting pieces there.
Yeah. He's chewing through that clock so far, already a minute and a half gone. Of course, I'll remind everybody we're playing 25-10 here, so it'll be a slower pace to the games today. But by all accounts, every second that gets eaten away from Magnus's clock here is, you know, a point in favor of Abdusatorov in this game number one of a best of four.
Also, what's going on in Magnus's head are the ideas that Judith and Peter were looking at, right? You want to keep symmetry if you're black here with advancing your own e-pawn 2 steps forward. But then white has that idea of g3, f4, striking very quickly, breaking that symmetry early on. And how are you going to respond to that is what is the look ahead that's required right now. In our pre-show, we were talking about the importance of the first game in this best of four between these two. And David, historically, Nurberg has had an extremely difficult time against Magnus in freestyle chess.
Exactly, especially freestyle chess. He faced him in Weissenhaus 1 year ago, lost there, lost in Paris as well to Magnus. I actually thought, in chess in general, but at the World Blitz, Abdusattorov almost had a breakthrough against Magnus. He won the first game in the final. That was also a best of 4, fighting for the world crown. He ended up losing 2 long endgames, Abdusattorov. One of them was a dead-drawn knight and 4 pawns versus knight and 4 pawns. Somehow Magnus eked out the win. Then it was a bishop and 4 pawns versus bishop and 3 pawns endgame, and somehow Magnus again got the win. So it does feel like Nodebek, despite the fact he started strong in that World Blitz, still has that mental block. Can this be the time? I think getting a good result here with whites, ideally win, of course, but definitely not losing. That has to be the start for Abdusattorov. There's a bit of a twist in the color kind of sequence later in the match.
And speaking of twist, quite a plot twist in our other semi-finals matchup, James. A completely different approach from what was being discussed by the players and in our studio as well.
Yeah, heading over to Vincent Keymer versus Fabiano Caruana. I like the call out because move number 1, pawn to f4.
Wow, very interesting. It looks like a...
Where did that come from?
Dutch defense reversed colors. It does look like this was also played by Arjun Erigaisi and Bibisara Asabayeva against Alexandru Kostenyuk. We'll just do a very quick action replay to show the first couple of moves. We started with f4. Normally this is the bird's opening in regular chess. I guess it makes sense to put a knight on the 3rd rank only when a pawn is in front of it. The pawn acts as a bit of shelter, occupies the center, stops black from playing e5. Black happily plays the other central pawn, though. g4 getting a lot of space. The white queen, at least, has some vision into the center, as does the white bishop on the diagonal. I think this is going to be a fun one. Hitting the central pawn, and maybe white is going to continue just piling forward with the pawns as quickly as possible.
And also progressing at a much faster clip than our other top ticket bout. The Magnus Carlsen still yet to make a move, almost 5 minutes in to this initial round.
Oof. Why come late if you're going to burn 5 minutes thinking on move 1? Those are the consequences. Tanya, how to defend this pawn, though, for Fabiano right now?
Yeah, that's the first big question, right? What you really want to play is push that e-pawn forward, but after having committed g6, do you really want to open up the dark squares on both diagonals? You know, you don't feel really comfortable doing that. The bishop coming out to c6 to defend it, it doesn't feel like it's a bishop. Not an easy choice. You never want to push that pawn forward. It just feels like not only Keymer has gained space already, you know, also making intentions clear with this ambitious play. The flow for white's development, even beyond the attack on that central pawn, the knight coming out to f3, the dark squared bishop eventually landing up on g3 or h4. A stronghold on e5. Maybe someday we'll see d4, knight e5 jump in. Easier to play as white is the feeling that I'm getting right now.
Yeah, the next few moves, I think, are going to be really important. I wouldn't be shocked if Fabiano does burn a bit more time even. He does bring out his knight. In the meantime, Peter mentioned earlier that it was Javokir Sindarov who really didn't like the knight on the b6 square. Maybe it will be controlled a bit later by a pawn and won't be able to leap forward. But interesting. It was last year where Vincent had the white pieces. That's where he got his breakthrough against Fabiano. So I think the opening is going to play a huge role. Both players looking quite calm in terms of heartbeat on the camera. Locked in now.
You know, I was almost going to blunder in this position. I was about to suggest a move a4, trying to target that knight on b6, and then you realize that there's a bishop on e8 as well. This is what freestyle chess does to you. Just pieces placed so differently. But if you can get a4, a5 going, that knight might not feel as safe. And if you ever respond a4 with black going a5, then there's the idea of the white bishop stepping up to f2, targeting that knight. So suddenly pieces are not feeling very stable.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned a4 because in the discussions pre-game, Levon Aronian mentioned this move and then he was like, oh, sorry, that pawn is hanging. So he had the exact same thought as you, Tanya. Normally this is kind of an automatic, a really desirable move when a knight lands on a square such as this one. But here he has to double check. Still maybe possible in the next few moves. It's worth noting as well that the black knight could come forward, help the black queen create a checkmate threat within a couple of moves. So that diagonal has to be blocked in the near future, either by this white pawn or maybe the central pawn. And yeah, kings might come under fire.
Funnily enough, a4 is still the 3rd best option in the position, according to the engine.
That would be cool. It's the type of move Vincent would play as well, really kind of critical. But I guess the idea is that if a black knight gets distracted
There's a mate on B2. Exactly, David.
What?
Just knight takes pawn.
It says d4, e6, knight f3, knight to e7, b3, knight to b. Now, he's going to go the other way. He's justifying that early f-pawn push by tucking the knight behind it. So following through with his game plan, that's what we like to see.
Yeah, that would have been a full pawn sacrifice, as Tanya says. The knight would have taken the pawn, and the queen would have been threatening checkmate. So even if a decent sacrifice, maybe gaining a bit of time for white, I can't blame Vincent for kind of just passing through that one. It will be an option later anyway. So looks very, very logical for both sides. Probably a bishop will come out in the near future, hit this pawn.
And I won't be surprised to see your idea to block that diagonal with the d-pawn moving forward, just making sure that you blunt all play on that and then plant your knight on e5 at the right moment as well. Not to mention the bishop from e1 then will have a choice to go to either of the two paths available.
Yeah, very quiet start. The black knight will most likely use this square to come out as well, gain a bit of a tempo in the process, maybe mirror image, leap into the center for black. And Fabiano, I think for both these players, not getting into time trouble, that's going to be part of the big strategy. Of course, they both did great yesterday, but in general, they prefer having a bit of time on the clock to strategize, to calculate.
Well, both of these guys seem at ease right now with cool mid-70s heart rates and the game slowly developing. So let's hop back over to our other board. Magnus Carlsen versus Nurderbeck Abdusattorov, as Magnus Carlsen has finally elected to make a first move. But you'll notice as we get there, down to 17 minutes and 24 seconds on his clock, only a couple moves into this game. And in the end, he matches that e4 pawn push with an e5 pawn push after all that thought.
Yeah, it's not exactly groundbreaking stuff that he spent that 8 minutes on. We'll do a very quick action replay here. It was e4 met by e5, the most typical moves in traditional chess. And, okay, very logical here for the white queen to open up, but also to support a challenge in the center. And Magnus using a mysterious square for the knight, I will say. Normally you want your knight as close to the center as possible. You want some pressure in the center. But this black knight does get in the way of its bishop. I wonder where it's going, unless he's trying to break out.
Okay, supporting a pawn push. Because I was going to say, otherwise it also to me looks like you're just delaying the journey of the knight forward on the board, right? Because it can't make its way up to the 5th rank here. It would have to travel to the 6th rank first and then forward again.
One explanation for putting the knight where it is and not on the f6 square, the traditional f6 square, is that he's left that option open for his own pawn. If you need to consolidate the center after a move like f4, you will have the potential to go f6, open up your own bishop, and make sure that you can keep the symmetry.
Oh, that's quite a sneaky one, Tanya, the bishop coming out as well. Nice threat. Maybe he's decided the queen is just so passive in the corner that he'll put her on a different diagonal a bit later, somewhere that she might have more vision. But going back to the live board, he's forced Nurderbeck to think, at least. This was definitely not discussed by the white team a bit earlier. Magnus, I think that's how he sometimes plays these days in rapid and blitz chess and freestyle chess, clearly. He tries to surprise the opponent early, get them thinking, get them out of any analysis or preparation they might have done.
And this is my absolute favorite part about freestyle chess, right? Where on move 2, you've already burned 8 minutes on your clock in a 25+10. And that just doesn't happen. It just shows the importance of actually navigating the opening as correctly as you can, make the most practical decisions, balancing the clock, because it's really not about preparation, right? It's about getting a playable position. How many times have you seen even the best in the world completely lost by the time they reach move 10? And the tactical misses are not so obvious.
Well, if anything, you could argue this is the moment of preparation, right? And it is the fact that you have to eat through some of your clock in order to prepare that position that you'll play down the stretch when things are moving a bit faster and the pieces are flying.
Yeah, it's nice seeing these top players like fumbling in the dark. We all feel blind sometimes when we look at chessboard, but the players here, they're trying to create magic for themselves.
But that's what I think is interesting about your point about Magnus's, kind of approach to these games, right? In terms of making other players uncomfortable quickly, right? If you feel like ability to ability, skill to skill, I'm the better player, then I want to get us both into an uncomfortable position as quickly as possible and trust that my skill set will ultimately allow me to navigate that better than you.
Exactly. And actually at dinner the other day, I was chatting to Magnus's coach, Peter Heine-Nielsen, and he said that he'd started playing a bit recently, but his preparation is so much more different from the likes of Magnus's preparation. For any other Grandmaster, you try to work it out. With black, you want to force equality. With white, you want to force an advantage. He was like, oh, with Magnus, it's an easy job. I just want to get him survival. Out of the opening, he can be clearly worse. As long as he's alive, as long as he's still fighting, that's a success. So yeah, Magnus, the limits to what's possible are far wider.
All right, well, I just received word. Legends alert! Judith Polgar and Peter Lecko have identified something they want to jump in and talk about, so we're sending it over to that Make.com deep dive desk. Judith, Peter, what have you found for us?
Oh, absolutely. It's a very exciting thing going on, even if it not necessarily seems so. That's something real tasty and spicy stuff. So, Peter, we've seen this position between Vincent and Fabi. And black played e6, but there was another interesting option for him.
Yes, black played the move e6, and after this is again a slow affair, yeah, like in many other games. The reason why we decided to raise alarm, that we would like to say one very interesting thing, because here after knight f3 there was a chance for Fabiano to play the move a5 that you guys have been also talking about, that activating the rook is very kind of natural, and I was thinking like, if Vincent is faced with a5, how would he react to it? Because black wants to advance with a5, a4, grab space, and it seems like white cannot play a4 because the black knight on b6 and the bishop on e8 are targeting that square. And all of a sudden the computer, I started consulting and said, no, you have to play a4 with white after a5, otherwise you are worse. And this I find quite shocking, that on move 4, after knight f3, a5, actually the stunning move a4 would have had to be played. And how much time the players need. Did Fabi, for example, anticipate that a5 can be met by a4? Was this the reason? And just to highlight, yeah, if, for example, black takes, because that was our first thought with Judith, yeah, what happens if black just takes bishop a4? Nothing really happens. White just plays the quiet little move d2, d4, opens up the bishop from e1, targeting the pawn on a5, and in fact, that pawn is not running away. White will be collecting that pawn back and has a pleasant position. If black captures with the knight on a4, then white can follow it up with d4 in the same spirit, but also white has some crazy tactics like rook takes a4, bishop takes a4, knight e5 is suddenly an interesting option according to computer, where black has some issues with the pawn on f7, the bishop is threatening to hit on d5, which will also hit on f7 and b7. So according to computer, it's better for black to say, wow, my friend, you are a genius, you played a4, forget about that pawn, let's just continue our strategic battle with something like bishop g7, and the game continues.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to point out that in freestyle, really the very early part of the game, somebody wants to take advantage, space advantage, and it's much more important to keep the activity. And a4 pawn sacrifice, we found it was quite amazing. Back to you.
Thank you so much to both of our legends, Judith Polgar and Peter Lecko, for chiming in on that Caruana versus Vincent Keymer matchup. As we return to the current board state, though, here, David, do we see either of these players? I mean, I know actually I'll turn to Tanya. Tanya, you had talked about how maybe a4 was something that, you know, is in Vincent Keymer's playbook even, but we're talking about the a5 being the impetus for all of this.
I think that's very relevant. The analysis that we just saw, at some moment, maybe in the next couple of moves, we are going to see those ideas being played out. And just beautifully highlighted there that, you know, you can actually sacrifice a pawn simply and pick it up later with interest. Your bishop opens up, you have more control over the files, and black's pieces are just not well placed in that moment. The big question, how easy is it to just give up a pawn so close to your own king, you know, especially with the black queen lined up as well there. And right now, I think Vincent, he's setting up those ideas. First, he brings his bishop out. I think he'll prepare a4 rather than want to sacrifice it, and just making sure that black isn't able to play a5 in response now that the bishop can capture the knight. But these are dynamics of a4, a5, which are, I think, absolutely key plans, David, in this position.
Yeah, really important stuff. I don't think the players have yet stumbled on that plan, or at least come to the right conclusions, but it definitely feels like something's boiling.
Something might be boiling here. Something's already boiled over on the other board, because as we talk about the a5, guess who will be the first player who goes for it? It's Magnus Carlsen who's going to bring it out onto the board, and now it's Noterbeck who has to consider some of these trickier lines.
Wow, and we will highlight why a5 is so important, why that pawn needs to be stopped in its tracks for both sides. If white were to play a random move, let's say pawn to h4, if a black pawn steps down to a4, not only is it stopping a white knight from developing, it means that this white rook cannot get in the game. White will need to castle to ever activate that piece. And in order to do that, you need to clear some more pieces out the way. A pawn on a3 is going to be like a bone stuck in your throat after a nice tasty dinner, but this time not so comfortable. And yeah, white would have to also lose time, probably blocking that pawn. Black's rook in the meanwhile has access later on if it needs to step up, maybe and across the board. But yeah, a4, I would play kind of a block here instantly if I could. I wonder why Nodebek is pausing. Maybe there are some tactics. Magnus here, he's got to the essence of the position first.
Yeah. No, I know h4 was accidental by you as just to express the idea of how dangerous it is for black to move forward. But David, the moment you played that move, the first thing that comes to mind is that apart from a4, is there another threat on the flank with black going g5 instead to break open the center? I'm not only opening up my queen's diagonal, I'm actually putting pressure on the base of that pawn chain. If you can get two moves, you go a4, h4, and you're super happy with white. But one move at a time. And I wonder if after a4, there's knight to b6, of course, where you can put pressure on it. But is g5 something that white needs to be careful about, or at least have on their radar to handle? How do you take care of the center now?
Yeah, this is me just putting the pieces on the board. I think Nodebek's pushed a pawn. Which one was it?
Decision?
It was d4. Okay, more productive than my h4, but still allowing the black pawn forward. He's going to aim to develop the knight the other way, and he's saying, okay, my rook in the corner will not get up the board on the a file. It will castle a bit later on and get into the center. Really interesting. It's flank play versus central play. White does have a nice pawn center. And Tanya, you mentioned the other plan, maybe no longer viable, since white would simply grab, and the black queen now would not be able to capture it in the center.
And to add to that, you know, knights behind pawns as well. He's got this nice developing move now, knight to d3, rook to d3, like you pointed out. That knight coming to c5 eventually. I like this approach, and it's just going to be about Magnus going a4. Can he actually get that rook lift? Can he get the pawn moving to a3 quickly? But knowing Magnus, what's on his mind right now has to be, how's he getting his queen out? Yesterday, Arjun Aragaisi's queen died on h8 against Fabiano Caruana. And everyone saw that happen. It is not a square you want to leave your queen on for too long.
Yeah, he needs to do something about it.
Looking rather tough, as you call that out. It's going to be a long journey with small steps from this queen to get her out onto the board, unless we can find a break in the center that achieves that same thing in the process. Okay, Magnus says, knights behind pawns. I'll just tuck my knight behind your pawn.
Yeah, it is an outpost, technically. It can't be hit by a white pawn ever, this square. Maybe it can be tickled by a white bishop in the near future, but there is a bit of a threat. Knight into this square would be a fork already, hitting the white rook, hitting the white bishop. So that has to be dealt with. That square has to be covered, or one of those two pieces has to move out the way.
And Nodebek's ready with his response. It looks like a diagonal move that he's just made. Is it the bishop?
It's his queen.
The queen's coming out.
There we go. He does cover the square. The black knight no longer has access. I don't know how happy I'd be there. Queens are long-range pieces. I felt like that was the natural home for a white knight. Kind of gets in the way, but it does stop the threat. He's controlling the board, controlling the center right now.
Magnus isn't rushing with a4. You know, you give white one more move, and white stops that plan forever. It's got to be now or never if you want to push that pawn.
He'll push it. He'll push it.
Or he might go knight to b6. That could be the alternative. Just making sure.
Yeah, I was going to call it, because that's the one difference on this board as compared to the Fabiano Vincent board when we were talking about this a5 line, right? Is that the knight was already pre-positioned on b6 before that a5 push. Here it is not. So perhaps he wants to take that extra step to develop the knight, but is it too slow?
Yeah, this one's very different because at least Nodebek holds the center on this board, so Magnus gaining space on the flanks isn't the most natural, or isn't the most important thing maybe in the position. On the other board, it's very much a 50-50, so gaining space is a huge advantage. I'm really shocked that Magnus hasn't played this move instantly. It will come.
It's the queen. That's on his radar. He really wants to get that into play, especially you can see Nodebek's already gotten his out. You know, the queen's pretty active. It can decide whether it wants to play on the right side or the left flank of the board. One of the pawn moves in front of the queen. It has to happen sooner or later. Magnus hates playing without an active queen.
Yeah, in general, he doesn't like being cramped either. He likes space. He does like blocked pawn centers against the younger generation. That's what he calls anti-young player chess. When it's blocked, it becomes really slow, loads of maneuvering, 60, 80 move game. But this one is going to be uncomfortable if his queen can't get in. As Tanya mentioned, it looks like the knight has come out.
Okay. So a slower approach here. I was wondering about, queen to g8 even.
And then g5, break open.
Exactly, to try and get that queen in. But that's not the way he decides to go. Just slow development here. Still a bit behind on the clock is Magnus Carlsen, but he's kind of keeping that 3-minute deficit that he had built early on in the game. So relatively holding pace. Another back out to Satorov. Saw a reach for a piece. It's going to be a knight developing, it looks like here.
Multi-purpose move. He does defend his pawn. Extra protection there in the center. The knight might also go the other way to trade off for black's outposted knight there.
Does block one of the developing directions, though, for my light squared bishop. So that, tells me we're either setting up some kind of a battery or going all the way over to h3 there to target the knight.
Okay, very calm development move from Magnus. Maybe he's just going to develop his queen across a few squares. Still unclear where she's going long term. But if the knight does get hit, he'll develop the other bishop. And actually, he's only 2 moves away now from castling on the long side. We talked about where the kings want to go. There is the possibility Magnus's king will go the whole way across. I'm slightly skeptical it would end up on an open file or semi-open file.
Magnus doesn't look comfortable to me.
It's also the clock situation, right? He's down 3 minutes right now. And David, to your point, I have a feeling we're going to see Magnus's king exactly where it is. Getting it on the open G line, especially with the queen still tucked in on H8. If that happens, one would get a feeling that perhaps things have gone slightly wrong in the opening, but so far, again, I'm just wondering, is this the point where white stops the idea of a4? No, he doesn't. He doesn't even care about it. He's continuing with his own development, brings the knight out. Magnus ready with the response. He wants to play on the light squares on the right side.
Wow, very instructive moment there, because Magnus, his move gets a question mark. I'm a bit skeptical of that. Just for everyone at home, if the knight had captured the white knight, then the pawn could have come towards the center, and now all of white's pawns are connected. They can easily march forward, very mobile here. Magnus says, okay, you can trade, but on my terms. Knight takes knight. Suddenly the black bishop becomes quite a strong piece on this diagonal. Probably would need to be traded off for its counterpart here. And I'm really shocked, Tanya, that this move, given a question mark, it's the most natural, most instructive one in the position.
It's, again, one of those moments where, from a human perspective, you kind of just don't think too much or overanalyze that question mark. I think if Magnus has chosen it, not only Magnus, I feel everybody plays this move without thinking. You don't want to improve your opponent's pawn structure. You don't want to fall back with your knight. We see the trade happen. For Notterbeck, the idea is to push that f-pawn, so he needs to get the blockade out of the way. He's getting more trades going. f5, if he's able to gain more space, get that bishop out of the way, line the rook on g1. You can see kind of a healthy middle game advantage, initiative to fight for white.
Yeah.
I do like white's position here, David.
I think all of us are just trained to like the pawn center, right? Like, white has the furthest advanced pawn. White has the mobile structure.
And white's got the queen on the board. Even if not on the most ideal square, it's at least active to some degree in this game.
If you could pick up the black queen and now kind of plant her as a blockader on this square, black's in very good shape, but long journey ahead.
And I think that journey is about to start. At some point, and might be now as well, Magnus will get the queen to the center of the board, eyeing not only f5, but b5 as well. You know, queen d7, queen f5 ideas, but also getting the queen closer to the white king. Imagine that queen lands there, then the knight jumps in to coordinate with some attacking prospects with a faraway rook lift getting into the party as well via a6.
Yeah, that might be the reason Magnus hasn't pushed his pawn further to a4. He feels his rook's going to develop anyway, and he doesn't need to push the pawn further. But for now, such an easy plan for white. Move the bishop out of the way, push the f-pawn, roll them forward.
Yeah.
Notterbeck up and out of his chair for the first time in the day.
He's going to be feeling confident. This is a great position for white. Not much risk attached. Not too double-edged. Simple, strong moves.
And what a start this would be for Norbert Abdusattorov in a best-of-4 matchup against Magnus Carlsen. If you could kick things off with a win.
I think Magnus just needs to go into damage limitation mode, Tanya.
You know, despite Norderbeck's score against Magnus in these formats that we touched upon earlier, he does give the feeling that he still doesn't let Magnus get to his head. He always plays combative positions against him. He's not trying to play it safe, even the approach that he's had in the game so far. You know, we speak about body language. I don't know how much weight we actually put into it, but he does look confident. He gives those classic Norderbeck stares to him once in a while. He almost gives me the feeling of like being the assassin on the board, speaking of Avalon energy.
Yeah, he's a stone cold killer. He has been since he was 17, winning the World Rapid Championship. And I mentioned the World Blitz, the 2 freestyle matches they had last year. He's always had chances, especially in the first games. He tends to fade away, I think, falling behind against Magnus. He's never really shown he can come back because he has such an aggressive style. He doesn't want to slowly survive, and look for these longer battles. He wants to go for a quick knockout. I love his last move, by the way. Finally, A4. We predicted that one earlier, but most notably, pinning down the black rook for a long time now, defending this pawn.
And also notice now that the light squared bishops are off the board, there's only one side who's going to have trouble with those pawns, right? It's the one with A5. It's the one that can be targeted. Meanwhile, A4 feeling absolutely safe. David, I think it was Magnus who said, right, it was in some interview, that out of the youngsters, who do you think has that max killer instinct? And he said Norderbeck Abdusattorov.
And yet he chose him. But that just speaks to Magnus's confidence against really anybody on the planet. That A4 to follow G6, which is indicative of Magnus Carlsen looking for ways to get his queen involved in the game. Maybe a pawn break towards the center here soon. But I do want to take us to our other semifinal bout, because for the first time, I would argue that one of our players in the top 4 has a solid advantage. It's going to be Fabiano Caruana over Vincent Keymer right now as we arrive. You'll see the engine not loving the most recent move here by Vincent Keymer, calling it an accuracy, but for me, what I'm noticing is kind of space control. It's connect 3, connect 4 if we include that knight for the time being. Just the coordination of the pieces for black feels slightly better.
Oh, it feels like there's tactics. I think we need to do an action replay as well, just to see how we got here, why this is such a big mistake from Vincent Keymer. The clock is not in his favor right now. We left it a few moves ago with very natural moves. Vincent already bringing his bishop forward, maybe an inaccuracy. Neither side pushing the A-pawns. We talked about how critical that might be soon. But first, a threat on the long diagonal. 2 pieces attacking this pawn, queen and bishop. 1 defending, blocked. I think Vincent maybe not realizing the essence of the position was all about pushing this central pawn to block kind of even further forward. The knight comes out, hits this little soldier. The knight also defends this pawn, and beautiful pawn sacrifice from Fabi, destabilizing the white knight in the center. This looks like the strongest piece, but G5 breaks the protection. Yes, at the cost of a pawn, but taking it another mistake. And they're adding up these mistakes. They're amounting to a big advantage. This knight now hit, this bishop hit. That forced the knight to retreat. Black gets the bishop pair. And yeah, this does look very scary. Whoa, bishop to A4, exclamation mark. Hitting this rook. This rook cannot move. And just for an example, for everyone at home, if the rook were to move here, this is already checkmate, smothered mate. So the rook cannot move. The question is whether the pawn can block with a fork.
It has to be bishop takes pawn. I mean, that has to be the explanation for this, right?
This bishop taking this pawn.
Yes, that one.
2 bishops could take pawns, but this one gets the black queen into the battle. And
but I do realize B2 is defended. Let's follow it up. Pawn takes bishop.
Okay.
I take it back. You take another piece, right? But make it the bishop, not the knight. But we got to show it.
Yeah, this is checkmate. 2
beautiful.
Pieces.
Oh my goodness.
Doing the business. If you take the other way, then this is checkmate. 2 pieces still enough. 3 is the magic number. Black has at least 3 attackers coming in. B3 looks like it loses.
Okay, so how do I weasel my way out of this?
I think you might have to give up the rook. You might just have to
just let it go.
Let it go. Take it back.
Anywhere else, knight takes pawn check anyway.
Yeah, I was going to mention actually. In this position, it's not that scary because white could always castle the long side. He's ready. He's cleared the pieces out the way. But that's why this is such a good move. Not only attacking the rook, but it stops the castles because white's king cannot castle through check.
So if you go B3, bishop takes pawn, and you pick up either of the two minor pieces, the rook on a1 hangs, and thank God for that queen on h8, which plays a masterful role of defending that bishop as well. So just everything works out.
Just forced checkmate, almost. If b3 happens, it's game over. Sacrifice, crash through. Vincent is not going to blunder that. He's not going to allow his king to get hunted so quickly, but that means he's losing material.
Exactly. He won't blunder. He's losing material. He's losing time, right? He's a bit of a paralysis at the moment in realizing that he's in a very tricky situation.
He's lost on move 11, is what's happening here. All of Fabi's pieces are in play, are in game. No development for Vincent, and he's about to lose the whole left flank. And the clock keeps ticking as well.
This is an incredible play, though, from Fabiano, I've got to say. Such energy. And realizing, unlike Magnus, whose queen was still in the corner, his queen is playing a huge role in this game. White's queen is a bit blunted. And I know I joke about those pawn structures, but James, you mentioned the connect three. Those totally blunt the two white pieces.
Whoa, did he go b3? I saw the pawn move. I mean, on camera?
Yeah, I haven't had an update.
Oh,
it's E3. Not on our radar really at all. Is this just a bit of, are we just lashing out and trying to create some kind of counterplay, saying, okay, but the left flank is lost. I now just need to play aggressively on the right flank?
Maybe. I think it's just damage limitation. Like, he's bracing for impact here. He didn't want the black pawn to step forward and crack open this diagonal even further. So he's saying, okay, you will not have this pawn break at least. I've got it well covered. I think he's pure defensive mode here. Bishop takes rook would be met by the queen at least centralizing and defending the pawn in front of her. And, okay, he would only be 1 point down technically exchange, but he would have a pawn in return.
But here's where I'm going back to something that Tanya taught me a number of Grand Slams ago. Threat greater than the execution, right? We don't take that rook. We just improve our position, I imagine.
And that makes a lot of sense because that rook isn't going anywhere, especially because the d2 pawn is hanging. So you still have the idea of going bishop takes pawn when needed, but I do think that Fabi, when I saw the camera, he's gone for it. I think bishop takes rook, queen takes bishop is on the board. Also makes sense. And now you can continue with improving pieces. Do you still want to play a5? For me, honestly, he does go for a5. He's expanding, not only expanding that rook lift, eventually landing on the b file, adding more pressure on that left side. Now it's impossible for white to castle all the way along to the right flank because there's no rook to castle to get to safety. So he can just continue building the attack. I think g5 for me. David, your first contender for move of the day.
Pawn sacrifice, that was a bit of a brilliant one, foreshadowing what has just happened. And to understand moves in advance that just that one tempo gained gets you such a big attack. Incredible. Fabi, relentless.
Yeah, Fabi, I mean, we talk about how he's maybe normally a slow starter, and then this is the portion of the tournament, knockout stages, where he starts to ramp up. If we consider that yesterday he already looked in good form, it's not really surprising to me right now that he's pushing Vincent like this.
You know, Fabi was one of the players who needed, he was in a must-win in that final round against Arjun.
Yeah.
And he made it
Who had
happen.
just beat Magnus.
Who had just come from a win against the world #1. And Fabi made it happen. And you're talking about finding form. I mean, we've spoken that he's Mystic consistent. He's had every single finish but winning a slam last season. You know, time after time finishing on the podium, but just that almost story of Fabiano Caruana. Maybe the stars are saying, you know, when it matters the most, Fabi, this is where you do it. When it's the World Championship.
Doing his best to write a different story this time around. Getting all of his pieces into the game, right? A5 followed by A4, but that allows the rook to lift itself up into the game, get more involved.
Gonna move that rook, surely.
King to A2 just feels like a horrible position to be in.
Yeah, this is really kind of, it's back against the wall stuff for Vincent. Survival over the next half dozen moves is going to be difficult, let alone surviving long-term down material. He's getting attacked and he's down points. It's the worst of both worlds here. I wonder what would happen if pawn to b3, that's been on the radar for a few moves. Maybe it's still more sacrifices along this diagonal. I don't even really want to calculate it because it looks terrible for the white king. But if not, then exactly, passive moves like this are necessary, and he's got to be cringing inside, Vincent, as he plays these passive, slow moves.
You're down in exchange. One rook is off the board, and if the other one has to be used to put it on that square, you know things are looking pretty dire. Now it's all about just Fabi involving the queen into the attack, either via the E8 square or F8 on that diagonal, trying to get it in. I think that's the one piece that you want in game right now.
Yeah.
You said 3 is the magical number. Rook, knight, get the queen in.
James, you're pointing out to me that maybe this queen move...
queen to F8. I mean, it looks strong, of course. I think you just have to, I mean, and Fabi's a calculator, right? So I'm sure he'll do the calculations. If I were to bring that queen in, do I have enough pieces attacking that in the liquidation? And he'll find it. Queen to F8.
Wow.
Beautiful.
He's playing incredible chess so far. 96% accuracy, despite the fact there have been sacrifices, despite the fact it's a bit crazy. This is both tactical and strategic prophylaxis against playing b3. This would now be a quick checkmate. This has not happened. This is just a sign of the danger for black, but also setting up some potential tactical tricks of taking the pawn and jumping in with the queen. Fabi is dominant right now.
And you mentioned his accuracy, and with the mention of accuracy, I want to take us to our Make.com match metrics, and then we'll return to this game to see if Fabi can put the clamp down. But we're going to start with the heart rates, or the accuracy rather. As you mentioned, it's Fabiano who looks real good. Magnus Carlsen, akin to how he'll always approach, still finds a 95-ish percentile, even coming late to the board. But his opponent, Abdusattorov, will slightly eclipse him. It's Keymer right now who is suffering on the board up against Fabiano Caruana. From here to the heart rates, let's see who is feeling the pressure at this World Championship. Nobody except for Abdusattorov hitting the triple digits, and maybe that's because he does feel like he's got good fighting chances and an opportunity to put Magnus off kilter early on in this best-of-4 semifinal day. Right back out to Fabiano Caruana versus Vincent Keymer, though, because we have to see if this one finds its way to a conclusion soon, or how Vincent is going to try and keep himself alive in this game. Just improving that queen there for Fabiano Caruana, bringing it closer into the fight and targeting that H2 pawn, as David is highlighting.
That is just fantastic full board awareness. It looked like everything was gravitating towards the side that the kings sit on, the white king, the target, but no. The white pieces have actually defended quite nicely here, curling up into a ball. So he reminds Vincent that he's also loose on the other flank. Yes, this pawn can move, but that would also just allow the black queen to swoop in and target more pieces. This looks terrible. The white queen can't go back and defend, and she's tied down to defending this pawn instead. Fabi, I think the advantage has grown to decisive proportions.
This has been a masterpiece by Fabi so far, and I think it all comes down to that one move that he played to break up the center, and after that it's been absolutely flawless. It's one of those opening games where it's hard to even point out where Vincent actually went wrong. What was it that caused him so much trouble? Because this is absolutely busted, and you know what? Even if there was a material balance in the position, let's say that white did have a rook somewhere on the right side, just simply the piece play that we're seeing by Fabi, so incredibly strong. Pawns are going to join in the party. There might be an e5, e4 coming in next. We might even see the black bishop reroute itself to another diagonal. And what are white's pieces even doing? The answer is absolutely nothing on the left side.
That's
no counterplay.
The scary thing to me is the fact that the 2 or 3 tiny question mark moves that the computer gave to Vincent throughout the game so far are moves that the experts here in the studio say, those feel natural.
Yeah, exactly. Human moves.
1 or 2 of them looked forced, but he had to find something special. He had to find those early pawn sacrifices that Peter and Judith were talking about, maybe with a4, just quickly playing on the other side of the board. But unfortunately, he put his pieces on bad squares, and he's been punished. Fabiano, this is so impressive from him. Model game so far from him. And 8 minutes up, Tanya.
I mean, the clock tells you all you need to know about this. And the thing is, when you start a best-of-4 match in this fashion, not the scoreline of winning the first game, but the dominant way in which you do it, the quality of play that you have, it leaves a very big imprint on your opponent going ahead in the match. I wonder, what is Vincent's mindset right now? Does he want to continue the fight, or do you think he's just going to be like, this has gone completely out of hand, and I'm going to get ready for the next game?
Oof, I think mentally he knows that it's tough, but these top players are such great fighters. He will battle on, try and find a way. Unfortunately, I just don't see a way. Like b3 hitting the black knight, the knight doesn't even have to retreat. You can swoop in, take the pawn, and hit another loose piece. Any exchanges here benefit black. Any transitions, any more pawn gains. Vincent's made a move. It looked like a longer one.
It felt like a knight jump.
Knight jump.
That's exactly right.
Stops the attack for now.
and making a move more out of necessity of time than anything, it feels like.
Yeah, already it's tempting to look at moves like a rook sacrifice and the queen jumping in. Doesn't quite work yet, but it feels like something's about to fall. That being said, he stopped the immediate threat. I think that was just a forced move in practical terms. You couldn't let the kingside drop as well.
Going back to some principles, trying to improve the worst piece in my position. I'm looking at my rook that's still sitting on the 8th rank, but I don't see great ways to get it further into the game. Things seem fairly blocked up.
For now, yeah. I mean, maybe the rook comes this way and you open up one side of the board. At some point you want to prepare some central breaks, especially because white's so passive. Tanya mentioned e5, that's no longer possible now because of knight takes pawn, but that type of idea, maybe you could prepare it by just cementing your pawn and then starting to push in the center. He's got so many choices for Fabi.
What if I go crazy and break on d4 right now?
Wow. Oh, that...
Right, because I've got queen and rook lined up, as well as my dark squared bishop.
Very cool move.
And let's just show this on the board while Fabiano thinks. We'll watch his hand movements, just in case he moves. This is quite a forceful move as well. The e-pawn has to stay defending its knight. The queen is hitting it. So you have to take with this pawn, meaning that the defender of the white king is lured away, and now the queen can swoop in. That's a checkmate in one threat. Another nasty check, and if those are guarded against, the black knight or black queen, if you want to simplify, could take this pawn in the center. Very least you hit the rook, hit the pawn. That's a Fabiano type of variation, right, Tanya? So forcing, easy, well, straightforward to calculate. Just seeing it, getting it on the radar is maybe the hardest thing.
I love it. I love this move. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. And it just, it feels like the time is ripe for this. You know, all your pieces are well placed. You pointed out the d8 rook. It also kind of opens up that line. It's time to break open. It's time to cash in now. The only thing that I would want to calculate or look at with d4 is what happens if the white knight jumps forward, hitting the queen. You do leave some squares behind, and if you can find a good response to that, if Vincent can find a good response to knight e4, I won't be surprised if we see this move on the board.
That would be the question. Most likely the black queen would step to maybe this diagonal, threaten that checkmate again with... yeah, so many threats, pawn to b3, and the game gets more complicated, but looks like the sacrifices, feels like there's a breakthrough. Yeah. Fabiano on the brink of victory.
All right, well, we have been locked in on this matchup, and for good reason, because Caruana has Vincent Keymer on the ropes. But lucky for us, we've got our two legends at themake.com, a deep dive desk, standing by and keeping an eagle eye on Magnus Carlsen versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So we're going to Judith and Peter now. What do you have for us?
Well, there was a lot of interesting thoughts and the incredible move g5 by Fabiano in that game against Vincent. But in the meantime, there are a lot of excitement going on between Abdusattorov and Carlsen, because Abdusattorov was doing a great opening, great middle game, and it seems like that he had the upper hand and the advantage. But maybe Magnus is escaping. Peter, let's show on the board how it was developed.
Yes, exactly. That just starts from the critical moment. It looks like in this position, white has the upper hand. White has also beautifully played the move bishop h4, lining up, creating a pin against the bishop, maintaining the structure. But now we see how masterfully Magnus reacts to it. Activates the rook with rook a6. And here, Nodirbek made a big mistake, allowing Magnus to jump out and create counterplay. Judith was whispering in my ear that the rook moves, and exactly at that moment, Nodirbek played the move rook e1, and Judith told me, no, not to e1, to g1. And Judith was spot on, because actually white had to make sure to be ready against the break with g6, g5. That was the whole essence of the position. And white would have maintained a better position. But after the move rook e1, Magnus immediately used the chance to break with g5. And now white has a dilemma, because white knew that he was putting pressure. So when is the moment that you want to shut the game down? It seems like after g5 with e takes f6, he could have traded down after bishop f6, bishop takes g5, bishop takes g5, fg, queen g5, leading very much to a dry equalish position, king b2, rook h6, and probably Queen G3, the game would have ended in a draw. But instead of this, clearly Nodiebek being a big fighter, he opted for the f-take G5 choice. And now we are getting this unbalance, FG, FG, Bishop F2, and the masterfully played, and Magnus had sensed it, that this E6 square will be vital, and he immediately reacted with Knight F8, so he had foreseen, anticipated this whole sequence of moves. Let's not forget that Knight started the journey from C8, it was moving to B6 to D7 in order to be ready to jump on F8, and after Bishop E3, Knight E6, Rook F1, C5, this is the current position. I believe that Magnus is down to 3 minutes, but he has created counterplay, all to play for.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that it's not only happening in the last few moves that Black broke out with G5, regrouped it, optimized his knight from D7 all the way to E6 to have the blockade, but also immediately Magnus says, okay, I'm breaking out, C5, D4. And it's for 3 results, and 5 moves ago it was definitely Nodiebek who was pressing Magnus in this game.
Yes, psychologically I think Magnus has the upper hand. Let's also highlight that White's king position is still in the starting formation. Clearly the good news is that White just needs to castle, yeah, move that rook from A1 to D1, the king moves to C1. But when will he have that time? It's not a given that he will have this time comfortably, or he might just try to make a move like king B2. In any case, I would prefer to be black here.
Well, this is our verdict here, that we prefer to play from Magnus's side. Just in the last few minutes, it turned out that way, so it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Judith and Peter. It always seems the Magnus finesse comes out to play, and just like that, we've got our legends wishing to play from Black's position. We'll return to our semi-final bouts in just a moment, but I do want to check in on our women's exhibition match between Bibisara Asabayeva and Alexandra Kosteniuk. As we arrive, you'll see relative equality on the eval bar, but it's our first time to this board, David, so I'll let you decide where we kick it off from. How far back do you want to travel?
Yeah, this is the live position. It looks like a long-term big advantage for White, mainly due to a protected pass pawn in the center that might be marching in any endgame. There's also a backward pawn to stare at. White has the bishop pair, especially the unchallenged light squared bishop. They all give Bibisara a big advantage. Maybe she can now just whip off a pawn, although that's a very strong dynamic move from Kosteniuk, jumping in with her knight. I'll just highlight one big moment earlier where if we trace it back to this moment, Black was actually doing pretty decently, but bringing out the queen, threatening checkmate, seemed to be the wrong direction. It looked like a decent idea, knight to b3, pawn to a5. She's all in here, Kosteniuk, on the white king. But this key move, we've already talked about it. We haven't seen it that much, but castling the longest possible castles in freestyle chess all the way to the other side of the board. Suddenly the black queen, the black knight, you ask them what they're actually doing. Taking this pawn would actually backfire, as the white rooks would now come into the game with big targets on the b file. And she never really recovered from this, the shock of the white king castling. We'll catch up, though, to the live position. White with the extra pawn now. Tanya, do you see any hopes of a fight back? I see the eval bar has actually dropped, despite the fact that White's turned the advantage into something more tangible.
It's the extra pawn. You've got the bishop pair, and I don't know how winning it is, but it's definitely a Bibisara who's on the push here. There's work to be done, because as you can see, the black pieces are also jumping around now with the double attack. There's d3 weak, there's the a2 pawn that's tender, and with knights, you know, you have to be really careful. They're extremely tricky. So with that bishop on b6, eye-lining the diagonal that it's on, you know, just waiting for that pawn to get out of the way. Maybe the other knight is heading towards e3. The queen steps on the side. I do feel that Kosteniuk has tricks, but I'm taking white here. Just the extra material. Now if you were to take knight takes pawn, well, the extra material doesn't remain anymore, and I'm just wondering what's the refutation there?
Yeah,
what am I walking into?
Maybe there isn't a refutation. I think she should try and balance out the material. The reason the red cross appeared a moment ago for everyone at home is because the computer much preferred just planting a knight into e3 and saying, okay, the game goes on, pretend you're not a pawn down, but okay, the knight has instead traveled all the way to the other edge, has regained the pawn.
But apparently not a good move, David. And I'm just wondering, how does White build the attack? You've got the bishop pair, and you've sort of made the knight completely offside, right? That's the advantage. There's nothing coming to e3 anymore, so you have a couple of moves, and Bibisara's taken a decision. I just saw the hand movement there.
She's moved that rook, surely. Where has she put it? Where has she planted that rook? Okay, she's put it in the corner. The knight has gone back.
She's going to plant her own knight to c4 now.
Very strong piece. Now this knight not only sits pretty on an outpost, but also guards any e3 infiltrations. It's, again, full control for Bibisara, although most of the pieces still on the board. Anything could happen.
Exactly. So with still lots in play here, I'm going to take us back to Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keymer, because the last we left it felt like Fabiano had Vincent against the ropes, fighting for his life. And while that still generally appears to be the case, I will note the clocks have almost equalized in this moment. So Fabi's really starting to slow things down, make sure that he's doing the proper due diligence and calculations to put the finishing touches on this one.
Yeah, Fabi will be frustrated. He will be annoyed at himself that he hasn't maybe won more material or hasn't been able to keep some of his more active pieces. He now drops back his queen. That was a sneaky checkmate threat, quickly guarded against. But the bar is slightly rising, back in White's favor. I don't like the fact that a few moves ago he played the move pawn to h6. He traded off White's weak pawn. He could have tried to win that pawn instead of trade it. He went out with his bishop, now back with his bishop. He's lost a bit of time, and the knight on c4 that was so strong has been traded off.
I was just about to say, I mean, where did that beautiful piece even go? Maybe just a quick, super quick action replay, because it just feels like White's the one that's made all the progress over the last few moves.
Yeah, Fabi will be kicking himself if he doesn't win this game. A few moments ago, for missing the move pawn to d4, we showed that. The computer points out how strong it is, blowing open the center while White isn't ready. Instead, he traded off pawns, pawn to h6, and after some exchanges, he was trying to hit this knight, which was backed up by its fellow knight. Rook to g8 feels like a step in the wrong direction. Still, maybe some d4 pawn breaks, bang, blow open the center, but he brought his rook across. Feels like the wrong side of the board. Yes, he wants to get that rook active, but easily defended now, this pawn. And the real question mark move appeared. Knight to e5, trading off his best piece. That feels like a step in the wrong direction. And to catch up, we saw a knight exchange, the queen sliding. Not quite accurate play from either side, but Vincent has stabilized. And there we go. He's getting active for the first time in this game.
I mean, I'm still liking the extra exchange. You know, yes, it felt like a lot more for Vincent last time we checked in. You're pointing out the ideas coming in with rook to f1, attacking on f7. This is maybe the best position that Vincent has had in a very long time.
Exactly. Feels like you've been suffocating for the last 20 minutes, and for the first time, you've been able to take a breath.
Yes. But I still think that Fabi gets this done. Up in exchange, you could kick the queen out.
I'm going to say differently. I think momentum has turned so drastically that Vincent might save this.
Ooh.
Maybe.
Wow.
Maybe more. Maybe more. You never know. If he ever gets this pawn.
Knight coming into e5 as well.
Coming into e5. I've seen Fabi panic. He's maybe one of the players at the top who needs that time, not just to calculate, but also because he loves control. And I don't know, when things turn, he tends to panic a little bit. At least against the likes of Magnus. Will he panic here? There was a checkmate threat.
Ooh.
Vincent guarded against it by moving his king away.
And quickly slides away.
But what's the follow-up? Fabi played that really quick. And of course, Vincent was going to spot it. And now, like you said, the clocks. Oof. But I still feel Fabi pulls this through. But what's the move? Queen takes pawn is a big threat on the board. If you play queen d7, that is definitely not what you want to do here. You know, just admit that that was a one-move cheapo coming back. So how are you defending it? Mr. Caruana.
Easy moves for White, that's the difference. Like, White is going to move the king closer towards safety, behind that wall of pawns, nearer the knight, which is a great guardian, great bodyguard. Later on, the white rook's going to slide. Easy moves. I don't see any easy moves for black. The rooks aren't that great. They're staring at well-defended pawns.
It also doesn't feel right to put your rook on g7 to defend that pawn. It's, you know, just tying down your bishop. What is that rook even doing there? Because what you want to do is go bishop e7 and kick that queen out. But once you place your rook on that square, you're never going to be able to do that. Fabi's taken a decision. What is it?
It looks like he's moved his bishop by the hand gesture.
So it is bishop to e7, but he's going to do it without moving the rook.
That gives up a pawn. A big pawn. 2 connected passes now for Vincent.
What is the idea there? Is it just to get the rook in on the open file? The black rook will move. I'm struggling to understand.
Oh, so your idea, if queen f7, rook to f8, and just kick the queen back out. But now at least my rook has a way into the game through that open file.
While Vincent thinks quickly, we'll show it. Queen takes pawn now, the black rook will slide, and wherever the queen goes, maybe it's time to start pushing in the center to finally start mobilizing. We'll see. Vincent has decided.
But bishop e7 is gutsy and brave, and Vincent takes the bait. We have this on the board.
Okay.
He stops e5 for now, David.
Level material, though. So if Fabi doesn't get some kind of attack going, then Vincent's going to survive or more.
Well, with e5 not available, can you get the other pawn moving up? c5, c4, kick that knight out, put pressure on b3, bring your rook to f2.
I love it. c5.
The queen e5. Wouldn't that trade the queens off immediately?
It would, but maybe pawn to c4. He keeps going, allows the trade on black's terms. I think Vincent would love one more move to trade off the queens. But this is it. If Fabi doesn't find something quick here and now, game on.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fabi is now on a clock deficit. And thank you to Chrono24, our official timekeeping partner as well, for keeping apprised of all the time that the players have left to work with. But yeah, this is going to be an uncomfortable position for both players, even though Caruana has to know that he's advantaged in this.
He's done it.
He's gone to c5. That c-pawn. He goes for c5.
He's bringing it on. The thing is, if Fabi doesn't checkmate, if he doesn't blow open the left flank, in fact, Vincent takes over with the connected passers on the other side of the board. So Fabi has to kind of finish the game with a checkmating attack if he can, with getting c4 in as quickly as possible.
Hard to stop. Hard to know exactly how to brace for that move that's about to land. Vincent's going to try and plug the f-file with his knight. He's going to try and block any infiltrations from the black rook. He needs to get his king off this line as soon as possible.
Needs to do too many things.
Give him two moves. If you give him a king slide, maybe a queen exchange as well, he would be loving this. But now both players around the 45-second mark.
And the thing is, even if you went with your knight on the other side, c4 still comes in with ideas on that b3, queen a3, all the infiltrations that you can think of.
I think it's just turned so much now, this last couple of moves. Just as I was saying white was back in it, Fabi found the key idea.
Beautiful. He gave up the g-pawn, and then he gave up the f-pawn. Both beautiful pawn sacrifices.
Pawns are overrated. Everyone knows that. Checkmate ends the game. Come on, c4. Fabi's going to push. Surely consistent with his plan.
You say A, you do B. You go with c5, you go c4. Has to happen. He's reaching out. He's going to do it.
There we go. Looks like c4 on the board. It looked like he was about to push a pawn at least. There we go.
Takes it. Takes it back with his pawn, hitting the knight. You don't have time to capture on b6 either. The queen's opened up.
What to do? Where to go with that knight? No good squares. Rook takes rook. And the black queen's going to be able to capture a pawn on d2. It's fallen apart. I don't think you can hold this anymore.
Yeah, and it's really incredibly done by Fabi. Just when it looked like Vincent was finding his way back, giving up another pawn for all this activity, and then going with that c-pawn forward. And the knight doesn't have any good...
3 seconds. 3
Make
seconds.
a move, he's about to get
The
flagged.
shake of the jacket and the chair there. Vincent not able to find a good response. He will eventually reach for the knight and bring it forward, but...
Come in with your rook. He first trades.
Oh, wow, and he takes a pawn on c4. He made that earlier move with 1 second left on his clock, Vincent Keymer. He's now taken a pawn with his knight. There we go. To hit the black queen, he's still hitting the hanging black rook. Not many good squares for the black queen to use. She will have to defend her bishop a bit later on. Fabi, I think the path is narrowed. He's still winning. He needs to find the right way forward. Which square did he use?
He did make his decision. It's got to be to put pressure on that white knight.
Drops the queen
Does
back
it.
to c7.
Defends his bishop, attacks the knight.
For now, he has to come in with this rook. If the knight is captured, the bishop drops, and only a draw for Fabiano, so he wants more.
Well, he finds a brilliancy.
You know, I just got the feeling that there are a lot of twists and turns ahead still in this game. It's not clear. This is not over yet.
Well, yeah, now there are just options to start checking the enemy king.
Well, the
I
king...
feel like that's a resource we need.
But there's safety on a7, right?
True. And that's where we would expect the king to go.
Okay, apparently the wrong choice of square. Checking in the corner might have been better, just so the white queen could have come back into the center. H8, D4.
Is he just trying to pick up this pawn? Is that all it is?
Looks that way. His bishop was doomed. Both minor pieces were hit.
And he's protecting his knight now in the process. Maybe that was the whole idea.
As bishop drops, it's now rook for 4 pawns. The material balance.
That's a crazy dynamic. And both playing on seconds on the clock. Still a game for 3 results. But a whole rook, that knight on c4 beautifully defending the white king as well.
Shake of the head, though, from Vincent. He knows that unless he catches Fabi in a fork, with some loose pieces, he's destined to lose this game, surely. The white pawns just can't march forward. They're so... they're just nowhere near promotion.
And the queens come off the board. If there's an exchange, that's got to be winning for black as well.
Double attack here, though, hitting the rook and the bishop. The rook will slide out of the way, threatens the pawn.
What to do, how to break formation. The white knight can't move. The black bishop could take on e3. There's a pin on the second rank. The h-pawn dropping, he goes back to defend. I mean, now there's checks, there's multi-purpose moves, there's double attacks. Loose.
You saw Vincent's father there just a moment ago, watching his son locked in battle here against Fabiano Caruana.
He attacks the a4 pawn, Fabi does. He's also eyeing the d2 pawn, making sure the knight on c4 can't move.
Great move there, hitting a4, and Vincent's making every move with seconds left now.
Oh, and you can feel, just look at him, shake of his head, moves around.
He made that move with exactly 1 second again on his clock.
Goodness.
Where's the breakthrough?
Yeah, Fabi still has to find it.
Maybe he's just going to go b5 and just open all of the queen side up. Just bring it on. Fabi, I think he moved his queen.
Yeah, coming into the center would be the most logical. What's he played? Oh, queen exchange offered. Great practical decision, at least asking a different question. I think Vincent's king wasn't going to survive this. He wants the queens off.
Fabi says no.
Fabi wants them on.
I'm going to hold on to it.
He does, because he wants to create attacking chances against the white king.
Oh, Vincent finally pushing pawns. Oh, look at the nerves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you roll this game back 15 moves, and I'm surprised we're even here, right? And I think to a degree, Vincent is a little surprised that he's, you know, still kicking for life.
But huge threat. He wants to go rook to a1, all the way to the other side. And he's looking at white's king getting checkmated.
Oh, rook to a1 looks like a very tempting move here. Fabi's first going to save his bishop. Very logical. But this isn't so clear anymore. The white pawns are starting to mobilize, starting to march. The white
back with the bishop, David.
White king still safe for now.
And the nerves that you've got to be feeling if you're Fabi. And did you see that? Vincent just willing himself to fight on. He says, my knight's coming to b5. I've got my chances now.
I would be nervous if I were Fabi. Somehow he's coming in with his queen. Can't quite find the blow.
But there's an opening now.
The bar's back to level. Apparently there's a perpetual check on the cards. You have to start with the right move order. He pushes his pawns. He should have gone for the black king. The white queen could have gone from behind. And knight checks in the air.
A missed opportunity there for Vincent. He didn't find it with mere seconds on his clock. The avenue to a draw.
And now there's a queen a2 checkmate coming in. How do you fight it? You can give a check with your own knight, but the black king hides on a6. He comes back as a defense.
Oh, but now the white king's going to get checked out of that corner. Do you step into the center? Do you bravely walk into the middle of the board, or do you step back? He goes back. The queen is hit. That white queen, can it keep protecting its knight?
He's going to come back all the way to d3 to stay connected. It's still not over because all the pawns are intact.
It's hanging by a thread, though. The white queen's so overworked. She's defending her knight. She's defending her pawn. There's a pin along the second rank. Fabi, just gets his rook behind the pawn. He's going to grab on the g6 square. Next move.
Oh, yeah. That's a very professional move right there. Just get rid of that pawn. And there's no way to defend it.
Oh, that one opportunity came out of nowhere. But Vincent's missed it, and the hand's shaking as he makes his moves now. The pawn does drop. It's only 3 pawns for the rook. Queen exchange, not enough anymore. Or is it? He gets those queens off.
Yeah, the h-pawn also is about to fall. It's hard to imagine holding on to that one with the king and the knight completely offside. And now Fabi's going to convert this in the endgame.
Yeah, looks like a calm has kind of fallen over Fabiano now in what was a game that started to feel like it was slipping away. He will grab it back.
Yeah, and I'm still wondering in my head, David, maybe later you can show, or perhaps we'll have the Legends deep dive. What was that moment, that one opportunity to escape, to have that Houdini escape that Vincent did and wasn't able to find it?
Yeah, one of us, for sure, will show that missed opportunity, but Fabiano, in general, has been on top, and it looks like he's going to bring the game to its logical conclusion. Might still go on a while. Vincent will build what looks almost like a fortress, with a knight on the b5 square defending a few pawns. Maybe he'll connect those pawns, and the breakthrough will take a while. But once Black's bishop, rook, and king team up, it should just be too many pieces.
Rook for 2 pawns just cannot be enough to save the game. That's just against any chess principle that I've ever learned.
Even the strongest knight, even the strongest pawns, not enough here. Vincent, he's just going to try and sit in this exact formation and hope to hold.
And Fabi will have to find a way to provoke more pawn moves to get more inroads for his own king. But it's incredible the fight that Vincent has put on, dead lost after move 11. And here we are, almost creating his opportunity in that one moment.
Yeah, that white knight just can't move, though. I think that's the issue. You will get zugzwanged eventually. The black rook can sometimes take that knight to create an outside pass pawn for black. The A pawn will promote on a dark square, same color as the bishop. He's run out of moves, run out of hope here, unfortunately. The black rook is going behind too many threats.
Yeah, it feels like the only option is a king shuffle, but like you say, you're just giving time for Fabi to continue to improve and provoke. So he goes a different way. He's going to bring his c pawn forward.
But the fortress is broken. The more you march forward, the looser and weaker your pawns become. They'll never cross over to the 8th rank. Black's rook and bishop will mind that. The black bishop now has a beautiful outpost to use if it wants. First to check, to drive back the white king. Yeah, this is unfortunately just over for Vincent Keymer.
But it's just the incredible mindset, you know, to sort of fight your own voice telling you to sort of throw in the towel, to resign, but just keep the fight going, create your chances. The resilience has been incredible by Vincent to keep this game going.
This is going to be a nervy match. It's going to be a close one, no matter what. Fabi takes the lead, but still 3 more games to go.
Right, he puts his rook behind the pawn, making sure the D pawn stays true to defense here. And what's the path to progress now? Where do you want the black king will be the first question you need to ask yourself.
It's a long journey. yeah, so David's highlighting it.
Do you have all the time in the world, you know, if you're Fabi in this one, because white just doesn't have enough pieces.
And the white knight just can't move without getting traded off. The white pawns are frozen as well. Can't much forward, so it's going to be slow but steady progress.
I mean, so Fabiano will obviously be happy to get the win, but I would venture to guess he won't be happy with how the win materialized necessarily. That it could have been a little cleaner than this.
Yeah, I think if this were a longer tournament, he'd be a bit annoyed at himself. The killer instinct not there, but the fact it is a match, the fact he got the job done, the fact that he did torture Vincent for longer. Actually, maybe it's not all downsides. Sometimes it's nice to get a longer game in to feel fresh at the beginning of a day.
You calling Fabi a sadist? What is going on here?
Chess players are all sadists at heart.
There were moments, of Fabi getting nervy for sure in this game, and that was quite a shocker to see happen. But I would agree, just getting the job done is the most important thing.
And there it is. Yeah, he's going to follow that pathway for the king.
Yes, the king comes closer and closer.
Yeah, and then those pawns will drop.
White king is just stuck, no moves. Knight comes back.
He's going to check back that white king first, cut it off, and then continue the journey. It's nice to put the king and rook on opposite color squares, at least. I would always want to put a rook on a dark square, king on a light square, or vice versa, because then they can't get forked by a knight.
Gives a check, driving the white king back, as you predicted, and only then going to improve the position of his own king.
Yeah, poor Vincent, you fight so hard, you feel like you earn it back. You have one shot, you miss it.
Not an easy shot to fire, though. That one with just seconds on the clock.
Oh, my goodness.
It was not obvious at all.
I just hope nobody tells him mid-game or after game, mid-match, I mean, that he did have a chance to save it. Sometimes it's better not to know.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll also point out, you know, that what we just saw, it almost feels like that's Vincent getting ready for game 2 here. You know, Fabi was ahead the entire game.
Yeah.
And I have to say he deserves to win this round 1.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. But again, for Vincent, he's put up a tremendous fight in this. It's going to be an exhausting fight in game one, and for it to end in a loss is going to hurt quite a bit. That's the nature of chess. It's also a best of 4, though. Still 3 more chances for him to equalize.
Used to win with the black pieces as well as the king keeps marching on. Now the white king trapped.
Yeah, there's Zugzwang. The knight had to stay defending its pawns. The pawns have to defend each other. So the white pawn stepped forward to the c5 square, and Fabi just waiting. As soon as the white king steps back, gives way, the black king will happily slide. And yeah, everything's collapsing now. The black bishop has 3 pawns to eat up on the dark squares here. I think this might be the moment. The end of the game.
He's letting the clock tick down.
There's nothing to be done. Can't move any of the pawns. Have to give leeway. He does. He does do a last-ditch attempt. Pushes the d pawn, giving up one of the 3.
Which one to take? Both of them look very, very tasty here for the black pieces. And still too far for the white pawns. One of them will try to promote, but they will be easily stopped. Fabi takes the one with his rook.
Vincent not even looking at the board now. Goes c6, you could pick up the pawn. Fabi goes the other way.
Somewhat intriguing that Vincent is still playing this.
It's also calming your nerves, right?
Yeah.
Even though if in your head you're getting ready, you just want this to go on a little bit longer, you're accepting everything that's happened and getting sort of mentally ready for the next game. A win with the black pieces is big in game 1. Fabi gets the next to white, and there we have it. He takes the lead.
Well, Fabiano Caruana, the only one of our finalists, who will get a decisive victory in game 1 of the day over Vincent Keymer. 1-0 is the scoreline here with 3 games to play. Magnus Carlsen, Nurderbeck Abdusatorov, they will have split half a point apiece, a draw in their game. Nothing, not too many fireworks over on that board once we got through the mid-game, and Magnus had begun to finesse an equalization. From there, they liquidated pieces, and it ended up in a rook and pawn endgame. It goes to a draw. Vincent immediately in discussions with his father.
I think that was the moment. I think his dad, if I had to guess, speculate, it felt like with Vincent's expression, he was shocked that there was this, he's like, what? It's impossible to see that.
Well, but a smile on the face afterwards, so perhaps in good spirits and able to shake that off in the end. But it was perhaps a critical moment. That will come back, a missed opportunity that he'll come back to if he is not able to undo Fabiano Caruana in our coming 3 games.
Yeah, he knows there's still plenty of time ahead. He's been in this situation before. Vincent Keymer, there was a smile on his face for a second. Yeah, I think the rest of the match is going to be equally close there. And he knows that the opening just went a bit wrong. If he can change that, course correct, and he's still got his fair share of chances in this match.
You can't feel that bad about missing that one opportunity. I still have a feeling that the dad did just inform him that, you know, you could have escaped right there, Vincent. That caused him to smile, and we see Hans Niemann walking around as well. Wow. Vincent has to win now.
And well, as we reflected on Vincent and Fabiano's game there, our final board did conclude in a draw. Arjun Erigaisi versus Javakir Sindarov in our lower bracket. So with all matches concluded, we can relive some of the highs and lows with our highlights across all 5 boards. Of course, most of the focus rightfully on our semifinals. Magnus Carlsen and Nurderbeck Abdusatorov, they've had a bit longer of a break as theirs finished a bit earlier on in a draw. On the other side of the semi-final bracket, though, it was Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keymer. Fabiano gets himself a solid early advantage, perhaps let some of it slip, but in the end would get it over the line. Arjun Erigaisi, Javakir Sindarov, they are going to split half a point apiece as well.
Yeah, really nice round there. It felt like a good start to the day. We didn't cover the 5th to 8th place games so much, but it was definitely the drama on that board between Fabiano and Vincent that will be the talking point of the first game of the day.
Fantastic game by Fabi all around. You know, it was impressive to watch, and I think sacrificing the G pawn, sacrificing the F pawn just when it looked like Vincent was finding his way back, incredibly finished off as well at the end. Deserved win right there.
A very deserved win, and it's going to set the pace and the tone for the rest of the day, right? You get that early victory. Now it's about how does Fabiano kind of change his approach to games. At this point, you could split half a point apiece and play a more stable approach for the remainder of the day and still come out on top.
And Fabiano will get 2 whites in a row now which means he's probably a big favorite, but we will see. We will see. Having the white piece is not always a blessing, as we saw there from Vincent's last play. And yeah, we'll talk about the other semi-final, which was very, very closely matched.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in just a bit. But you were the one who was requesting if we could have our legends go over that, that one opening that Vincent had to possibly come away with a draw. So I'm going to hand things over to Judah Polgar and Peter Lecko, who are standing by. What do you have for us? What was that critical move that Vincent missed?
Everybody is excited about that critical moment. What was going on? Well, it was such an exciting game. Of course, it was not easy to sit next to Peter during this game because we're analyzing very closely how it was developed. Of course, as we've seen in the beginning, the opening did not went the way Vincent was hoping for, and G5 was a powerful move, though there were some real incredible ideas for white. But we want to focus exactly on that specific moment because how incredible it is, how resourceful Vincent was. And you should never give up. This is also another example of that while Fabi played it so well, and he was pushing and increasing the pressure and the material advantage, still, we will show you some magic lines. Peter?
Absolutely, yeah, and it's very important that we highlight how we got to that magic moment, because when we follow things with a computer, then a blunder comes out of the blue, but no, actually when we step back just 2 moves before, then we understand what's happening, because here suddenly white Vincent pushed the move d4, and after bishop b6, knight a3, we could feel that there was something in the air, because suddenly white's knight is threatening to jump to b5 with a check, creating threats. The knight on a3 is also beautifully protecting back against the b1 square, against any rook b1 ideas, which is also covered by the queen. And suddenly Fabi panicked. Both players were done on time, and he played the impulsive move queen g2, which gets a question mark by the computer. And here is another very important moment, that if the correct move would have been knight b5 check, then Vincent would have found the correct way. But knight b5 check, king a6, queen c8, which is the most natural way to try to get to black's king with queen a8 check, runs into rook b1 check, and after king c4, queen a2 check, actually delivers checkmate after king d3, rook b1, rook d1 check, king e4, queen g2 check, and there is just no way to hide, because you cannot go to f5 due to queen takes h3 check, and white will lose the game after king e5, queen takes g5, and it's a matter of time when you resign. So it was not so simple. That was the reason also why Vincent missed the golden opportunity, because you had to start with a quiet little move, not to give a check, and keep your king in danger with the stunning move queen c8. Now we know already that knight b5 check, king a6, queen a8, checkmate is a devastating threat, so black has to react. And thanks to this lovely knight on a3, we are covering the b1 square, so there is no direct rook b1 check. So what does black do? In fact, it seems like queen d5 check is the best move. Yeah, black could potentially play king a6, but this would have never ever happened in the game, because black is giving up on even trying to win the game. That makes no sense. White can just repeat moves with queen c4 and even maybe play on. So clearly queen d5 check would have been the start of the magic line. So then white pushes c4. Once again, knight b5 check followed by queen a8 checkmate is a big threat, so that's why black has to fall back with the queen to d8. Now comes knight b5 check, king a6, the critical position. Now if you look at this position, and if Vincent would have reached here, he would have been in heaven, because here you already know that this is kind of looking promising for white. Black's queen was pushed back, suddenly white's king is in a safe spot, and you have to spot the quiet little move queen e6, but it's not difficult, because you don't want to trade the queens. And you are also setting up this pin, threatening c5. And all of a sudden it turns out that black is the one who has to find some incredible ideas to save this position. And Judith, we have been analyzing, we were stunned. I'll let you show this incredible line that we have found.
Well, we have to be very fast, so I show you queen f8 from black side. Queen b4 is a threat, so c5, of course. And probably the other part of our commentary team, they see already the magic. So black has to save it. Rook b1 check, king a2.
Or c2.
Yeah. And now we have to give up everything. Queen f2 check, king b1. And Queen B2 giving up. And it's a stalemate after King B2. So it's quite a road from a completely winning position to see this with black, right? So there are quite some amazing lines, and it would have been amazing if Vincent could be saving the game, but it did not happen, but he's very resourceful. Let's see the next round, how it will unfold, and the match will be exciting. Back to you, James.
Thank you so much, Judith and Peter. Yeah, the road unfound by Vincent Keymer. It would have been spectacular. It was not to be. Let's check in with the results first through one round of the day in our semifinal and second day of the 2026 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. We'll start in the upper bracket, where Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusattorov split their first round half a point apiece, and it was Fabiano Caruana who would get it over the line against Vincent Keymer. He now has a 1-point lead over his opponent. From there to the lower bracket, and we'll see the same results mirrored. It's Hans Niemann who undoes Levon Aronian, proving his pick against Levon here in the first game of the day. Arjun Erigaisi and Javokir Sindarov, they have ended in a draw in their game as well. This turns our attention to the second round of the day, where you already mentioned, David, the fact that all the players who played white will now play black twice in a row before going back to the white side. Of course, it's freestyle chess, so the position is yet to be drawn, and we don't really know how to evaluate the position itself. But if you are in someone like Vincent Keymer's shoes, how do you steady yourself, steady your mind? Is it just reminding yourself that your opponent won from black, so you're very much capable of doing the same thing?
Exactly. You just thank the chess gods that it is freestyle rather than classical chess, where the opponent might be able to lock it down. Yeah, I mean, it's a cliche, but you've got to take it move by move. You just got to see what position you get, first of all, survive the opening, and take it from there. The likes of Magnus, though, psychologically, he loves having the advantage of the white pieces. He, especially, I mean, across all types of chess, but especially in these knockouts, he loves having white, applying pressure, and leading from the front.
So this is where we would expect Magnus to maybe start pushing the pace in his matchup against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, currently tied through one round. I know we've got a lot of chess ahead of us, so we're going to dive right back into the playing hall, where Fiona is standing by for the position lottery of round 2 of the day. Enjoy.
The future belongs to those who make it happen. That's why we built Make, a visual-first AI and automation platform for change makers. It's never been quicker to start building, visually and without code, to automate everyday tasks and free your time and energy for bigger, better things. As your ambitions grow, you can accelerate progress with AI agents to create customized and agentic workflows, ones that handle complex, business-critical tasks while keeping you in control. And for leaders scaling business, you can see your entire AI and automation landscape in real time to orchestrate change and show progress in motion. Make automation and AI put to work for business, for teams, for you. Make it happen at make.com.
Welcome back. Game 1 is over. In the semifinals, we saw a draw between Carlsen and Abdusattorov and a win for Fabiano Caruana against Vincent Keymer. We're ready now to draw the second position. I'm delighted to be joined by Bobur Sattarov, the General Secretary of the Uzbekistan Chess Federation. And Bobur, what has your experience been like in Weissenhaus so far?
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. And thank you, Mr. Butner, for inviting me. I welcome you to the Chess Olympiad in Samarkand. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you so much. We're all excited to be coming to Uzbekistan later this year. And now let's find out the next position. So the next position is gonna be number 184. To the players, good luck, and to the fans, enjoy.
corner again?
Yeah.
G4. C4. G4. And G4. It's a little loose.
G4. Wow.
Nothing is happening.
So D4, D5, C4.
But I think with this knights it should be natural.
C3.
Upgrade.
No, C4. Because D3, bishop C3.
Maybe you can play D6. Bishop C6. Let me kill this bishop. I mean, it's temporarily.
No, bishop before D3.
Bishop B4. But why don't we play C5 here?
Black comes to knight on A4, but C4, knight B6.
I cannot play knight E3. Bishop B4. Maybe.
Doesn't look good, yeah? Knight on A4. Yeah.
But okay, D4 is like a strange one.
Okay, C4 is natural.
C4 is most natural.
Yeah. Are you allowed to help the opponent to your girlfriend?
No, okay.
It's not clear. It's helpful.
I'm thinking about myself, yeah.
And so okay.
The queen is again at the corner, right?
And wait,
what about C4, C5, G4? Yeah, I mean, like,
D4, C5,
maybe so
D5
stupid,
is not
but
good.
like some attack.
D4,
like,
C5, D5. The knight will not get stuck on D8. C4, yeah.
D4, C5, D5, C4.
C4.
No.
G3.
I like this D4 stuff.
No?
I don't like.
Maybe white is better there because we just play C3, E4, we take the center, we
Yeah,
then goes to C2.
maybe, but I don't think so. Also, like because I mean they are also pushing very fast. Yeah.
How exactly?
Yes, Benoni some stuff like B5, knight B6, C6. Like, it comes very fast. I mean castle. Like,
Will I play G3? E4, knight E3.
no, очень опасно.
It's kind of stuck.
I mean, yeah, B5, knight B7, knight C5, like comes
In the
very
line that
fast.
we analyze, did
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
C5, B5, bishop
Okay,
C4?
okay, okay.
Это страшно.
Bishop B4. But then what happens afterwards?
Я играю, чувак, кто играет в Benoni, это просто радость на всю жизнь. I mean, C4, C5, G4. I really like that if we like have some attack. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe this is okay. So G5, let's say.
I mean, H4,
H6.
H6.
This is probably correct for white.
No, yeah, 93, 95, like we have. I mean, 93,
Bishop
H6. Yeah.
H7.
Bishop H7,
Wait, by the way,
yeah.
can we just attack like bishop B4 and then D3 and bishop C3?
Wow.
Actually, I have an idea.
Wait, how?
Yeah, knight is coming. This is coming G6. G6? Yeah, knight B3.
Bishop A4.
Knight B6 is good for black. This guy is coming also.
Castle. Yes, you're castling quickly.
Yes. This is super dangerous game.
H5 or even. What was the idea? Queen E4 to H4.
Yeah.
I think it's better.
Why not? Yeah, it looks nice. Put the bishop on E4, play D3, bishop C3.
Yeah.
But it's his move, no? Isn't he faster somehow?
I mean, if they play this stuff.
Nice pass there.
Could also have played
Yeah,
bishop E4 first.
I don't know, D6, bishop C6. Isn't it just slightly better for black?
I mean, the moment we drive things back with E3,
F4, yeah.
F4, you're just much worse.
If we play knight C4, bishop.
I mean, here I can take on B2, yeah.
Take B2, I mean, takes D4.
No, first maybe I will play this and take some B2.
We threaten you, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
Did black have to G5?
Yeah, I think.
So H4, H5. Let's see his position. Because okay, H6 is better for white for sure. So H5 is good. So HG rook G is. HG rook G.
Yeah, I thought HG.
Ah, you can do this. Can't just take
Now you want to check.
And we're back for round number 2 here at the 2026 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. It will be position 184 as the landscape battle for this second round of the day. A bit more consensus when it comes to our heat map, but I wonder if there is consensus between the players when it comes to the way that they want to approach the game. And I will turn to our legends over at the Deep Dive Desk, Judah Polgar and Peter Lecko, to determine whether or not these players have reached any kind of a consensus on how they want to approach the match. Over to you.
Well, at first I think it was Levon who was saying, what about this D8 knight? And they started to look D4 with the idea, I guess, to play D5 at some point and block the possibilities for the D8 knight. But then quickly they switched to C4. Also, I see on the board with discussion G4, H4. So what do you think should be the verdict, Peter?
Well, the final verdict we don't know, but I do feel like the players are discussing very interesting lines. For example, the move C4 is tempting. We have seen Fabiano and the other players discussing C4, C5, and then G4 appeared, a very typical move, opening up the queen. And as always, the big question, what happens if black keeps the symmetry? And I believe the move G5 appeared on the board by the players. And then after H4, which is so typical, we already know this idea, whoever followed our broadcast throughout the tour last year, we know this idea, G4, G5, H4 with the queen on the corner, and then the move that automatically the players mentioned, H6, would be a big mistake according to computer, due to some incredible rook lift with rook c3, which we have never ever seen, and that's why it's very tricky kind of to rely on something that, I think I know something, because every position is specific. And for example, up to this rook lift to h3, computer is already giving white a clear advantage, +1 point something. So black has to be very careful. The big question is, will white play the move g4, because the same idea like with g3 also is in the card, just to open up the queen, potentially also lining up on the long diagonal with bishop e4, because there is this unprotected b7 pawn, unprotected in a sense if white attacks it with the bishop and the queen, then the knight alone will not be able to guard it. Judith, what do you make of this?
Well, it's very interesting what you're saying, and I want to refer a bit between Kostyanyuk and Bibisara's game, that when we've seen it in the middle game, it was interesting that their game was very much like a classical chess game. The pieces were very much standing that way. But these guys have already huge experience, and they understand that you don't want to regroup your pieces as in classical game. From b1, the bishop might be going to e4 and g2. We have to castle short. We have to be very classical on that. No, they really want to make sure that they make the how to benefit of these awkward pieces, which are standing all over where it's unexpected. I like very much the move c4, c5, g4, but I'm a g4 fan myself. But I really liked, and it's something very new which came up and you showed now, to bring up after h4, rook c3, rook h3 so early in this game. And I think we didn't see anything like that in their analysis either this time. So you came up with your own ideas here, and we are just about seeing the players going back to their seats. So James, take it away.
Off we go. Thank you so much again to Judah Polgar and Peter Lecko for all of their insights ahead of our second round of the day. You can see Fabiano Caruana, Vincent Keymer already in their chairs. It's Fabiano who undid Vincent in the first round of the day. So now it's Keymer trying to strike back from the black side of the board. Of course, our other featured table, sports, and Nurmagomedov Satorov, Magnus Carlsen locked in battle, half a point apiece. We'll see who can come out on top in that one as well.
And here we go, handshakes, we are off. Fabiano, of course, he would love to increase his lead, get ever closer to that final. He starts with pawn to g4. Judith will be happy about her move being played there, and that's very logical. The white queen activated, the white rook activated. Kings, though, is the big question. The kings, will they ever find safety now on that right flank?
I absolutely love this start by Fabi. I mean, you're up in the match, you know, he's not thinking about any cautious approach by making a c4, d4 move, which feels like so much more normal in this position, but goes for a very direct one. g4 to start off with. It was the g-pawn that was, we were considering it a contender for move of the day in his previous game. You know, the whole idea that was highlighted by Peter of the rook lift, transferring it all the way to the H-line, maybe with the arrows you could just show it. I would be amazed to see it. I mean, that's the most freestyle chess idea I've ever seen. And I think the reason why it's so difficult for players to come up with something like that is you just never imagine all your majors clamped up on one flank so early on. But if that was to happen, I think I'm going to take a bow to any player who does that, who finds that. c4, rook c3, h4, rook h3.
Yeah, the players, they do love pawn moves at the beginning, but normally it's the cavalry that comes out next. It's the knights, it's the bishops, the minor pieces. To see a rook maybe be the next one to enter the fray, that would be really spectacular. But Vincent is thinking he doesn't have to try to go for symmetry, of course. He's got a lot of choice.
And if he was to go for that symmetry idea, then you know what we have to do, right? James, again, we've been talking about this. Just break it as quickly as possible, bring the queen out. So that's something to consider as well. The way it would transpose into the lines that we were looking at, and I think Vincent, I like how he always takes his time for the first move, just how important it is if he was to push the pawn in front of the rook on the other side of the board. c5, c4, and then we could potentially see the ideas that were being discussed before the start of the round.
I'd love to see it. I mean, the more I look at the c-pawn push, the more I like it. You know, opening up the bishop as well. You know, if you did end up with that rook lift, then you already have your minor pieces aiding in the major pieces attacking on that right-hand side of the board.
Yeah, it is surprising. I think that's why Vincent has paused so long. I mean, c4 looked like such a natural way to start. Kind of, the white queen can come out in various ways. Why commit? You could push that pawn square, 1 square forward, 2 squares forward. But he's just showing his ambition already, Fabiano.
And we don't need to go there, but I'll just mention to people that Magnus Carlsen opts for the same opening move, g4. It was met with c5 by Noterbeck. So while Vincent continues to think it is Noterbeck who says, yeah, you know what, I'm going to go for it. I like that c-pawn push, and if you're not going to do it, Magnus, I'll be the one to instigate.
But then it's going to be fascinating to see if Magnus finds the idea that we're talking about. And in fact, Fabi does the same. So we've got the same position in both our semifinals.
Yeah, big moment. I thought Vincent, he's the kind of guy who has gone his own way several times throughout the tour, especially in Weissenhaus last year. The players aren't looking around at screens. Okay, mirror image, we're headed in that direction. Will Peter be buying some lottery tickets, predicting the future with this rook lift?
You know, when the players were analyzing, it was Fabi who mentioned the plan of putting the bishop on e4, targeting the b7 pawn, then moving the d pawn 1 step forward and putting the dark squared bishop on c3. And he felt that there was beautiful coordination between the pieces if you're able to achieve that setup.
Okay, so maybe already a peek into the playbook of Fabiano and what he might be going for.
Oh, this is dangerous because there must be a temptation to go for total symmetry. That rook lift, I mean, with some time on the clock, maybe Fabiano will start to realize its strength. If not, you still have to ponder exactly what to do next against the bishop coming out. Sooner or later, Vincent will have to deal with the issue of his queen. If you allow white to continue advancing, that queen's never coming out.
I want to do something a little fun. I want to poll up Magnus and Noterbeck sort of alongside Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana. So both boards at the same time here, because again, they've started to develop in the same way. You can see left-hand side of your screen, Carlsen and Abdusatorov. They're a little bit more advanced in terms of the number of moves played out, but already going for that h4 pawn push as well, which was something that Peter had highlighted when he was going through a bit of his analysis.
Magnus, the space monster, taking space with his pawns, pushing forward, looking very confident, spending noticeably less time than he did in the first game today, where he arrived a bit late and didn't get in on any discussions. So not total symmetry. Abdusatorov just keeping his pawns a bit more constrained, developing a knight.
I also like what Noterbeck has done. He brings out the knight. He's also eyeing his own bishop coming to that central square on e5. So the ideas of rook lift, you probably want to delay that a little bit. Continuing with development as Magnus keeps advancing the pawns. But it's Vincent first who plants the bishop now on that right side of the screen, putting pressure on the b2 pawn.
Yeah, it's interesting. Vincent going for kind of the key idea, just in a different order than we all expected. We thought that maybe the queens would be given some breathing space first. Magnus, he's looking over at the other screens. He's looking over the other boards. He's like, oh, are they copying me? Should I copy them? Mind games.
You know, that's the last 3 games here in Weissenhaus where the queens have been on the square that they are, on h8 and on h1. The final round of the round robin in the first 2 games here.
Wow.
It's funny. I mean, these positions, very early days, but some of the boards, some of the kind of the less important matchups, they do have rooks already. Black rooks on h5. They've already come. I didn't even know how they got there, but some crazy starts to this.
Well, let's double it up again from 1 board to 2, from 2 to 4. Let's go.
Let's do it. And if you look on the bottom left board, Levon Aronian against Hans Niemann.
Whoa.
I don't even know how that game began. It's very similar, actually, to the start of the women's board, Alexandra Kostenyuk, who ended up losing her first game. She's fighting back, but she's got white, and she's also facing Bibisara with a rook on h5.
My goodness. And as we talk about H-files, you can see bottom left or bottom right-hand corner of your screen, Sindarov with white pieces, now advancing his pawn to H5 even. So a lot of flank play here.
And that's usually the storyline, right? When you've got your majors stuck in the corner, you want to give them some space. But h5 seems to be the square of the game so far right now to be controlled. But that rook on h5 by Hans Niemann, wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, don't try it at home. Very, very high risk. Normally the pawns, then the minor pieces, only later do the rooks and queens come in.
All right, well, why don't we dive into Hans versus Levon here, just so we can get a bit more of a specific look at this board, maybe walk it back a moment, see how that rook ended up on h5. And do our best to predict how this game might progress. A reminder for everybody at home that Hans has already taken a point lead in this matchup against Levon Aronian from the white side of the board, now playing black 2 times in a row here.
It's a best of 2. It's a best of 2. So for Levon Aronian, this is an absolute must-win if he wants to take it to the Armageddon.
Yeah, he needs to win this one. We'll do a very quick action replay. We're only 5 moves in, but this is wild stuff already. Pawn to b4. I must admit that wasn't too high on my radar, but the players were talking about the c-pawns moving forward. So this is designed against that. We saw that in the 2 semi-finals. Here, very, very ambitious move from Hans Niemann. Plays the move anyway, developing his rook. And rather than just retreating, he goes back, he goes across. And he's smiling, Tanya, or trying to stifle a smile, Hans, as he goes across with his rook. Pawn to g3, hitting this diagonal again. Pawn to d5 blocks it. c4 comes out. If the pawn is captured, the white rook would be the one doing the work and maybe trying to get up to the 8th rank here. Instead of a capture, bishop d7 creates a sneaky threat on the white king. Watch out.
Yeah, that's quite a threat that you need to take care of. Expecting either the h-pawn to move forward or the queen to come out to stop that check. But this is getting fun very quickly. And this is right up both Levon and Hans's alley, right? These kind of positions. I think especially Lev's going to enjoy it. In a must-win game, this is what he wants. Stops that check.
Yeah. H. Pawn moving forward there. Harry the h-pawn, stopping any immediate play. There is a bit of a threat now. This rook could well find itself just cornered. Of course, the central pawn is hit as well. I really don't think Hans Niemann can get away with this. Like, you're playing a creative position, you're going extra creative against the man himself, Levon Aronian. Why provoke the beast?
Yeah, he's taking the fight into Levon's territory, especially being up in the match. Might just come to bite back Hans as he reaches out for his move. Takes the pawn, expecting a capture from the rook. And still that rook on h5. You know, it doesn't look like an attacking, aggressive, initiative-taking piece. It just looks completely misplaced in this position.
It looks like someone set up the board wrong. And that's not just because it's freestyle chess. It's just because how did that rook even get there? But yeah, it will be a miracle if that rook lives to till the end of this game. Maybe at some point it will have to step back and swing back where it came from. We will see. It looks like a fun start to this game in the best of 2. Levon still needing to win.
All right, well, from this lower bracket bout to the other lower bracket bout, before we head back up to our semifinals, so Javikir Sindarov, Arjun Erigaisi, checking in with them. They have split half a point apiece, a draw in their first game of the day. So each of them looking to gain an edge in this one. No rooks have made their way out onto the board just yet here.
Not yet. So pawn has made its way up to h5, and it feels on the face of things quite nice for white. White's queen has more breathing space than its counterpart, but Tanya, I don't know, this looks like a healthier version. If there's no immediate threats, then black has the space, black has the lead in development.
I like it. I like how it's been handled, right? Because Sindarov has spent so much time with that H pawn, and all it took was Arjun for one move to not only challenge that pawn, open up the queen, open up a potential G line as well in this position. Yeah, I like how he's done it. The knights come out, d-file's open, the bishop's open on the left flank for Arjun. He's looking pretty chill on camera.
Looking very, very relaxed. And yeah, this will be a tight match, of course, best of two again. But a better start to this opening than it was for Hans Niemann.
So with that, we can flip ourselves back up to the upper bracket. Let's go to Vincent Keymer versus Fabiano Caruana. And as David takes us there, I'm welcoming into the studio Pavel Tregubov. Sorry. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here with us, a representative from FIDE, as we are at the first ever FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. One game in so far to the semi-final. We have Fabiano, the only one who's able to create some separation. But just as somebody who's been in there watching the action firsthand while we've been in the studio, how has this day played out from your perspective so far?
Well, I started with a little intrigue, so Fabi managed to win the first game with black and started with g4. Well, g4, I'm sure you discussed a lot, yeah?
If I gave you one guess, Pavel, who was most excited to see g4 in this whole studio, who would you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean...
It was Judith, of course.
I see, of course, yeah. Well, to be honest, I wouldn't even... I mean, I cannot say that I would not dare to play this. I would not even consider this. I mean, I would not dare to consider it. Actually, no, this is incredible. Yeah, G4 is something. Yeah. Okay, that's why we love this format, right? I mean, everything is possible.
I was about to ask. You know, it is such a unique format, but. From the FIDE perspective, you know, to be diving into something that feels in a way so unknown, right? And to be building a partnership with let's say an organization that's trying to push the limits in many different ways. Mm-hmm. That's got to be an interesting dynamic now between, you know, again, what is classical, what is understood, what is known, and now kind of the push for innovation in terms of both the way that the content is presented, but also the format itself.
Absolutely. Well, okay. I mean, it's still chess, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's it's a different format, yeah, but it's still our game, the game we love, all of us, yeah. And yeah, there are a lot of discussions around, yeah. So there are some pros and cons against each format, and well, I personally enjoy a lot watching this kind of chess, and I think I would not predict a bright future because it would depend on many factors, many elements, yeah. But it definitely has right to exist, yeah. That's why FIDE takes it very seriously, and that's why we have now this World Championship, and yeah.
I think I want to follow up on that, you know, because FIDE had 2 World Championships in 2019 and in 22, and then there was a gap, and then here we are with both combining freestyle and FIDE and bringing a World Championship in 26. Is this something, can the fans of this format, can all of us expect the World Championship in freestyle chess, in Fischer Random to go forward?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, the next one was already announced, yes?
27.
Yeah, 27, the same dates, more or less, in February. And yeah, I hope we'll have more and more. It will be developing, and also the female championship will be hopefully held this year. The first one, yeah, and the next one also. I mean, along with this one in the same place, February next year.
I think we're all very happy to hear that.
And speaking of which, your wife is currently playing in the women's match that we have here on the stage today. So perhaps we can flip over to that one and just check in on round number 2 as she's looking to fight back against Bibisara Asabayeva here, now piloting the white pieces. So as we dive in, how do we feel about the position? The computer is giving a slight edge to Alexander Kosteniuk.
I need at least 5 minutes to understand what's going on. Yeah.
That's fair. Well, maybe David, we walk it back a little bit. Let's start from the beginning.
Okay, at least she didn't start with G4, yeah?
I mean, it came on move 5. This is only move 7 somehow. But a quick action replay of this game. We started with D4, C5. The black rook came out. This is exactly what Hans Niemann did. We weren't such big fans of the rook on H5, although there is a threat on this pawn to trap the white queen. H3, D5, now G4. It makes more sense here, I think.
Well, here it makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, the rook kicked back, and this actually wins a pawn for white, so the queen comes out, takes D5. And, okay, the H3 pawn drops, but now she's just played the move queen to A5.
Queen A5 is a bit strange, yeah?
Yeah, pawn hunting, I guess. This is a wild one.
Double attack, yeah? But for some reason I don't like it very much. Well, I'm maybe too classical player. I will try to develop my pieces first, like any of them. I mean, C4, knight S3, whatever. But yeah, I feel sort of old-fashioned guy.
Well, that's a bit of a curiosity for me in terms of how you view, again, the stylistic differences of the formats and how they might begin to work together to elevate the overall quality of chess players over time, right? That if players, young players in particular, are exposed to freestyle chess as well as standard chess, that they're going to develop skills and start to notice trends or themes that maybe wouldn't be as obvious if they stayed only within the vertical of position 5-1-8.
Oh yeah, that's a good question actually. Yeah, let's imagine someone starting chess with not with the classical format, but with this one. Yeah, would he become, I mean, a better classical chess player or vice versa?
Or worse? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, take a 5-year-old prodigy, and indoctrinate them into freestyle chess. And I'm not to say ignore position 5-1-8 in its entirety, but it is a curiosity of mine that, given enough time and, aspirational moments like this where you see the world's best fighting it out in a more unfettered, let's say, board position, that it might develop some interesting skills.
Maybe we ask Magnus to teach his kid freestyle before he teaches classical chess. Who knows in a few years how that would develop. Okay, the knight comes out to C7. Very strange position here.
You're going to be brave enough to capture that A7 pawn?
Well, to be honest, no. I would not think about it. Just
the pieces out.
Yeah, but whatever move. I mean, knight S3. Okay, knight F5 would be met by knight C6. So yeah, maybe another knight should go to F5. Knight S3, knight C4, knight F5. I would think about it.
Yeah, and black most likely is going to play H5 in the near future.
H5, G5. H5 would be met by G5, I guess, yeah.
One of these pawns.
But also in a must-win situation, I mean, this is the kind of absolute chaos in the world of freestyle that you want when you're playing, right? Where it's just anyone's game and you're barely on move number 8. It's a position nobody knows what to do.
Do you have any insight into how Alexandra trained for this match? Was she playing a lot of freestyle?
Well, she was invited just 5 days ago, so she did not have time to prepare properly. Otherwise, we would probably play some games and maybe try to develop sort of a general strategy. I'm not sure if it exists, but I guess in many positions the patterns are still the same. Yeah, that's to develop your pieces, fight for the center, put your king in the safest possible position. Yeah, we have much more deviations from these classical patterns in this format, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, we always think we know exactly where the king should go, the pawn structure, and then suddenly the computer, the bar crashes, and we're like, wait, what? What's changed? We've seen this before. It looked fine last time.
Yeah, but in most of cases it's due to some tactical reasons, right? Yeah. So it's not because of our poor understanding of the game. Yeah, most of the cases there are some tactics in.
Yeah, hopefully not our understanding at least. Hopefully not most of the time.
Well, from here, I'd like to pull us back to our upper bracket just to maybe get your thoughts on the top 4 and the ones who are competing for that first FIDE Freestyle Chess World title. We've got Magnus Carlsen, of course. That's going to be the favorite in the competition, and he is the one who gave himself a ½ a point separation over the field through the group stage. But when you evaluate the 4 players who booked their ticket into the upper bracket, we kind of have 2 of the veteran class, two of the youngster class. How do you look at these two matchups specifically, and who would be your picks to go through to the finals tomorrow?
Fabi and Magnus.
Okay, so leaning towards the veterans here in this case.
So you think we get a Magnus versus Fabi final, a 2018 World Championship clash?
Right.
Love it.
And I guess you were watching in very close detail Magnus against Abdusattorov in the World Blitz, and that was very close. You
Yeah,
feel
it was, yeah.
You don't feel Nodebek can finally break through against Magnus this time?
Yeah, he will try his best, no doubt about it, but still, I believe that, especially in this format, I mean, Magnus remains the favorite, yeah.
Well, Magnus remains the favorite. We'll see if the players can prove otherwise in this one. I guess my final question for you before you go is just how you see the development of this relationship specifically, as it's already been promised, next year's World Championship and hopefully onwards and beyond. But for a lot of chess players, we've got quite full schedules at this point with many, many different chess events. So how do you see essentially the relationship developing over the coming years between FIDE and Freestyle?
Well, if it's all about just one single event, like this year, well, that should not be a big problem, yeah? But if we decide to go with the by the calendar, by the freestyle chess calendar, then it could be an issue indeed. So we need to be careful because there are a lot of possible clashes. We should be careful, yeah, composing nowadays chess calendar because, well, to be honest, I think we are living in the golden age of chess nowadays. Yeah, so it has never been as good for professional chess players as we have now. Even from women chess, they have less tournaments, but still their calendar is quite quite full, and yeah, so good, very, very, very good. I'm looking forward to developing this format, and if you find a way to have more events during the chess year and just 1 year calendar, it would be fine. But yeah, then we need to make sure that no clashes is possible with other top events.
It's a good time to be a chess player. It's an even better time to be a chess fan. As you say, we're in the golden era of chess right now. Spoiled when it comes to chess content. Well, Pavel, thank you so much for joining us here in the studio. I want to let you go back, get that front row seat to all the action inside of the playing hall. And as he exits our studio, we'll check in with both of our boards here. David, does one jump out to you between the two that we'd like to dive back into at this point, kind of catch back up with the action?
Yeah, well, it's funny. It's critical moments on both boards, I would say, but they're almost symmetrical. At least they were until this last set of moves between Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keymer. Very important moment, I think, on the other board too. But let's just jump into Fabi's game, because Vincent here, he's a point down. How much risk do you take with black? That is the question. And there's a big opportunity to change the pace of the game rather than just continue maneuvering around to go for something a bit more concrete. And Vincent is thinking about it. Does he grab a pawn on b2 or not? At first I thought it might not be possible. It looks like you might get your queen in a bit of trouble, get your queen trapped. But taking this pawn is a possibility. And just to show, after the queen comes out, the queen can get hit, for example, by a bishop, but she can just keep munching pawns. And it looks like she will survive. For example, if the knight retreats, this is never going to trap the queen yet. The queen can always escape. And maybe in the meantime, black can, I don't know, trade off bishops, can bring the knight out to hit the white bishop. I would be tempted, I've got to admit, especially if I was a point down in a match. And Fabi doesn't, of course, have to allow the black queen in. But if he doesn't, then at least he will have lost a bit of time. And the black king's going to be very safe when it castles. The king can castle. White's king can also castle, but a bit more airy if it decides to stay on this side of the board.
Yeah, only on the 7th move of the game here between Vincent and Fabiano, each just dipping below 14 minutes on their clock. But Keymer, realizing this might be a critical moment, spending some time here before he makes his way forward.
I think it has to be the match situation that sort of dictates the decision, right? At some point, you need to create those dynamics where there is an imbalance. That said, Vincent has had the last 2 moves to make this decision, and he's decided not to grab the pawn. You know, he He pushed the h-pawn. He pushed the d-pawn instead of just taking it. But how long are you going to push that decision? You give Fabi one more move where Fabi consolidates with rook to c2, defends that pawn, and he's beautifully placed, right? He's got space on the right flank. The queen and the bishop are nicely placed up. In a game where you need to look for your chances, where else are you going to find them, if not now, if not taking and creating this imbalance? To answer your question earlier, David, I think Vincent goes for it.
Yeah, I think he does too. It's a bit of a weird standoff because white could also have taken this pawn on a few occasions. The queen and bishops, I mean, staring across these opposing diagonals. And maybe the answer is after bishop takes pawn, the white rook moves, the bishop drops back, and then white does the same thing. And we continue with almost symmetry. I just really like the fact that the black king is going to be safe when it castles. No way to get at it. And I just think removing this pawn shelter means white cannot go long. White's king will not go to that left flank. And therefore, the king is stuck on a side where it is a bit more open. So I think long-term strategically, it's actually a good idea, even if he doesn't win a pawn here and now. But he's definitely tempted. The way he's looking deep into the other side of the board, calculating, the eyes blinking fast.
But with every single piece and pawn on the board, you know, Vincent, he needs to make a decision quick. And I think it's a more strategic decision. You either take it or you don't. But how much time is he going to spend on it? Because there's no immediate repetition. It's not a long line that he needs to calculate currently.
Well, I'll tell you this much. While he continues to spend time to think, that gives us time to head back over to our Make.com deep dive desk. That's right, Judah Polgar and Peter Lecko have something to add, I think, from both of our semi-final bouts. So we're going to hand it over to them. Which one would you like to talk about first, Judith?
Well, basically, we want to talk about from the very early stage of the opening, how interesting it was that Vincent was actually the one who immediately played c5 and played bishop e5. He saw the importance of bringing out the bishop. And there are some concrete lines we want to show how it was unfolded, actually both games, because we were going on the same path for quite a long time.
Yes, it was very interesting that by move orders we could have reached this position, I mean, after h4. And Fabi was spending some 6-7 minutes on h4, and it was the move that Magnus, after g6, h4, played. And here, if black plays the move bishop e5, we are exactly in the same position, but we are not exactly in the same position. It's very confusing because after bishop e5, it would have been super important, according to computer, to start with g6. So both players, Nodierberg and Vincent, and both Fabiano and Magnus couldn't really understand just too many finesses. But one thing that is very important, that after the move bishop e4, which is kind of natural now that white also plays it, that the move h5 is very important. And knowing that Vincent later on went for h5, it's very much that he was kind of calculating all these lines, but not using this very specific moment. He missed the chance because after, if black takes on b2, then white just gets nice compensation. And that's why computer thinks that it is very important that you fix the king side first. And that's why the move h5 appears on the board. And we have seen that Fabi instantly in the game after h5 blitzed out the move g5, because this is the natural move. You don't want to compromise your pawn structure like takes, x. You do have this tempo move with rook g5, but then black falls back with the queen to h8, and suddenly white is full of weaknesses. The engine is very skeptical of white's position here. So if you play the move g5, now you can take on b2. And the very big difference, and this is clearly the players with such a short time are unable to discover, that in this line after rook c2, queen e5, which was for computer good line with the pawn g4 and h7, now with this pawn structure doesn't work, because after bishop takes b7, knight takes b7, queen takes b7, suddenly black has the move queen f5, with Judith spotted instantly that this should be the reason why it is not working for white. Now the rook on c2 is hanging, queen h3 is also happening, and the queen beautifully protects back the rook on c8. By the way, also bishop c6 coming with a devastating attack, so white is in a lot of trouble. White would have to be super careful to find the way around. Black is actually taking over in a kind of symmetrical position in 3-4 move, just stunning. Now let's go to the position that we have here on the board. This exactly happened in also in the Magnus game, but there h5 was not played. So h5, g5, bishop takes b2. So in fact, I would say that Vincent is very unlucky that he spotted the right directions, but just one move order without going knight b6, because then white would not have the chance to play rook b1 because the knight would be hanging on a1. So that's a key kind of detail that now thanks to this knight b3, white can just ignore bishop takes b2 without capturing. So bishop g7 happened, knight a5. We were laughing with Judith about this, that how do you evaluate this position? Because the computer says black is doing extremely well. Is this queen on h8 a great piece, or is this queen something to worry about for the rest of the game because it's stuck there? Yes, black has this resource of castling. Judith, what do you make of all this?
Well, yeah, this is a debate for us that an h8 queen was the destiny of that one, and it seems pretty unpleasant. I would definitely look something to go to c6 to break out. This was also something we were discussing, that interesting that the players are not eager to go bishop c6, exchanging the e4 bishop previously, which would have been quite a logical way of simplifying, though maybe then there are less energy in the position. And also Magnus did not play bishop c3 either, so both players are somehow very proud of their bishop and they don't want to exchange it either, so it's kind of interesting.
But what is clear that Vincent actually got a good game. Yeah, there is all to play for. And just another game when after move 8-9, white was in fact in some kind of a danger in a seemingly symmetrical position. Just shows that you can never relax in freestyle chess. Yeah, it's just insane. Yeah, that it seems like g4, g6, h4, white is the one who is showing aggressive intentions, but in fact, in reality, the opponent can counter it.
And as David pointed out, that it's quite airy there for white, so for white it's not obvious that he's going to be castling short. At the same time, obviously he's not going to castle to the other side either. And black can also at some point maybe go f5 or break up with f6. With the king on f1, well, we will have to wait a lot for that, but still, I think for white, the king...
Wait a second, knight takes b7 happened and the computer screams out d5 is winning for black. It's some insane action that apparently after the move d5, which blocks the diagonal, forces kind of bishop takes d5, knight takes d5. What is going on? Ah, wow, if knight takes d8, yeah, queen cannot take because then bishop c6, this is obvious. And if white takes with the pawn on d5, then rook b8 is suddenly a devastating pin along the b file. And if knight takes d8 happens, then the knight just falls back to b6. And after knight b7, there is bishop c6 picking up the bishop. So all focus on the players, all camera on Fabiano and Vincent, because this is a crazy moment, and probably we should give the floor back to...
What do you think, guys? James?
Oof. Well, shock on our faces, just as there was shock on yours in that moment. Vincent is gifted an opening by Fabiano in this game, but the question is, can he spot it? He's taking his time at this moment, so perhaps recognizes there's something tricky about the position, and there might be an opportunity for him to strike, take advantage, and equalize here in game number 2 of the day.
Wow, 8 minutes on his clock, Tanya. Is he going to find it? This is huge for the match. If he does, momentum swings back in his favor. It looks like it wins a piece, or at least some kind of material. But how difficult do you think it is, pawn to d5?
It's very difficult, but he does it. I think he finds it. We're going to see d5. You know, the thing is that Vincent is super alert right now. Just the position that he's had taking on b2, the knight jumping to b7, somewhere your spidey senses are tingling. You also know that if you don't find something, knight takes knight, bishop takes knight, white is doing absolutely fine in this position. Vincent, the more he thinks, I'm inclined to believe that he's going to seize this advantage right now, and it almost seems it's not even a positional strategic advantage. Vincent plays d5. He's going to be up material.
No.
Oh, no, Vincent. He plays knight to c6.
Did you see Fabiano's reaction? He spotted it.
He did.
Looked away. He was like, phew, phew. He dodged a bullet there. His hands went to his head, Fabi, while Vincent was thinking he was trying to hide his eyes.
Oh.
Wow.
And you know what? I think Vincent saw that reaction and felt that there's something I've missed. His move does trap the knight on b7. Or at least says, if you want that knight out, you have to give up your bishop. Bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, you lose the piece immediately. Vincent is trying to trap the knight, but there is a way out. Fabi relieved right now.
Wow, just one more moment to appreciate that d5 just cuts the coordination between the queen, bishop, and their knight. And due to the variations that Peter showed, that would have almost been game over at this level.
Yeah, let's roll it back. Let's see the reaction that you mentioned from Fabiano. Quick replay from inside the studio. Hands to the face. There you go, guarding the eyes, as he probably recognized in that moment. And then, oof, got away with something there, did I?
Wow, and the knight's out of there. He's getting out of there before it's too late. He brings it back. He's like, let's swap off. Let's just guide this game towards safety. I really hope for Vincent's sake that he doesn't realize what he missed.
And I wonder if time was the factor there, because he was at a 5-minute deficit. So probably at some degree he had said to himself, I can only commit this much time to just determining whether or not there's something here.
I was going to say as well, I played Vincent last year in the German league. At some point I made a mistake. He looked at me, there was eye contact, he was frowning at me, he knew when I'd blundered. He didn't have that reaction when Fabiano made that move. So it was clear he hadn't spotted d5. It was a bit hidden. It's hard to play moves, invisible moves, where it looks like your opponent's covering a square 3 times. You break through on that square. They're the hardest thing to spot in chess. But ultimately, if he doesn't win this game now, that was the key moment in the match.
That will be something that maybe lives in his brain for some period of time. But all that said, it's not like it was a losing move, you know, to have missed that necessarily. We are kind of back to equality here. So he's got to continue to find a way to plot his way forward.
Fabi's relief said everything. And even if Winston still doesn't know what the idea was, there has to be this feeling that I missed something. There was something in that position. He saw Fabi look away. He saw Fabi sigh with relief over there. And now it's back. Fabi's knight is out of danger. The material balance is restored, and Vincent has to find chances all over again.
Yeah, on the plus side, he still has enough time, and it's probably a position of strength, even if it is still fine for Fabiano. This pawn is now hit, and just to mention, if the bishop takes the knight, the rook backs up, then black gets full control over the dark squares for life on this diagonal.
And I believe if you want to kick that knight isn't going to retreat anywhere. It wants to move forward to c2, also eyeing the d4 square after a3, hitting the pawn, hitting the bishop, potentially getting the bishop pair as well, and taking control of more central squares.
Oh, I still like his position. I still really like Vincent's position, but it could have been so much better.
Yeah, it could have been winning outright nearly in that moment. So while there is a moment to breathe here on this board, we're going to take a trip to our Make.com match metrics on our way to our other semifinal bout between Magnus Carlsen and Norbert Abdusattorov. We'll start by looking at the heart rates, see who's feeling the pressure in round number 2. Vincent Keymer, as we can see on our screens right here, underneath that triple digits marks. That's usually what I'm looking for, to see who's starting to have their heart beat out of their chest. So away we go to the heart rates, the accuracies, and then over to Magnus Carlsen and Norbert Abdusattorov. All right, only Abdusattorov, which makes sense to me, is hitting those triple digits. He's locked in battle with the world number 1. He came out in equality through game number 1. The question is, how is he doing in game number 2? From here, we're going to the accuracies rather, to see who's putting up the best performance. And you can see, tells a bit of a different tale to our first position of the day, where the majority of our players were in the green and only 1 in the yellow when we had checked in on it. Seems like there's more difficulty in navigating this 184 position for our entire field at the very least. But Magnus Carlsen and Norbert basically tied at 95% apiece. Let's go to their board and see how they're faring as we arrive. Norbert Abdusattorov, Magnus Carlsen, you'll note 10-minute time advantage, clock advantage here for Abdusattorov. That's pretty critical.
That is very important, especially because it is Magnus's type of position, and it is a queenless middle game now. It is very tense, very blocked, and yes, queens are off. But Abdusattorov, with that clock, has got to be feeling relatively confident at holding, at the very least. I do fear, if this gets down to a 2-minute versus 2-minute, Magnus's instincts in this kind of strategic position, Tanya, they're so good.
Super good, and never easy to face him, but it does feel like Norbert's the one with the healthier pawn formation here. You know, you've got this F line open, you've got Magnus's H4 pawn to keep an eye on. I think Magnus would love to throw in H5 and open that file, but Abdusattorov will not allow it, push his own G pawn. Right now, he wants to get rid of his only inactive piece, which was the knight on B6 doing nothing at all. Magnus immediately trades bishop takes knight. I'm actually liking how healthy Norbert's position is here. Up on the clock as well. I think he holds this without too much difficulty.
I do worry. I've played Magnus in these types of positions before when it's slow, and he'll grind. He's super patient. Also, if we look at the pawn structure, White has one big pawn island, and Black's also got a pawn island, but slightly smaller. It's better to have one big one and then an isolated pawn, usually, with rooks on the board, than it is to have 2 smaller pawn islands. This 2 could face a minority attack of the 1, and knights tend to be better than bishops when it's this slow, this blocked. Nodebek's now trying to open it up. He had to do this. I think this last move, at least, is a good call.
I like it. You know, you've got bishops, you want open diagonals, you want open lines for that rook on c8, which can direct itself to the b file as well. A very active approach here by Nodebek.
Breaking up those islands. He's trying to cause a rift between these 2 pawns. Magnus just ignores it, brings his king forward.
So now do you opt for the trade, or do you hit the all-coveted connect 4?
Yeah, normally I would be very biased. With more pieces on the board, I would play the connect 4.
Gotcha.
Here, I think...
But here you look to destroy that pawn island.
Exactly, especially because it's bishops that like open lines against knights, which prefer blocked positions.
But I like Nodebek's approach the best. He just keeps the tension on the board. He's saying, you know what, I can pick up your pawn at any time. I'm not going to push it. I want to keep it flexible. Maybe open up the B line, maybe get my rook on the F file as well, and just plays it really quickly, which is the most important decision right now, to keep the pressure on the clock.
Now, it's interesting to me, I'm going to go back a comment or two that you made there, Tanya, that from this position, it feels like a position that Nodebek can hold, right? But that to me indicates that you feel like draw is the way we're heading, or at least what he should be driving towards, as opposed to, at some point, you got to go for the win against Magnus. Is this not the best position to do that from?
I would say not.
Okay.
I think the way to do that would be some crazy, complicated middle game battle, which we can expect in future rounds. And I think I would also say that I do have a feeling that Nodebek will hold this. And I see he's taken the pawn on b5. Whether he'll be comfortable or not is a different question, because Magnus, you know, he creates his chances out of everything. And there is one tiny imbalance, right? There is the knight versus bishop imbalance that we're talking about. You trade those 2 pieces, and I think it's handshakes very quickly.
Yeah, it has been a trend yesterday and today. Magnus keeping his central pawns, the E and D pawns, with both white and black as far back as possible. It just means he's really flexible. There's no weakness, really. Normally you want to attack the base of the pawn chain. Can never get to this pawn. So for the bishop, it's going to be a case of hitting against very strongly fortified chains. For the white knight, hopping on light squares, dark squares, you can imagine it hopping into some holes a bit later. It's maybe going to be easier to play. But again, the clock situation makes me feel that a draw is the most likely result.
Will never cease to amaze me that that in any position where you have an imbalance like that of minor pieces, it almost always appears that the commentary is, I would prefer Carlsen's position of minor.
There's a Magnus bias.
Right? Like he identifies very early on in the game, you know, that, oh, if we're going this direction, then I want to retain the knight to the bishop imbalance. Or if it's going a different way, I want the bishop to the knight imbalance.
Exactly. People might say it's biased, but he does spot these things. And it's no coincidence that there's that correlation, as you point out. Like, he will have known, okay, queens are coming off. That's what I want. That's the structure I want. That's the piece I want. And that influences decisions in advance. He plays chess back to front. Sometimes he knows what endgame he wants. That helps him so much in the middle game and even the opening sometimes.
Retrograde analysis, right? You see where you want to get and then you move backwards. Yeah. And this is a big move by Magnus because it again forces Nodebek to take a decision. If you keep the tension as is, you'll end up with a weak pawn on the right flank after pawn takes pawn. If you push it, you're also allowing, well, he does take a decision. The white pawn would have moved forward. He does move the rook and attack the pawn on the other side of the board. Magnus ready with his response. He first creates a weakness. He creates a target that can be easily come on the fire once the rook slides over. Magnus will take a pause and defend the a2 pawn first.
There we go. He pushes his pawn forward. There is a bit of a backward pawn now on the b file, but at least targets for both sides. Weak pawns, isolated pawns, this is going to be an attritional battle.
I'll add one thing, though. That weakness that you're highlighting, the good news for Nodebek is that he can easily defend it with the bishop falling back to e8, opening up that b line as well for the rook. I'm still going to hold with my prediction that Nodebek, without much trouble, will get the draw in this one.
You're calling an attritional battle, so expecting a slog and a slugfest here between them. I'm calling in our legends with a new legend alert. They've been keeping a keen eye on Vincent Keymer versus Fabiano Caruana. So while we've been away from that board, I'm going to hand it over to them. Judith, Peter, take it away.
Thanks. Yes, it was so exciting that there was a moment, d5, exactly in this position for Vincent. And we've seen it, witnessed what kind of face expression Fabi had when knight c6 happened on the board, right? Whew, he got away with that one. But life is not so simple for Fabi ever since, because there was knight a5 and knight b4, and we discussed it with Peter that probably what has happened, that Vincent after knight b7 had his plan of playing knight c6 and knight b4, giving up a pawn, and he was just simply not spending time that there could be even something even more powerful. So let's see how it is in the position right now, because it's very exciting after the pawn sacrifice.
Yes, the point is that this is a great strategical idea, really a genius idea, and we see what happens in the game. Bishop takes b4, c4. Vincent is, forget about the pawn, I want to open up the position. Fabi goes bishop c6. Vincent opts for e6, bishop takes e8, rook takes e8, rook takes b4, white wins the pawn, but black is ready to break in the center with d5. The big question will be, when will be the right time to do that? And it seems like Vincent maybe missed the opportunity, because he could have played d5 here. According to computer, bishop f8 was super important, and it's almost like a winning kind of advantage. It's just insane. And then follow it up with d5, probably even keeping some queen a1 ideas in the air. But he opted for bishop c3, and Fabiano played the move rook b5. So another missed opportunity by Vincent, and he is under 3 minutes. I don't know exactly what he was thinking, because the whole process was to break in the center with d6, d5. White's king is still compromised in the center. The queen on h1 is out of the game. Will Fabi really survive this game?
I don't know, but that idea, what you spotted out before playing bishop f8 and d5 and opening up the diagonal for the queen by playing bishop f8 and go queen a1 possibly, that is, well, for that, these time controls is not enough, because I believe in, if you have time to think, you may play bishop f8 and you say, wow, it's fire on the board. What a powerful move, even though it goes back. So I don't know, but definitely Fabi is having a very rough time in this game. And let's see if Vincent can bounce back. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let's see indeed. Maybe Vincent needing a bit more time to put all of these ideas together, but as the legends mentioned, it's an uncomfortable position here for Fabiano Caruana that he is trying to wrestle his way out of.
And I really like what's been done here. You know, it all comes down to Fabi's king safety. It's because the rook is all the way up to a5. There's this back rank that you feel it's a bit not looking clear. At some point, Vincent will strike with d5, opening up the c line, getting his knight into the game, getting that attack going. And I think he's created his chances. Yes, he missed d5 earlier, and I agree with you that playing bishop to f8, you know, with the journey that the bishop has had from the other side of the board, bringing it to the starting position right there on f8 in standard chess, I think from a human perspective, incredibly difficult. But he's done well. The bar says it's level, but I have a feeling that this position is full of twists and turns ahead. I love that black queen planted at the center of the board.
Oh, that is a beautiful queen. Good tip for everyone at home to centralize those incredible pieces if you can. She covers 27 squares, I believe, from the center of the board.
And there's a threat, David.
Yeah, big threat. There is a capture on c4 here if black gets the move, due to the fact that there's a pin and the white knight undefended. So ideally, the white knight should move or be defended on the next turn, but inevitable that then black blows open the center. Very important that the queen stepped into the center first, otherwise white could bypass that pawn. Now that square is covered.
I'm just going to remind everyone, it's still very legal for white to castle on the right side. Get that king to safety and also defend the d1 knight, fighting against the threat that we've just pointed out. But with the queen planted there and g4 coming in with a check, how comfy are you feeling with this move?
Not at all.
Not at all.
You lose your extra pawn at the very least. Maybe the white queen can move for the first time in this game, but this pawn can fall, this pawn can fall. I think this is last resort for Fabiano. Maybe it's a decent move.
I'm surprised that the bar remained where it did. That was a shocker.
Oof, it's tough to play. I think playing castles here would be an admission that Fabiano's never trying to win this game. He's just purely playing for a draw. Psychologically tough. More likely, I mean, the most natural move to my eyes would be this knight jump, but then you have to reckon with the consequences of this center exploding.
You don't even have time to pick up the a7 pawn right now because of the threat that we earlier highlighted. Rook takes pawn, knight takes pawn, not only hitting the pin, but the rook behind. And Fabi does go with the idea that you suggested. And Vincent, in just under a second, immediately responds with the break, t5. This is starting to get dangerous for Fabi.
That's the kind of initiative, too, that you'd want to see out of Vincent Keymer if he's going to be able to press this one for a win. Quickly responding to his opponent, realizing that maybe he has an opening, even though the computer believes this is all equality, that he can ultimately pilot this one to a victory and equalize the scoreline at 1-1.
Yeah, if clock times were reversed, I would say Vincent's a huge favorite. Just the fact that he's down a bit means that Fabiano does have time to find the key next few moves. Everything could be decided in 3-4 moves time. Either white stabilizes, holds on, or white could find himself facing an incredibly strong attack, especially if the rook gets down to the back rank. I don't know if Fabi's a braver man than me, but I would never dream of taking this pawn just because of some checks on the back rank. But the question then is what else? What else to do? At some point, I think Tanya's move of castling the king just has to be played.
Pawn takes pawn is a threat, right? If you're not reacting at the center, I'm just winning a pawn on c4 and opening up the lines anyway towards your king.
But winning the pawn back is the key. It's like giving back Fabi's extra pawn. I think he just needs to do it in order to somehow get the queens off. That's like a dream for white now in the near future. I'm not sure how to achieve that. Maybe at some point later, bring the queen forward, but it's tough.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like a moment ago, before this pawn move was made, I almost would have wanted to bring my queen to e4 and offer the trade. Obviously not an option at this point, so f3, the next best option, just to get the queen a little bit more involved.
Yeah, that would be logical. I quite liked your queen e4 as well. It was giving back the pawn after a queen exchange, like this pawn would drop, but then white would grab some pawns and it felt like that would have fizzled things towards a draw. Maybe that would have been a good practical decision because suddenly Fabi's not got much time advantage anymore. And he's the one being attacked. It's so much easier, quicker to attack than to defend.
Yeah, and I think actually, as you mentioned, time, it's a good time to switch it up and head to the other board. Magnus Carlsen up against Nodarbek Abdusattorov. He's been in a 10-minute time deficit for just about the entirety of the game. But notice this, it's not just a 10-minute time deficit. He's only got 30 seconds to his name for the remainder of the game. 10-second increment, of course.
And he's down a pawn. He's down a pawn in this endgame. The bar says it's completely balanced. Again, it boggles my mind why that's the case right now. He's down a pawn, he's down on the clock. Is there a way that Nodarbek can make progress and start pushing that a pawn?
Oh, it is going to be difficult, but this is the highest heart rate Magnus has had in ages. He's broken the 3-digit barrier. Normally, he's quite chilled, even in difficult positions. I think the main difficulty for black here is that rook exchanges might also even be drawn. Normally, that would help black with the extra pawn, the outside pass pawn. But if you notice that this pawn promotes on a dark square, the bishop is a light squared bishop. So if all of the other pawns disappear, if black is only left with this passer, even with rooks off, even if white loses the knight, the pawn and bishop alone cannot win the game. So Magnus at some point will be aiming to push these pawns forward, make some trades, and I think the activity of his rook, the centralized knight, should hold him the game. I say should because I'm also worried about the clock.
All right, we're looking at 3 pawn islands to a single pawn island on the other side. So how do you coordinate all these pieces with black?
Yeah, it's difficult. The black rook is passive, the black bishop hitting thin F. And now, Tanya, what do you make of the chances?
There has to be a way that Nodarbek finds a plan in which he can start advancing the a-pawn forward. If he can try to distract Magnus's forces from the center of the board by getting a5 in, that would be progress. But how do you do that? You need your king to the left side. You go king c7, king b8, and then what's next? You put your rook on b6, but that would be a rook trade that favors Magnus. The bishop doesn't have a good square to kick the rook out of where it is right now. The knight on d4 stops b5. As a square that you can attack from. Right now, Nodarbek just playing the waiting game.
Yeah, the only question is whether Magnus sits and waits, just moves his rook back and forth on this rank, or whether he goes for it, whether he tries to break through in the center. But no, this would be the third time, it looks like, if Magnus brings his rook back. a6.
But if he does?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
He puts it on a5. And now, if you go up, king b6, there will be a check, and that's it.
Wow.
Nodarbek lets Magnus off the hook so easy.
I've got to say, that's so surprising to see. I mean, I guess you're glad to just continue equality with the world #1, but that could have been your moment to push the pace, to maybe take an advantage over Magnus Carlsen, but it will be a draw between him and Nodarbek Abdusattorov through 2 games today.
And I can see here, Judith's equally surprised with this decision by Nodarbek. Just unbelievable. You don't get these chances too often against Magnus. Even if it ends in a draw, you play it out. You make him sweat.
That's what I would think, but Noterbeck thought otherwise, right? Perhaps just not entertaining the idea that he lets something slip and it goes the other way.
Yeah, I think he's fallen to Magnus too many times in endgames to worry too much about the clock. Magnus did look disappointed as well, not happy with how he played. Back to this game, though, the other semi-final, and there has been a change. Just a very quick action replay. We left it just 3 moves ago. Pawn to d5 played. Fabi did bring his queen forward, and we saw an incredible exchange sacrifice. Rook for knight. Rook takes this piece. Double exclamation mark it was given. A brilliant move, but if we whiz ahead, it's currently 2 pawns and a knight for a rook. Level material, but most importantly, the white knight is stable, the white queen defends everything, and white can still castle if he wants later in this game. Not sure he needs to, but I think this is a great practical decision, Tanya, that Fabi's made.
Agreed, but because there are open lines, I'm still picking Vincent. I think he's got more chances than what the bar indicates. If you can try to just activate your pieces a little bit, you know, find a good square for the other rook on one of the open lines. At the right time, maybe even do a minority attack at the center of the board, David. Go e5, e4, destabilize the knight that you were talking about on c4. And especially with a weak king. How is Fabi going to... He just has to sit still. He has to find a fortress and just keep fighting for defense here.
Yeah, it's funny because I would take white, I think. Despite the open lines, despite the rooks.
Tell me why, yeah.
I just think that the knight is so stable, it's easier to play. The queen now goes in and grabs the pawn. I can imagine the white knight as well.
96?
Ooh, wait, that's a fork. I was going to say, I can imagine it coming around, checking the king. I don't see any weaknesses in the white
for
camp.
96.
That
feels instant.
Queen d5 check.
Also drops this pawn, though, and maybe it wins back the rook for the knight, but it drops the pawn. And with queens on, white's king would be weak. I would just want to defend the pawn and say, OK, everything's fine. Queen's off, then I would pick white. I'm going to amend my statement.
OK. All right, he's walking it back.
Walking it back. But 96 does feel like it's an attempt to draw. Fabi looks at the clock. He just shuffles his queen.
Are you saying that him defending this is an attempt to win now? He wants more? He wants to go knight d6, knight e4, knight f6 next?
I think he just didn't want to suffer in that position if the e-pawn had dropped, where he would have had an isolated pawn with level
20
material.
seconds on the clock here for Vincent. I mean, we've identified... OK, I was going to say, you've just got to step out of that, fork, and he does.
But you've got another path in, right? The knight could land on e5, threatening the pawn on f7.
Most logical move, the most natural move. Black has multiple ways to defend that, but the knight is looking pretty there. The white rook is an issue. The white rook has not moved this whole game.
I'll tell you one way you don't want to defend it is bring your queen back, because that walks right into a fork.
Ooh, that's going back to a7 would walk into a knight fork. There we go. It looks like maybe one of the rooks will defend, or the black queen could swap off, but I think exchanging the queens here isn't a realistic winning attempt. Since white's knight could help build that fortress, protect all the pawns.
But that would still be a game for 2 results, right? If you go queen d5, you trade the queens off, white should hold, but black's in no danger. But here Vincent wants more. He wants to keep all the majors on the board.
And he protects the pawn by sliding up to the 7th rank.
And the plan is to get the other rook onto the 2nd rank through the b file.
Actually, the other black rook could mobilize. What to do next?
Not easy. Not easy.
So giving Noterbeck a moment to breathe here as well, following his...
He had 10 minutes to breathe in that game.
Well, he didn't take it. So now he gets 10 minutes here while he watches these two conclude their game.
Ooh, shake of the head there from Vincent Keymer. Maybe realizing now, once a pawn sits on d4...
Time!
Oh.
Is this that draw offer you were talking about now?
Maybe. Look how strong that knight is, though. That knight is easily worth a rook. Protected, can never be kicked away. Black has no pawn breaks.
There go the queens.
The only pawn break you have is moving that f-pawn forward, which will just not only lead to trades, but create so many weaknesses in your camp. Brings the rook.
Vincent says, I'll take the A file. Fabi says, great, I'll take the B one.
That's the first time the white rook has moved this entire game. On move 30. The problem is what to do next. The black rooks are passive, otherwise one of the white rooks, well, the remaining white rook will land on the 7th rank with a winning attack.
But you'll have to go for that plan, right? First get the A rook to the 2nd rank, and then hopefully just in time get the other one to join the party.
Base of the pawn chain, that's the target for black. White can just sit. Can white do anything else? I'm trying to think how white can make progress. Maybe I'm being too ambitious. Probably Fabiano just wants to sit there with his pawn structure intact. Just step aside with his king, wait. He can even go passive in these types of positions. There's no way through for the rooks.
Maybe you just want to put your rook on the second rank and not allow infiltration. Instead, Fabi centralizes his king.
He's going to use his knight to defend, to drop back and defend the base of the chain on f2.
You want to be really careful with going f4, with pushing that f pawn, because it would leave such a target on that h4 weakness. You don't want to deal with that.
Oh, F for forward though, F for Fabi. Maybe he'll play it.
Does he? I'd be super scared to make that decision.
There we go, he retreats his knight, the sensible move. The knight is defended by the king, which cannot really be kicked away from the center. Beautiful king of the hill there. The knight protects the pawn, everything's holding onto each other.
Ooh, he lines up the rook against the knight, threatening the other rook to come forward on the third rank, kicking that knight out of where it is.
Okay, that's a winning threat if the knight's kicked away, pawns drop, so I would expect the white rook to defend. But then black's rook is coming behind now. Maybe you're right all along, Tanya. Maybe this is just difficult still for Fabi, who does protect his knight over defending there.
He might be forced to bring his king back to defend that pawn on the h-line.
Vincent's going behind.
He's coming for it. Fabi has one move to try to get that king closer.
It's 10 seconds.
Ooh, or is he going to move his knight ahead?
It's either the knight to come round or it's got to be the king to rush over. One of the two, he drops back. 2 seconds left when he made that move.
Now expecting the other rook to infiltrate, join the party.
But the thing is, right, it's not over yet for Fabi. He still has to be on the defense, and he doesn't have enough time. He's playing on those last few seconds. And Vincent's getting aggressive.
Oh, this feels like it's going wrong for Fabiano, wrong direction. He's getting a bit nervous, but still, everything's holding, everything's defending each other. This is a fortress.
All right, he lines up both rooks, tying down the white knight to defend the f2 pawn. Fabi immediately moves, gaining some clock.
Okay, pass moves here from both sides. Just move the rook back and forth, gain a few seconds on the clock.
Has Vincent maximized the position? That's the question.
That's a big question. At some point, he might still try and go in and behind, but as soon as the black rooks move away off the second rank, white might start a counterattack.
Is he going to offer a rook trade? He doesn't. He brings the other rook behind.
Knight jumps around, but apparently a mistake. The
One
bar.
opening here, yep. Now we're looking for that rook to slide over, check the king.
And it's coming round to win a pawn. That's a strange decision. Why did the knight not step into the center onto e5, a beautiful outpost, reminding black that f7's also weak?
And now he can go up, hit that pawn, and if the knight was to fall onto defense, the other rook will move around to attack that knight and kick it out. But instead, he has another plan. He attacks the f2 pawn.
Yeah, white would have sought counterplay with rook to c7 and hitting the e6 pawn. If the h pawn had been attacked instead, that is a passive knight, but maybe it's just a perfect knight. The king on g2, the knight combo. What can be attacked?
Gonna shove the knight back one more time.
Or bring the king back and say you've got no check to drive the king away. With g1 undercover, new kind of fortress.
Yeah, there is room for error here, luckily for Fabiano Caruana. He's built up a time bank as well of almost a minute with some quick moves.
Is there any world where I give up my rook for knight advantage?
If you can get... I'm not sure which pawn.
You have to get a pawn as well,
you
right?
have to get a pawn as well, but especially if it's one of the white trio here, then definitely worth it. But yeah, unlikely to get that scenario. Rook trade offered. Fabiano says no. That probably would have been safe as well, but he doesn't want to risk anything. Why change the nature of the position when you have no time to calculate?
Yeah, black king is tied down to the defense of the f-pawn, so you can't get it too far ahead. And now Fabi just waits.
Yeah, it's funny what Fabi's done, because we always advise don't defend passively, but he's put his knight on the most passive square imaginable on the edge of the board. He's put his king passive to defend that piece, but in conjunction with each other, they don't allow any checks. They guard their pawns. They shelter everything.
And the pawns guard each other as well. So everything in control so far. Now Fabi's just shuffling with the king. No way to kick that rook out of the 7th rank to make progress. For Vincent, offers a trade. Fabi declines. Are we going to see a repetition?
Yeah, shuffling of pieces, moving towards repetition, but both players building up small time banks. Fabiano's done a better job of that here down the stretch.
Who's going to be the happier of the two if this does indeed end in a repetition and a draw?
Oh, Fabi's so much happier.
Surely.
So much happier. Still holds an advantage in the overall scoreline.
Yeah, he was struggling the whole game. Despite being up a pawn, there was so much pressure on Fabi. And he has created. An incredible defense in this endgame, down in exchange.
Yeah, perfect fortress. He can move his rook around anywhere. And the king and knight defend everything together.
Now, the black king is obviously cut off on the 7th rank currently, but is that another option for Vincent to try and look for a way to guide that king, create a pathway for the king to come forward and get involved?
Yeah, maybe that's the plan long term. If he can somehow set his rooks up, that one of them goes back to the b file and challenges the white rook, either a trade or he frees, liberates his king. The problem is, even if the black king is able to walk off the back rank, it's going to be having to tread a minefield into the center of the board where it might get checked by the knight. I mean, the only target in white's position is the base of the chain on f2. Black's king is going to take an age to get closer to it.
He's struggling to find a way to improve this position. You have to get your rook to the 7th rank if you're black to get that in-way for the king. But then you're making it so passive, allowing Fabi's knight into the game the moment you leave the 2nd rank and pressure on f2. You just don't have enough time if you're Vincent Keymer.
There we go.
And that's it.
Wow. Fight as he might, try as he may, he cannot undo Fabiano Caruana. Right into the analysis that they go as they talk about the position. Fabiano, I imagine, will be happy to come away with the draw and retain his 1-point lead over Vincent Keymer through 2 of 4 games today.
And it's fascinating. Fabiano just told Vincent that he missed a winning move, I think, and Vincent's shaking his head in shock. I'm not sure if that's mind games or just from a pure analysis standpoint, but wow, Vincent probably doesn't want Fabi's words to be true there.
And that's twice in a day Vincent has been told that he's missed a chance. First by his dad in game 1 to save it, and now by Fabi, a move that would have pretty much sealed the deal right out of the opening, but Vincent Keymer still trails.
Yeah, it could be a tough pill to swallow there, but still 2 more games to go. Still plenty of runway left for him to find flight and take over in the matchup against Fabiano Caruana. We do have 1 board still in play. It's in the lower bracket. Javokir Sindarov versus Arjun Erigaisi.
Okay, and only Arjun can win. We should start by saying how strong the knights are. 2 knights are better than a rook here, but not easy to create a pass pawn, and also minimal material. If all of the pawns disappear, all 4 of them, the white and black pawns, even if white loses the rook, it's a draw. 2 knights alone cannot deliver checkmate, which is the most frustrating thing I ever found in my youth. But yeah, this one, I think he's going to play on forever, Arjun. But it's not going to be enough. It looks like these 2 will go to tie breaks with a draw.
Well, it is a best of 4, so they still have 2 more games to go.
2 knights trying to checkmate a king is one of those things where even if you're told you want to try it out when you're a kid and make sure that's true, you just don't buy it, you just don't believe it. But it's true. Technically, that would be a draw. What Arjun's hoping for is some blunder, is a fork somehow.
Yeah, at the ripe old age of 34, I still don't want to believe it. And yet I will, because you're telling me to. 2
extra knights does not win you a game. Incredible. If there's a way that Arjun can win a pawn, sacrifice those 2 knights for one of the pawns, that king pawn ending could be winning. But he needs to find a way to first build pressure. Knight on g3, knight on d4, the other knight on d4. Oh, all those dreams shattered in 1 move.
Javokir, he wants to just get rid of the pawns, even at the cost of dropping this one on f3. He knows that his rook will be able to give itself up for black's remaining pawn.
Are we going to see that happen? The 2 knights and a king versus king.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Javokir saying, get me out of this game.
Do it immediately. Attack the pawn. You can give a check. King moves anywhere. The pawn moves forward. The rook gives a check, picks up the pawn, and we're heading there.
Yep, no way to shield that pawn or keep it alive any longer. And ironically, if white did have a pawn, for example, on a2, b2, anywhere else, then black would have great winning chances, since there would be some, well, there'll be no stalemate ideas to save yourself with the king versus the pure 2 knights.
He's going to move the king far away, either to d2 or c2, comes back to one of the squares. And now you push the pawn forward, give a check, pick up the pawn. What do you think, they play on or handshakes?
I don't know, on the chess.com server.
Oh, it's got to be handshakes now, right?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Ooh, this one, Javokir smiling.
Amazing.
And
look, they heard that I didn't believe, and so they're just going to prove the point.
They're going to show you how it's done, James.
Yeah, they're going to just say, okay, we heard James is not a believer.
I mean, technically there are checkmates you could blunder, but you have to...
You'd have to play into it.
Yeah, you have to walk into the corner, then you either go right or left. One way will be checkmate, one way will be safety.
Gotcha.
And it's just going to be, impossible. Unfortunately, stalemate is the savior here. Black can set up the net, but you never have time. You can't lose a move with knights. That's why you can't close the cage around the enemy king.
The only way you lose this is walk into a checkmate in one. Not even in two, in one.
Literally. Yeah, being on the edge of the board isn't even a concern here. This is going to be a draw. I have seen Arjun play out similar before.
Okay, well, knowing that this will play out to a draw, I think we should go to Bibisara versus Alexander Kostyniuk, who are still in play here, and it looks like it has turned on a dime in the final moments. It's Alexander Kostyniuk looking to strike back after receiving a loss in round number 1 of their matchup, and now has a very solid advantage on the board.
Yeah, it was a full rook blunder from Asalbayeva, as we now see that white has 2 rooks against none. Black has a knight and some very strong pawns, but really shouldn't be enough. I don't think she can fight on too much longer here. The king will likely sidestep, and the other rook will start chasing the pawns. Can't much forward.
So let's roll it back just a little bit, because it was essentially an ill-advised pawn push that spells disaster here for Bibisara Asabayeva down the stretch.
Yeah, this was the position just a few moves ago, half a dozen moves ago. She could have blockaded white's pawn, stopped it advancing any checks, and the black king just goes back where it came from. She allowed that pawn to push by pushing her own pawns. She allowed this check, and either white's going to make a new queen, or what we saw in the game, a rook capture, now a check, kicks the king away from the defense of its rook. If it steps up, a skewer. And that's how white emerged with 2 extra rooks. And if we catch up to the live position, here we go, check.
Kostyniuk is such an incredible fighter, trailing the match and then finding her chances in this one. But how trivial is this? Because yes, you've got those 2 rooks, but Bibisara has those 2 very dangerous-looking pawns as well. I think there's still work to be done, regardless of what the bar says here.
Yeah, this last move, I think, very classy, bringing the king closer to the knight. Black's not quite quick enough to push the pawns, and without the knight to aid them forward. Tanya, I guess, impossible to resist too much longer. That was a nice touch, bringing in the final remaining piece.
Yeah, not to mention the black king also kind of stuck in a position, needs to find an escape route, as it does, trying to get to g3 right now. But Bibisara continues to fight. She wants to get that king in, move the knight away, and then assist the f-pawn to move forward. Just don't go g3 and get checkmated on 8-6.
Yeah, she doesn't look full of hope in this position. But, okay, rook takes pawn. Why not?
One more falls. And now g3 would lose on the spot, just to make a point. So the king has to tuck itself in, hoping to get enough time to move the knight away and create some chances with the f-pawn. Do you just line up your rook on the g line, just tying down that black knight to hold that g4 pawn, and then just say, I'm advancing on the left side?
Nice touch. Black can no longer make any progress. The knight can never, ever move. And there we go, it's a handshake. Bibisara resigns.
He admits defeat in this one, and we have found equality in the score lines between Alexander Kostyniuk and Bibisara Asabayeva. 1 point apiece through 2 rounds, 2 more to go to determine who will come out on top on day 1 here between the 2 of them. And that means we can make it back to the other board. Arjun Erigaisi and Javakir Sindarov for the instructive moment down the finish.
It's still on, is what I'm going to say.
It's still on.
No handshakes. Arjun's going to play this out.
This is the thing. You can corner the king, but you need one knight to hold the escape squares, the other knight to deliver the check. And unfortunately, if you ever use a knight to hold the escape squares, it's immediately stalemate. You can't do 2 things in 1 move. And here, the white king is showing that. Just no way for knights to lose moves. It's the most frustrating thing in chess, the most counterintuitive thing. But this is a draw.
And again, you put that knight next to the king, it's a stalemate. You just don't have enough time. And Sindarov looks very relaxed. But Arjun...
The knight is dancing in a triangle, basically.
I'm impressed. He looks like he believes, Arjun. Like most of us, we know it's a draw, so we would lean back. We'd like make moves for the sake of making moves if we want to play on. It looks like he's still trying to set one final trap. Even Magnus laughing there with his dad.
Magnus and Henrik, both very amused.
2 of them sharing in this moment, yeah.
Did Magnus just find an idea? Is a checkmate possible here?
Trying to find ways to blunder with white.
Need a lip reader in here.
That's one of Arjun's biggest strengths. Yes, it won't work out in this game, but
he's a fighter.
He's a fighter. He believes that every position has chances.
What do you make of Arjun? I mean, yesterday he was a bit unlucky. He was in the mix, fell in the final game. I mean, to my eyes, it looks like the confidence isn't quite at its peak.
You know, it's been a tough year. What happened at Tata Steel as well. Just a tournament he doesn't want to remember. And then this field, incredibly strong. But yeah, the thing with Arjun is he's just always back at the board. You know, he'll find his form back in 2026. It hasn't started very well. He definitely wanted more at this tournament as well. Wants more in this position, but it's not going to happen.
Now, we joked about the weather helping Levon Aronian. I mean, Arjun, he struggled 3 years in a row in Tata Steel. It always feels like a tough start to the year for him. Every January, he seems to lose a bunch of rating points before just picking up his form throughout the rest of the year.
And the crazy part is when he played the year before in B group in Tata Steel, he bulldozed that event. And then moving on to the Masters, he's just never had his run there.
3 years in a row, he's come last, then second to last, and third to last. It's been tough. But yeah, unfortunately, this game won't go according to plan, but still in the match, still on level footing.
I think his biggest takeaway in this tournament, at least the one that he'll remember the most, is his win against Magnus in the round robin. That was a memorable one for him.
I mean, and it's what set us up for that possible four-way tie. It gave him the opportunity to play Fabiano for a knockout ticket. Unfortunately, he would fall to Fabiano in that one, as we just discussed, and that's what lands him in this matchup against Sindarov.
It's incredible that Arjun plays this position on, though.
And there we go.
And
there
that's
it is. Finally admits that he cannot find the checkmate here, at least not without Javokir's help in that one. And Sindarov is not going to play nice in that regard. A draw between the two of them means they remain tied in the scoreline, 1 point apiece with 2 more games to go today. Again, both of these players playing for a best placement of 5th place in our field of 8. But how about that? Our second game of the day, Magnus Carlsen, Nordebek Advisatorov, they will remain at 1 point apiece. 2 draws across 2 games. Maybe there was an opportunity for Nordebek there, but he didn't want to push for it, saying, hey, I'll go into the back half of the day even against the world number 1. When it came to Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keymer, Fabiano retains his 1 point lead with another missed opportunity here for Vincent Keymer, hoping that that won't live in his brain for too long as he continues to fight back, doing it again from the black side of the board in our 3rd game of the day. In the lower bracket, it was Levon striking back now in his matchup against Hans Niemann. So a win goes Hans one way and a win goes Levon the other way, both from the white side of the board. And then, as we just mentioned, draws across 2 games for Arjun Erigaisi and Javokir Sindarov. For Bibisara Asabayeva and Alexander Kostyuk, they have both traded games, now at 1 point apiece as well. So all tied up across all of our matchups except for that Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana game. I think the question becomes, Tanya, how much can you rely on getting those chances, those winning chances against Fabiano? Did he already see the 2 that he would get today? Can he create more for himself on the back half?
This is freestyle chess, more will come. 100%. You know, there are no safety nets here, and I think the drawing of lots, what position gets pulled out, the way Vincent has handled it, even the game that he just had, you know, he managed to create it, and I think a lot lies ahead as well. But Fabi just looks so incredibly strong today, you know. He's barely making any mistakes. He's defending incredibly well. The first game has been, for me, the game of the day so far. I think Vincent will find his chances. For me, the most surprising thing about the final round, the last round, David, was just how easily Nordebek let Magnus off the hook in that endgame.
Yeah, we've seen Magnus before, sometimes on the back foot, sometimes struggling. We rarely see him so low on time. It did feel like that was a time to at least test him. Like, why take a draw when you could have played on another 20 moves? But ultimately, only Nordebek knows his own energy levels. We have to kind of trust that he knows how to save that energy for a bit later. I still think that that is going to come down to 1 or 2 moves here and there. It's very hard to call. Nordebek does look in top form.
He does. You know, my question here to everyone watching would be, you switch colors. What do you think? Magnus, would he play on, or would he take the decision that Nordebek did?
I think Magnus 100% plays on in that situation. But that's Magnus. Either way, we've crested the halfway point of the day, and we're heading into the back half. Before we do, I'd be remiss not to get some thoughts from Judah Polgar and Peter Lecko, who are standing by. Now, with 2 of our 4 games behind us across all of our pairings, and only one of those pairings having created any separation, how do you feel about the rate of play today?
Well, it was quite exciting, a lot of things happening in this round. So first, I think we should touch on Magnus's game, because that was quite amazing that actually Nodirbak had more than 10 minutes when he agreed to a draw, while Magnus had less than half a minute towards the end. And I was also telling Peter, come on, I mean, he should be playing on, and no matter that he doesn't have anything and he's passive and whatever, but you have to play on and on and on and on. So Peter says, no, it's a dead draw. So can you tell a few words about that, Peter?
Exactly, yes. I'm very happy to jump in here, because if you look at the position, forget about the extra pawn, because black is completely tied down. That pawn on a7 is not moving anywhere. If black would be able to get rook to b6 and king to b7, that's a complete game changer. Then we talk about black being able to make progress, and then white will be in a lot of trouble. But for the moment, it's a horrible situation, because black is completely packed. I'm famous for cement, to highlight that white has this incredible, lovely pawn chain. The king is beautifully hidden. The knight is a monster knight sitting on d4, controlling everything. If black plays the move king b6, then white starts checking that king. You can't really go anywhere, and after king c7, white falls back with a rook to a1. You are just unable to make progress. I understand, of course, Nodirbak, if he would have felt like he has the tiniest of chances, he would have played on. But what do you do if you try to be impulsive and break in the center? Then after e5, FED, knight f3, it will be white who will be going after the e5 pawn and will collect. Let's not forget there are 10 seconds extra seconds per move, and if Magnus suddenly gets a chance, he has more than enough time to deal with it. So I'm defending Nodirbak, and I believe that the position was dead draw. Now, going to the other game, because we have seen there a lot of drama, and there was one moment that I want to pull up here at the end, because this was the critical moment in the end game. And if we look at the evil bar, we see 0-0 equal. Yeah, it's a fortress, but the players are playing the game. And I'm pretty sure that Fabiano, if he would be sitting in the comment, or he would be a spectator, he would be telling you, with white, you should just do nothing, just sit tight here, because the knight is lovely on d3, protecting the pawn on f2. And if, for example, let's just take a look. If white plays king g2, just sits and wait. Rook dd1, rook b3, the only idea for black is to go after the h4 pawn, but whenever black does this rook h1 move, then white can switch to active defense with rook b7, and knight e5 is a crucial threat, so you have no time to pick up this pawn on h4, because after knight e5 you will not get winning chances, only you might lose the game, so you have to just sit tight and agree to a draw. Instead of this, Fabiano was afraid, also with ticking seconds, that wait a second, if I stay passive there is a danger, and he realized that he can drive his knight all the way to h3. He played this move, but it allowed Vincent to get a chance with rook g1 check, king f3, and now instead of rook f1, knight h3, when Fabi really set up the desired fortress and there was nothing to be done, Vincent could have and should have tried the move rook g4, targeting the pawn on h4, after which seemingly white has no good way to defend, because definitely you don't want to play the move knight g2 back, because then you are completely passive. Then nothing moves, and who knows, if black's rook gets to g1, you will lose the game. So I somehow suspect, we had this feeling with Judith, that white was counting on some rook c7 idea, hitting the e6 pawn, using the pin along the 7th rank, but then black can just play king f8, and after rook c8 check, king e7, rook c7 check, black plays king e8. And after rook c8 check, there is king d7, so in fact black probably wins the game. And then it comes that after rook g4, white has to find this stunning computer move rook c4 with 15 seconds on the clock. Is it realistic that you find rook c4 with the idea that after rook takes h4, you go d5, you open up the 4th rank, and even here black has different ways of getting into some 4 versus, say for example, after rook takes f4, white has to take e takes f4, and then black is even having an option of going e d5, and according to computer it's a dead draw, but humanly speaking we understand that this is quite tricky.
Well, absolutely. So Vincent had many chances in this game, starting from an early stage at d5, which was winning. We saw Fabiano seeing that, and also he shared it with Vincent right after the game. But Vincent is there. He can come back, as he showed. He has his chances. He was just missing them. But let's see what's coming up in the next round. Take it away, James.
Thank you so much, Judith and Peter, and couldn't agree more. You know, I asked it straight to you, Tanya. Will he get more chances? You said it's freestyle. freestyle chess. Of course, he's got to get more chances. Now it's just about capitalizing on at least one of them. So far, it's been a miss. So far, he's on the back foot. He's going to have to do it again from the black side of the board here in round number 3 before flipping back to the white side of the board. But let's get a reset on our standings and how things stand between all of our competitors here in Germany. Magnus Carlsen and Norbert Abdusatorov, they both have 1 point apiece in our upper bracket, the first of our semifinals. And then Vincent Keymer is chasing Fabiano Caruana down a full point currently as we move into the back half of the day. From here to the lower bracket, we'll check in on those score lines. It's Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian each trading a game to end up in equality at 1 point apiece, whereas it's been 2 draws in a row here between Arjun Erigaisi and Javokir Sindarov. In our matchup between Bibisar Asabayeva and Alexander Kostyanyuk, they as well have traded wins in both directions to end up at 1 point apiece. Playing from the same side of the board a second time, it's a bit of a shakeup from at least even our own previous events here in freestyle. So is that even going to matter? Is that an effect at all? At least from a mental standpoint?
Yeah, maybe for a small number of players, especially those who struggled in the opening, Fabiano, I think it's going to be a big thing. Psychologically, it should be great having white twice in a row, but he knows he struggled. He knows he's on the brink. He'll want to maybe be a bit more solid. He could actually end the match now with a win.
That's a really good point.
But I think he would take just a quieter game. That last one, way too dramatic for his liking.
Destiny in his own hands there, Fabiano Caruana. I will say I found it interesting that Magnus elected to start on the black side of the board so that he wouldn't have to play black twice in a row when he had side selection yesterday at dinner. We're just about ready to head into round number 3, so that means back into the playing hall we go, where Fiona is standing by on stage for the position lottery for round 3 of the day. Enjoy.
The future belongs to those who make it happen. That's why we built Make, a visual-first AI and automation platform for change makers. It's never been quicker to start building, visually and without code, to automate everyday tasks and free your time and energy for bigger, better things. As your ambitions grow, you can accelerate progress with AI agents to create customized and agentic workflows, ones that handle complex, business-critical tasks while keeping you in control. And for leaders scaling business, you can see your entire AI and automation landscape in real time to orchestrate change and show progress in motion. Make automation and AI put to work for business, for teams, for you. Make it happen at make.com.
Hello and welcome back. In the semifinals, both games ended in a draw in this round. We also have the women's exhibition match that has concluded for today. It is tied 1-1 with one win each, one for Asabayeva and one for Kostyanyuk. We're ready now for the next round. I'm delighted to be joined on stage by Simon Bélanger, aka Simon Plays Chess. And Simon, you've become famous making videos impersonating players. What's it like seeing them now in real life here in Weissenhaus?
Basically, Fiona, my name is not Simon, but my name is Fiona also, so it's kind of crazy, right? But to answer your question, yeah, it's really interesting to see all these players in real life because actually I'm taking a lot of notes and hopefully I go back home being better than before at these impersonations.
I love that, Simon. Thank you so much.
One more say to, are you ready, Fiona?
I am ready. I'm going to ask you the question back in a second. Simon, are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, over to you. The next position is going to be number 133, position 133 players. Good luck to all the fans. Have fun.
Again. risky not to play
At
castle.
least these bishops are good.
Yeah, these bishops are
First.
I have to
Before
repeat.
we give our terrible opinions. Go ahead.
So d4, e5?
Yeah, probably.
d4, e5, d5?
C4?
d4, e5, d5.
No, c4 they will play. You wanna play this?
Yeah, C5.
But I wanna.
What is
I think it's better structure.
Play.
So you wanna play e5, d5? Yeah?
Yes. c6, e4,
Take,
cd,
take,
ed, b5. The black is doing well, yeah? Yeah, of course.
Wait, E5 we have Queen A5, right? I mean, I don't know. Isn't that a...
Wow.
I like it.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, it's easy to miss this move for sure.
It's coming on the other side, right? Queen H5 option.
I mean,
Okay, White probably has compensation.
no, I don't see any compensation.
Knight
Like,
E6, Queen E5, Queen E5, Knight G6, F4. Maybe not, yeah?
maybe not.
Go and sit.
Yeah.
So what was your idea?
97. Yeah.
97.
I remember this happened in Paris.
No, but it's too much pieces. I mean, yeah.
What is so much pieces?
Yeah. Yeah, white should be better.
White should be better.
Yeah.
Any white's better?
Maybe not.
Because rook a8, queen g3, we'll
I
have
mean,
play.
our knight is so out now, and also...
And we still have to play a3?
Knight takes E5 here.
No.
This is terrible.
This is terrible.
I'm not saying. Maybe.
What about if you take first? You take c5?
Queen e5?
I mean, then take. Forcing queen e.
Okay, so here, we take.
D. Oh, at least then we get to E3.
Yeah.
Clever.
And we're happy.
I mean, D should be like.
We own nothing?
Nice.
D, so Knight D7, Queen E3, Knight B6, and...
No, I mean, to knight d7, even you can play e4, yeah, probably. Then go back to a3 and, I don't know, some plays.
Aha, queen a4 is prepared. Very mean.
Okay, so let's go back to E1. Oh, okay.
No,
No, we're looking at this now.
Not working.
No, wait, we have Bishop G5. Oh, but there's F6. Sorry. I was thinking Bishop G5.
Yeah, but then C4?
Yeah, maybe we use a die, or C3.
They take on a2.
Bishop B3? Wait, when take on A2?
So takes queen a4.
We can probably do this, no?
Yeah, take Queen A2, Rook C1, Queen B2, Knight B3. This is not good for white.
I mean, knight c5, even they have like.
Yeah,
Bishop G5? I mean, we have so many pieces. I don't know.
No, but I understand the piece, but.
No, wait.
No, but you know, it's like.
No, show me.
Okay, so let's.
Then 4. 92.
Or we can go b5 take and then d5 and f5.
Let's find something.
I like this. What would you first move c5?
C45. It's not good. This could be also fine.
Okay, e4.
Have like some d5 move.
D5?
They take
D5?
and every stuff.
But Queen D5, I don't. Oh, Bishop E6.
No, I think like take and.
No, but Queen Bishop E6.
Ah, bishop. But.
Bishop f6,
Queen A5.
queen a5, bishop d4.
Knight B3. That one I actually don't believe for black.
Yeah, that one's good.
What about like here if I play?
No, okay, this is too much.
This is too much. No. Yeah.
The D8 is hanging out, so.
Yeah, yeah.
D8 and then
Yeah.
Knight B2.
Sure. Okay. This is stupid.
Okay, if they find D5, then it happens to be good. So D4, D5, E4 we're happy with, right?
Yeah.
Happy enough. Yeah, that looks actually quite...
Yeah, if...
What about something like D4, D6? I mean, this can't be a disaster for black.
Like, we finish, yeah, with this
No, I mean...
No,
well,
I think
don't
this
know.
is nonsense, but... I mean, not nonsense, but...
No, but this I'm kind of happy with.
Which
b5,
one?
b5. Ah, b5, yeah?
Yes, and I don't believe like it should be.
I mean, what is this C4? Are we going for now?
E5, D5?
D5.
Should be good kings and even knight on G3 though.
Aren't they a bit too fast? Like C6, 93, takes knight B6, or 93?
Wait,
Yeah.
But I don't want to put knight to A3. I mean, it's a good for bishop.
Yeah, how do we play for C6?
C6.
Bishop E3? A bit annoying maybe?
No.
No?
No.
Knight b6?
Yeah, no, it's not.
No.
Yeah,
Good idea.
Don't mess.
we cannot play something like
But knight
C3
B3 we
Ital
can also do. Knight B3.
Yeah, maybe this is correct. Okay, yeah, we can play this.
I think this one is.
Okay, E5 is critical, guys.
Yeah.
We have to concentrate on queen A5. We've got to be serious.
D6 is by far the most logical.
Yeah, D6 is like most logical.
This happened in Paris against Hikaru. Like he played E4, D5, Queen H5, and E6.
Yeah, no,
So we're sure that this knight B6, queen E5 is good for white, huh?
I'm not sure.
Let's check it.
Yeah.
C4, no.
Yeah, knight C4, knight G6, we have to play F4.
No, knight C4, F4, I think that's a mistake for black because you just lose 10 with B3's coming.
Yeah.
C4.
What are we looking at? Can you count?
Devote.
Knight C2. Bishop.
Fine.
Knight G3 now is too risky.
We need to develop, like, okay, in this position. But we can go take knight B6. We can get that bird. F4. What?
Take? No, take.
Oh.
Not F4. CD, knight B6.
I think best my test is to go E4, E5, and then
E4 should be critical.
Yeah. Take.
And we're back for round number 3 of the day. It's position 133 for all of our players. And interestingly to me, it was Levon Aronian who's really pushing the idea of A5, that queen to A5 being critical to the position and something that they need to more closely look at least when it comes to our veteran side of the board. And so if that's what they've identified as critical, I wonder if our legends are in the same mindset as the likes of Levon Aronian. As I hand it over to Judith Polgar and Peter Lecko. What do you make of position 133?
Well, this is round 3 of today, and it means that, okay, some players might be nervous, like Magnus, I think, with the 2 draws. It's not necessarily that this is what he wanted out of the first 2 games. On the board, it's interesting to see Magnus and Fabiano and only Sindarov being the very youngster. They are already standing up and going to the game. They were looking also this D4, D6, and what it was interesting for me, that after that they were not say C4 or E4. Like, I had the feeling that they're absolutely in balance, that really what is this opening going to be. Sometimes I feel that they are much clearer in their verdict by the time they stand up from the table. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, well, I have to be honest, I just had a quick sandwich and I missed out on some of the action what the players discussed, and I don't want to make up something that did not happen there between the players in the analysis. Somehow this D4, D6 surprised me, because D4, D6 and then I'm going to play E4. Isn't this, as an E4 player, the dream of all dreams, that we occupy the center? Let's also not forget that White's king position is safe, the queen on E1 is beautifully placed. If the knight develops from F1 somewhere like to G3, then White can just very comfortably make a short castle, just stay with the king on G1. I don't get it, so I believe that Black should be fighting for the center. So maybe D4, E5, D takes E5, Queen E5 is an idea.
And we're just about the third game to start. Handshakes. Look at Notherback, how focused he is. Who will have more energy, more ideas? Let's see how Magnus will start.
It is the last white game for Magnus, yes? So in fact, I understand, I perfectly agree with you, Judith, that there is a lot of tension on Magnus right now because we know that he wants to put pressure with the white pieces, and maybe this is exactly his type of position.
Actually, I think he was late a few seconds, so he's getting into the zone. Of course, these Jadub moves always happens with every player. And we see already one C4 by Fabiano there against Vincent. They are repeating their colors compared to the previous game.
Yeah, well, actually also to the first game, yeah, because it was the so-called bird with F4, D5, G4, now it's C4, E5, B4, yeah, it's very funny. Clearly Vincent does not want to go along the symmetrical directions because he wants to create winning chances. Or I don't really believe about winning chances, but with black you try to go towards the direction where you feel that there will be more life. Yeah, you don't want to simplify things.
In the previous round, you said you were quite upset what has happened with Vincent regarding the opening positions, that in game 1 and in game 2 what has happened. And because in game 2 it was kind of much easier to play it with white at first, we considered. But what do you think about game 3? Is it fortunate or unfortunate for Vincent again? Because he's 1 point behind. So it's time to win, right?
Yeah, on the other hand, there is also this argument that, okay, the first game opening was a total disaster, yeah, because basically he lost the game in the first 5-6 moves. After that, he fought very hard, so at least probably after the end of the game, he felt like, yes, I lost it, but I at least managed to avoid total disaster by getting crushed in 10-15 moves, which is completely embarrassing. And then in the second game with the black pieces, before the game, maybe there was this danger that Fabi can win the second game with white, and then the match is basically over. Yeah, so by having had chances, yeah, missed opportunities, everything, maybe the self-confidence in Vincent is growing that now the match is going slowly in his direction. However, Fabi has the white pieces, and if Fabiano wins this game now in round 3, it means match is over. Then Vincent will not have the chance to use his second white game. But if this game ends in a draw, for example, then Vincent still will have the chance to play for a win with the white pieces.
Yeah, it's interesting that we were also discussing that it was unfortunate that he picked playing with the white color first, right? Because of this system that he has after that twice the same color and only gets the same color in the game 4. So what do you think about the other game? Because here it's C4, E5, B4, knight G6 on Vincent game, while with Magnus they have a symmetry after E4, E5. What are we going to see there? Because I see so far Notierbeck plays very fast, which is very unusual for Magnus, that his opponents are much faster than him. So this is kind of irritation, I think. Do you think Magnus already a bit nervous? This is not the way he was expecting, that in game 3 this is the match situation?
Good question. Maybe, because we know Magnus is Magnus, so probably he might have expected to take control of the match earlier on, but it's also his trademark. In the very first game was also spending quite some time in the beginning phase of the game in order to try to be very precise, and so far normally whenever Magnus spends time he comes up with some deep concepts, but yeah, Notierbeck has to stick to his strategy, yeah, put pressure on Magnus on the clock and try to play good moves quickly. About yesterday, about picking this white color, I even feel guilty because when I already entered the restaurant at dinner, then already Vincent was almost finishing because our broadcast and everything lasted longer. And then he asked me, should I pick white? And I did not know at this moment when that there will be this shift that then you play black-black. Yeah, and I told him, well, I'm actually now not clever enough to say anything good because I'm starving. Let me have food and then we can talk. But while I was even looking for a free chair and whatever, which was impossible yesterday, they already decided on, he had to decide, and then he picked white. And then later the organizer, Sebastian, came to me and, you think it was the right decision? And not only about picking white, I'm not so happy, but actually it turned out that with teaming up the players, if Vincent would have picked black, he would have been discussing the game's the pre-game preparation with Magnus and with Levon, and instead he's in the young team who clearly lack experience in all these opening discussions.
So what do you think? Let's dive in a bit between the game, Fabiano and Vincent, because it's very interesting what is the course of the game. Like, is it going to be castle very soon? Now knight b3 on the board, or he wants to keep his rook on h8 and h5 will come very short?
Well, honestly, I'm completely shocked what Fabi is doing, because his king is on g1 and he's just playing on the flank like in this English spirit with c4, b4, knight b3. But wait a second, if black goes d6 and black will start getting active on the king side, I don't know, even some f5. Yeah, for example, okay, d6, and then black goes f5. Whenever white plays d4, black will meet it with e5, e4. This is a dream scenario for black when you are fighting for advantage. I mean, not advantage, but trying to create chances. You get a chance right from the start.
It seems like a beautiful position, right?
Yes, fantastic. And the knight going to g6, normally the knight is on g8 and it goes to f6, it blocks the f pawn. Yeah, now knight g6, I'm even maybe tempted to just castle and then start pushing f5 and playing your spirit. Judith, you are the one who is killing the opponents.
I'm just thinking about this a8 knight. Am I going to bring that ever into the game? Or just like, you know, king's in there, you just forget about the queen side and you just focus on the king side. You close your eyes and you jump off the cliff.
Well, it depends on the situation. I was also thinking about the a8 knight. One thing I like that, first of all, I don't think that I need to worry about it because my bishops are actually already in the game. The rook on b8 is also lovely. Besides, I have this strategical idea c6, knight c7, and it also fits into this concept of playing this closed Sicilian type of positions, yeah? It's, I'm completely shocked. And also now the bishop on d1. Where is this bishop going? The knight on g3 has a problem finding a good square because knight g3 runs into f5, h5 from every angle. Is Fabio already in trouble?
Now I feel like we took over here. And suddenly, after 3 moves, Fabi is already in big trouble. Vincent is taking over. We just push all the pawns of Vincent and we just win the game and equalize.
Yeah, but I'm completely shocked, and I will be very happy to bring in David and Tanya and James to the discussion because I might be biased and I'm very happy seeing what's happening. Are they as excited as myself?
They are very excited. Take it away.
We are excited, but for perhaps a different reason than you're expecting as we do arrive back on Vincent Keymer and Caruana's board and hoping for a big fight out of Vincent Keymer in this one to strike back. I'm sorry, I've got to divorce us from this board immediately to go check in on Javokir Sindarov and Arjun Erigaisi because we had a double question mark blunder. The game is lost at this point for Arjun Erigaisi against Javokir Sindarov. Mere moves into the game. Move 4 even, David.
Wow, we need to do an action replay here. It was actually that variation with a quick queen a5, quick queen sortie that Levon was joking about quite a lot. He was talking about it in the pre-game discussions, but this just hangs a rook. Arjun Erigaisi, he's going to try and trap the white queen. That's the only explanation. But, okay, let's go back to the start. This is just move 4. Dead loss for black already. d4, e5. This double attack, hitting the central pawn, hitting this one. And, okay, after the pawn stepped forward, a capture in the center, recapture. And, okay, you can defend your rook. Yes, you're a pawn down, but the white queen is going to lose several tempi. And black looks like he might get decent compensation here. The eval bar actually says dead level. Fascinating position. But to drop the rook, I don't quite understand yet. Queen takes rook. Is the idea to... I mean, the queen's got an exit here. It's just going to come back. It's going to run away. Is the idea to bring the black queen out? Try to trap the white rook in return?
Unbelievable.
Is this...
That's what Arjun has found. No, it's not lost if you take the rook. And let me tell you what happened in the analysis, right? It was Javokir Sindarov, Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, and Levon Aronian looking at this position. David, if you just put in d4, e5, it was Levon who spotted. Nobody else saw this idea of the queen coming out because it's just so unfamiliar patterns and all of that with a double attack. And Javokir was like, this is an easy miss for black.
And Black would just lose after this. He's gone into this line, and if you just move ahead with the rook getting trapped, David, I don't think you have the time to pick up the rook. And if you don't pick up the rook, Black is simply attacking the queen next and getting out of the way.
Yeah, that would trap the queen. I think we've all been tricked here.
We have.
Javokir Sindarov has been tricked here.
I mean, I think the computer itself was tricked. It, for a moment, thought this game was done and dusted. But in fact, there is a way out of it for our generic guys.
I cannot emphasize enough how much Sindarov thought that Levon's idea of queen a5 is just such an easy miss for Black and clearly gives the advantage to White. And it was Magnus who was arguing that after d6, the knight comes out to d7, you give up a pawn, you have enough compensation. And look at, and also, I'm just going to say it, Arjun finding this, giving up the rook and spotting this queen a4 business, it is out of this world. It's something.
I guess the question is, did he see it in advance, or was it a reaction? Did he miss the a5 initially and then find the response, though, when needing to?
You know, the time that he's taken on the clock, it makes me feel, David, that this wasn't players' analysis before the start of the game. That this doesn't work.
Yeah. And I feel like as soon as that initial a5 and the knight jumping out happened, Arjun kind of went into a bit of a despair moment, head in hands. Now he seems to have, pulled himself up and out of that hole.
So impressive from Arjun. And yeah, I must kind of confess my sins here, plead guilty to the fact that I was looking at the computer evaluation. I just saw the double question mark. I thought, it's a rook.
Yeah.
And I think Sindarov thought so too. It's a rook. It's at the very least a pawn. But he has taken up the mantle. He has taken up the challenge here. The queen is just trapped.
But can you start pursuing the black queen? Can you go b3, trying to find a way to get that queen out? Or do you just simply retreat all the way to a6 and say that's it? Or even a2? The rook's hanging knight d7 anyway.
Like a mirror image of what White's just done, except for Black it's so much more effective because Black's queen still cuts the a-file, still this threat of trapping the white queen, and yeah, no way to continue chasing. Rook hits the queen, you can just keep gobbling up the pieces.
And this is where Javokir realizes, all his confidence pre-game on the idea of queen a5, giving White an advantage, it's just fallen flat.
It absolutely has, right? And I mean, it goes back to the conversation that Peter began to have, right, about the two different pods and both the benefits and the detriments to the different pods that you might be in, and which ideas you decide to steal or borrow from your co-conspirators, if you will. But as this one does appear to be a moment where Sindarov is going to give a good think about how he'll weasel his way out of a tricky situation that he put himself in, I'd like to go to the confessional booth where our first player has dove in here across our 3-day event. It's Magnus Carlsen who stepped in just a moment ago. So let's hear from him on the way to his board against Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
It's funny that there was a conversation after the last game where Aronian was complaining that Fabi and I had dominated too much of the discussion before the game, and we ended up playing this G4H4 stuff, which he thought was nonsense, and lo and behold, it was nonsense. And now, for the next game, he goes ahead and suggests D4, E5, Queen A5, which is interesting enough. And then we just spent a lot of time analyzing that, which was fun, but ultimately not very useful. And so I decided to go in another direction with Queen E4. Yeah, I mean, I think the story is more interesting than the game, because the game is probably going to be quite symmetrical.
Well, how kismet of a confessional booth right there. As we saw it play out on one board, Magnus calls it for what it is. He says, I think it was a bit of nonsense, admitting to the fact that maybe he and Fabi were the ones who were professing the nonsense in the previous round.
Wow, and I'm not sure Magnus actually understands the drama that's been going on the Sindarov board. Otherwise, that story would have continued. He would have been going even harder on Levon Aronian. Wow, that's the element, right? And it's a world championship, but the players are discussing. There's so many mind games. There's so many kind of meta things in the mix here.
And for anyone who missed the pre-game analysis, you've got to go back on the stream and watch it, because it was so fascinating to see how Magnus really did not believe in the idea of Queen A5 and how much Sindarov believed in it. Mm-hmm. And we're seeing that being played out right now.
We're seeing it play out, and the other
Magnus didn't choose to go for it. Sindarov went for it, and he's shaky right now, you know?
He's likely suffering for it in this moment. But another thing at play here is a conversation that our legends were having about the fact that this is Magnus's last game with the white pieces. Again, he chose to start with black so that he would have 2 white games in a row. But now, in a dead even 1-1 scoreline, if you do feel like white is the side you most need to play for your win, then it's a bit of a pressured moment for Magnus to start pressing against Notterbeck.
Exactly. In the confessional, he said it might not be the most interesting game. It would likely stay symmetrical, but actually that might suit his style. That might suit his needs for this game. And he's been the first one to break the symmetry. He's occupied the center now, his last move being pawn to d4. And he's asking a big, big question of Notterbeck. Do you react? Do you take this pawn, for example? Do you just defend your pawn? Big, big moment, because if white's able to gain more space, or if white's able to capture in the right moment, and, for example, capture and back it up with a quick pawn to f4, then we could see Magnus doing well. And look at that smile. Look at that smile. He's seeing the Sindarov board now.
He's just spotted it. He's just seen what's happened to his teammate, analysis teammate right there. And he's smirking.
I don't know if Sindarov will ever trust Levon again.
Never again.
Magnus is very amused with how today has played out.
And have no fear, folks at home. I do have an eye on that board. Javakir still thinking about how to get out of the situation that he's put himself in, down to 14.5 minutes on the clock. So maybe when that game develops a bit more, we'll take you back over there to see how it progresses. For now, we'll keep our sights set on the 2 semi-final bouts, determining who will play for the World Championship title tomorrow.
Yeah, big moment. Tanya, we saw the first exchange of pawns on this board. And now Notterbeck challenging the center. It feels natural, right, to step forward. But what could be holding Magnus back now? What does Notterbeck have in store if that does happen?
And the thing is, you're not only stepping forward with your e-pawn, you're going to follow it up with the f-pawn moving ahead as well. I would think that Notterbeck wants to get a quick castle in, get the rook into the game, and maybe strike on that central pawn with the f-pawn moving ahead, trying to break it. The question, is he going to be in time to get that? Because you give Magnus a few moves, e4, f4, f5, the queen coming out, starts to look pretty dangerous for black.
I was going to show that on the board. I think Magnus is going to play this move. The one thing he will want to avoid is having an isolated pawn, so almost unthinkable that we'll see Magnus exchange off in the center, or even leave the pawn there in the middle to be taken. Surely he goes forward there and takes the space, takes the initiative, and hopes that Notterbeck isn't quite quick enough.
He's reaching out for that e-pawn, and that movement of the hand, I know you're the expert on that, David, but it looked like it wasn't going to be a capture.
It's going to be a pawn push. Whether it's e5 or the only other logical move here is f3, maybe.
Ooh.
It's very akin to a Caro-Kann fantasy variation if white does just plant the pawn in the center to support, but of course Magnus takes the space. This is the most ambitious way forward, and James, I mean, you mentioned white pieces. He senses, he's been patient. This might be his moment.
It's absolutely his moment to strike. And he's playing in the quintessential Magnus way. I mean, he talked about how, yeah, maybe there's going to be a lot of symmetry. I feel like that only bodes well for him, right? That I could play towards equality and symmetry for the majority of the game, and then I will find that one singular moment that I need.
There is one argument, one plan that I could think of for Notterbeck, you know, because f4, f5, f4, queen g3, knight e3, f5, it just looks like white is flowing, right? Bishop comes to f3. All right, we have a decision. Wow, he went for an immediate f6. He doesn't even prepare it with a short castle. He strikes in the center and gets up and leaves, feeling pretty good about his position, Notterbeck is.
Confessional, anyone?
I would hope. I would hope.
And the big difference here is if we compare the pawns, it is very symmetrical, apart from white having this very nice kind of forward advanced pawn here, potentially a protected pass pawn. Black in return has a backward pawn, and those two pawns kind of cancel each other out. Everything else looks equal. Maybe black has a slight lead in development. So Magnus here needs to somehow maintain his nice pawn structure, get his king castled, maybe bring out his knight, activate these minor pieces quickly if he can. And yeah, for Notterbeck, he's also trying to be super speedy. Like Tanya said, he's trying to break the head of the chain. He's going to get his rook across. He's the quicker one to castle. And yeah, this is going to be a fun one, I think. I don't see it being too slow. I can't see the queens coming off yet, at least in the near future. It's going to be a very tense battle.
I'd imagine that Magnus leaves the tension between these pawns on the board and, yep, instead goes to develop another piece. He elects for the knight, jumping up to g3.
Yeah, again, very instructive, not trading on the opponent's terms. Capture here would have allowed the black bishop to jump out with gain of time. So he says, okay, you can take me, but I'm going to replace it again by a very strong pawn. I like Magnus's chances, I think, here. Nodebek doesn't look too enthused. Also, it's not his type of position to be slightly on the back foot and searching for random counter chances.
Yeah, you talk about how, you know, Nodebek has the option to castle faster, but all of Magnus's pieces are already pointing in that direction. So it seems scary to commit to that side of the board, knowing that the queen could slide up and then, you know, diagonally over. And just like that, it's quite an attack you've mounted.
Exactly. White's queen is really flexible. She can go either way. Towards the center, towards the right. Magnus hasn't castled. Maybe he'll start throwing his h-pawn forward and activate the rook in that direction.
Knight landing on f5.
Oof, yeah. Knight on f5 will thrive. It doesn't look pleasant for black, I've got to admit. Especially the rook I can't see getting in the game anytime soon. The black bishop, the light squared bishop there. The only way it gets out is if the knight moves, but the knight is probably on its best square. This bishop can't yet get into the battle. Magnus has played a bit quicker than he started the other openings of the first two games. He was down 10 minutes, pretty much game one, game two in no time. Here it's almost level footing on the clock. And he's looking confident, I think, just enjoying watching that Sindarov battle.
No, that's definitely, I think he's gotten up to go exactly there. Or maybe we're getting another confessional from Magnus talking about the Sindarov battle. I think I won't be surprised to see that happen. I am slightly surprised by Sindarov taking so much time right now with his next decision, and I wonder if he's actually finding alternative ways of developing that rook. Meanwhile, someone is down a rook, and Arjun has got that queen going up the board, trapping White's queen on b8, and he didn't rush. What happened, David? Backtrack.
And also, do not trust this eval bar. I think it's trying to get us again, like it got us earlier.
We've been tricked once. We will not be tricked twice here in the studio. Quick action replay, just the last two moves. We saw the black queen come out. Big threat, well, two threats. One of trapping the white queen, no way home there. And the other maybe of taking this pawn, trapping the white rook. Sindarov's solution was to sacrifice his bishop. Brilliant move there. That was actually the only move, apparently, to hold the balance. Although, again, we're not using the strongest computers here, so I say everything with a pinch of salt. And the whole idea is to distract the black bishop. One idea might be to go and take the white queen, but in return, white would have most likely given up the queen for one piece, given up the queen, and got a second piece. And if we do a quick count, rook and two pieces for a queen is a material advantage for white. I had to do a bit of quick math there, but queen takes pawn now has been allowed after the black bishop did get deflected away. The queen captures a pawn, hitting the white rook, and check this out. The rook sacrifices itself on an empty square. I'm still struggling to understand this one.
I'm trying to understand that as well.
Bishop takes rook, I believe, will be met by the white knight saving itself, hitting the bishop.
Ooh.
Next move, regaining the knight. One of these two pieces will fall, and the dust is going to settle. It's going to be level material after all those little skirmishes. What a weird game.
What a phenomenally weird game.
Yeah, what a beautifully weird game. I mean, just the tactics all around, right? Pieces hanging, and Sindarov's usage of the clock tells you all you need to know, that when he got that queen out, this is not what he was aiming for. This battle was not what he was aiming for, but he's found the only moves to keep the balance.
He's found the only moves, and this is a game that we'll keep coming back to. But legend alert, Judith Polgar and Peter Lecko, they've been keeping their eyes on Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana as we were focused on Magnus Carlsen and Nodebek Adusatoro. So I'm going to hand things over to them at the Make.com Deep Dive desk. Walk us through it. What have you seen in our other semifinal bout?
Well, of course, Eric Gais's game is quite fascinating. In the meantime, we were analyzing still the Vincent game because it looked so great when we left it there. And it seems like move 3 was a decisive mistake for Vincent.
Yeah, decisive in a sense that he missed his chance, because one thing that I also did not notice at that moment, just by accident, I suggested the move that, wow, we start with d6, and it makes such a huge difference, because what we have seen in the game after knight b3 Vincent castling, thinking that next I'm going to go d6 and f5, life is beautiful. But Fabiano immediately used the chance to play e4, and after d6, he was in time to place his knight on e3. And if we just go back to this moment, and after d6, I was kind of claiming that where is this knight going? Where is this knight heading from f1? Because you certainly don't want to go to g3. You cannot put it on e3 if your pawn is on e2. And this e4, knight e3 setup solved all of White's problems that White had at the beginning. And why it was so important to start with d6? Because if now White plays e4, then Black is in time to play f5, because the bishop is already opened up. Clearly e takes f5, bishop takes f5 is not good for White. And you are not in time to develop the knight to e3. So basically after d6, White was not able to play the move e4. And if he cannot play e4, then he is in some serious trouble, especially practically speaking. Talking about the game, after knight b3 castles, e4, d6, knight e3, now Vincent had to start this maneuver with the knight, c6, bishop c2, knight c7, castles. So both sides have already managed to castle. Kings are in safe situation, knight e6. So we see that this e6 square also for White, the knight on e3, for Black, the knight on e6 are super important. Knight f5, bishop c7, and according to computer, here Fabiano should have already played the move d2, d4 to break, to open up the center, but probably he was not entirely sure, because after some trade on d4, then suddenly somewhere, some tactic, some d6, d5, the queen can come to e5, probably does not work, but that was something that clearly the players were thinking, like, who knows, maybe some d5, queen e5 double attack could happen. It seems not realistic, but it was enough. So Fabi plays the move bishop b2, preparing the move d4, and then the computer screamed out, wait a second, if d4 is White's idea and you have basically now prepared with maximal power, then what about the small little move c6, c5, which destroys White's plan? Thanks to the knight on e6, the pawn on c5 is protected, and then Black might be able to just take over and start squeezing the position. Instead of this, Vincent, maybe because he feels like he missed so many chances, he's trying some attack against White's king, but if White is able to occupy the center with d4, knight gf1, now we are reaching the current state of affairs. This is the current situation. It does look good for White. Judith, or am I now suddenly pessimistic? You think like Black has chances to create counterplay or attack on the king side?
Well, I think, first of all, it was a great opportunity for Vincent in the very beginning. That was a big missed opportunity from the point of view of really playing for a very strong victory in this game. And c5 I liked very much. I think that was 2 moves ago, that was a crucial point, because you play against your opponent's plan, right? And of course, Fabi was just playing eagerly to play d4, open up and have space advantage. And here also we have to point out that the b3 knight is a piece which is not very useful, so it will take quite a lot of time until get to d5, let's say knight c1, knight e2, knight c3, knight d5 or something. So after c5 I would be okay with Black, I would be happy to play, but after what has happened f6, for some reason Vincent wants to be very stable with having the pawns d6, f6 and holding on in the center, but still White has a huge space advantage, so I'm a little bit worried for Black's position for the moment.
Yeah, now rook d1, according to computer, I think rook d1 was somehow an unfortunate move, because Black has some knight jump with knight to g5, which confused the computer, but I don't know, from my experience from the Spanish opening or like this, when there is a white knight on f5, and White is always able to also side, but wow, I just highlighted king h1 and computer says king h1, d5 would be kind of a almost winning position for Black. Yeah, so there is a d6, d5 tension hanging in the air, which creates then a lot of complexity to the position. So knight g5, with the idea of d5 and some other moves, creates tension.
Well, maybe eventually White has to play d5 at some point. But I think rook d1 was called a mistake or question mark, because maybe there was an easier way for White to play maybe g3, pushing back the knight.
Yeah, but right? g3 is something that you are not so happy to play, because you feel like if your opponent just played the move knight g6 to f4, he's provoking you to play g3. Yeah, it's a lot of mind games involved. So Fabi just wanted to bring that rook to d1, maybe is also setting up the idea of retreating that bishop from b2 to c1 because this diagonal will be very important in the long run. In fact, after the move knight g5, computer claims that bishop c1 is like the best move and a lot to play for.
Yeah, I think, well, this is what we wanted to say, that there was some opportunities for Vincent. And back to you.
Thank you very much, Judith and Peter. Opportunities for Vincent, but still a tricky position. And as they said, plenty of complexity on the board as we check back in with Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, because it's Magnus Carlsen, his last chance with the white pieces here to create some separation between himself and Nodirbek in the overall scoreline before they move into game 4 of the day. And as we arrive at the board, the computer seems to like ever so slightly Magnus's position. But how do we feel about it from the human perspective?
Yeah, I think the potential is there for Magnus's position to be very, very good. It's all about the squares here. White has dart squares, black has some squares for his pieces. But Tanya, it could turn. Magnus has given up the bishop pair. What do you make of Nodirbek's counter chances here?
I'm not very hopeful about them, simply because of what you pointed out. The beautiful knights that white has, d4 taken, the other knight can jump to c5. There's also the queen coming towards the right side of the board. The light squares, meanwhile, can be challenged by Magnus, right? You could offer a bishop trade. You could, at the right time, push the g-pawn forward and get the flexibility moving. Look at the way the board is divided. 4 versus 2 for Magnus on the right flank with a lot of flexibility. Meanwhile, for Nodirbek, the 4 versus 2 on the other side of the board just seems incredibly clamped down with those 2 knights at the center of the board. I think Nodirbek, to answer your question, will need some Magnus help to be able to equalize this. And Magnus, he's not a very helpful guy.
No. At least not to his opponent in this situation. He was trying his best to help everybody in the discussion, saying maybe we ignore that A5 nonsense that Levon is spouting.
Yeah, this position, as Tanya said, it's about the knights right now. Black's knight looks beautiful. It's the best piece, but it's not really doing much. Not really hitting anything. It plugs the c-file. White's knight on d4 is glorious. Maybe one on c5 if it doesn't get traded off too early. But yeah, what to do with black if you don't have any good pawn breaks? The queen is eternally tied down to the backward c6 pawn. It does look very nice for white. And I was actually surprised a few moves ago with a bishop for knight exchange. Magnus willingly giving up his dart squared bishop for a knight. But maybe it's just about the fact that knights are stronger than bishops in this position. And I do like your bishop trade idea, Tanya.
Yeah, exactly. I think the bishop pair can just be so easily neutralized by white that that's going to be out of the picture. And once that's gone, you're really looking at a pawn storm on the right side. You know what? This might be the game where Magnus takes the lead in this match. It's looking like the chances are pretty high.
Yeah, and when Magnus did beat Nodirbek, both in Weissenhaus last year and in Paris, it was this type of thing. Magnus, with white, took a space advantage, slowly pushed his pawns forward, got a grip. Last time it was a slightly different pawn structure, but Magnus got an outpost on e4 rather than d4. And Nodirbek just couldn't fight. He just had one good piece, Magnus, and Nodirbek was slowly just ran out of time, ran out of space. And it feels like one of those battles again long term.
And compare those 2 knights that white and black have at the center of the board, right? The knight on d4 has a clear target in the position. It's not only going to assist the f-pawn to move forward, but it's really tying down the queen. Meanwhile, the knight on c4, as you pointed out, it's got no assist. It's got no pawns to attack. There's no a5. There's no c5. Where is Nodirbek going to find play? He's falling back on the clock as well.
Yeah, this is very worrying, actually, for black. Magnus, this is his best start to a game so far today, both on board and clock.
And off the board, he was pretty amused with everything that he's seeing happen around him as well.
He's having a good time today, at least so far.
No coincidence that players seem to play better when they're happy. Levon at 2 Grand Slams in a row. Magnus here now today so far.
And I especially noticed about Magnus, he really enjoys these inside jokes, you know, in his mind when he's playing. You see that mysterious smile, you see that there's something going on, and I think this time we were able to decipher what's amusing Carlsen.
He is thinking for a long time, though, and it's definitely not over. It's definitely going to be a fight. Black, I guess, is going to at some point try and plant a bishop into the center, trying to activate this bishop onto the diagonal, although it will likely just sit there, not create too many threats, might even get blocked by a white knight. What else? What's Magnus calculating?
what's Magnus calculating? And you know, one thing I've noticed about Nordebek is that when he's playing from a position of strength, you often see him give that stare off to his opponent. He'll look up, he'll look for a few seconds. It's quite intimidating. But when he's feeling the pressure, when he's feeling the tension, you know, he's often in this pose where he is very shaky. He is leaned extremely in. And you can tell that he's not loving his position. The level of confidence in Nordebek is very clear when he's happy with what he has on the board. And this is not that look.
I did hear that yesterday, Nordebek against Javokir, the table was shaking from both ends, both of them like vibrating back and forth, both of them locked in, their heads almost touching while their legs were going wild. There's a lot of adrenaline pumping in that tournament hall.
Feeling the nerves, and for good reason. I mean, you're in the top 4 currently, up against the world #1. And you're 1 round away from playing for a world championship. Oof. If you can undo him. So you start to stack all of that on top of each other, and it's hard to believe you wouldn't be feeling the pressure coming into today. Magnus does finally make a move. It's a slight development of his light squared bishop and looking to offer that trade that Tanya talked about.
It just makes a lot of sense. You want to get rid of that light squared bishop. Who do you think wants the world championship more? Is it somebody who has 20 of them under his belt already? Or somebody who's yet to taste it? Well, Nordebek has.
It's a good question, because to a degree, Magnus's motivation is to just not let anyone surpass him, right? And it's kind of weighing that against, yeah, the person who's yet tasted the victory and the accomplishment of that.
I will add that Nordebek does have that One World Rapid Championship, but you know, it's just one, and it was a while ago.
Yeah, it's funny, I've had similar chats with Magnus about tennis, for example, with all these Grand Slams, how it tends to be dominated by certain players. Right now in tennis, it's Sinner and Alcaraz, and often the first final, that first title is the hardest. Once you get one, you start to go on a roll. We all thought Nordebek, maybe at 17, he would go on a roll. He's become a super strong player, but yet to get that second one, once he does, maybe then it will be constant candidates. Maybe he'll be a world championship challenger, etc. But for now, he needs to break the monopoly of these giants. Bishop's off the board in the meantime.
Yeah, bishop's off the board, but Nordebek follows it up with that dark squared bishop move that you talked about, kind of planting it on that long diagonal, eyeing, of course, that knight and the king behind it, but will probably sit there for a fair bit of time.
I think for Nordebek, it's going to be key to break on the left side where you've got the majority. C5 is beautifully controlled by the knight and the pawn. I'm expecting him to go A5 the moment he gets an opportunity in this position. So at least try to get a potential target on B4 if Magnus tries to consolidate it somehow. He needs to make the most of the left side of the board because Magnus controls the other flank.
Definitely. Magnus at some point would love to take a time out, put his king in the corner, but then the king might be facing some back rank checkmate issues long term. He slides his rook across, very logical. And the big question is what to do. If A5, does white take that pawn? The black knight could come back and recapture this pressure. I think he just has to go for this, Tanya. As you say, no other counterplay.
It's his best option in the position.
How quickly as white do you want to go E6 in this position?
Ooh. Well, now you've got to consider that A5.
A5 is in.
And Magnus would love to play a move like pawn to A3, but that pawn would be hanging. And the reason is normally you want to just connect your pawns, not change the structure too much. He can take on this square, but knight takes. The white knight on B3 is overworked.
Justify it for me then, A3.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't ask that question.
Well, I'm sorry.
Pawn to A3. This is a variation, not our moves. Knight takes pawn. Now the black knight would be driven away. I was going to say from this pawn, the bishop would have to drop back, but suddenly black has 3 connected passed pawns. This is not obvious at all.
I think we're looking at the wrong side of the board. Magnus's last move, lining up the queen and the rook, overprotecting the E5 pawn, I think his focus is on the other flank. I won't be surprised if he decides to give up the left side and just push F5, E6 or F5, F6 and just blow open the lines on the right side towards the black king. It's committal. F5, pawn takes pawn. Do you recapture or not? But it would get really fun. Oh, not so good, apparently.
Get really fun. I mean, this is all in from Magnus. If he goes for this, if he lets his whole queenside fall, he's suddenly down 4-1 on the queenside. But he's going for the black king, which doesn't have any real defense around it. Minimal pawn shelter, as you say, Tanya. I quite like this idea, but I don't know if it's Magnus's style. To just gamble like that. He wants the strategic grip. How to keep it. Pawn to A3. Knight takes pawn. Oh, apparently then...
You just push F5.
Now F5. So your idea, Tanya, just with the black knight slightly further away. And apparently this is a strong attack, but this is far from obvious.
Right, because you're also dropping the b-pawn. Yeah. You're saying, okay, you can have my b-pawn as well, just for me to get this pawn all the way up to f6.
Yeah, because 4-1 isn't good enough. You need 4-0 for the attack to work.
Yeah. Distraction! I mean, you send the Suicide Squad off to the left-hand side while you get the work done on the right.
This is so instructive, but so difficult. And like, if the black knight comes back, I don't even see an immediate knockout. The other black rook will slide and defend. White might have to take a timeout and play a move like king into the corner. Moment of truth. What has Magnus done? He's taken that pawn. Given a question mark, a shake of the head as well.
He's not happy about it.
Yeah, it was one of those things, right, where you look at the clock and you're like, I need to take a decision. The one you take, it's not the one you want to make.
And this doesn't win a pawn. It's worth noting, knight takes pawn is possible. Losing a knight just for one move, as the white knight on b3 would get distracted. And it's all about getting rid of the central knight. Nodovex back in it.
Yeah. Okay.
But it was hard because f5, f6, and it's still impossible to find. It is very hard to find a follow-up into that attack, sacrificing all of your other side. Either you're checkmating or you're lost.
Yeah, it's a stylistic thing. I think out of the current field, maybe Levon would have found it.
Arjun, maybe.
Maybe Arjun. But Magnus, he wants the long-term fight. He wants the he wants the positional trumps up his sleeve for later. Okay, I'm expecting knight takes pawn now, and white's not got the stability he earlier did.
Yeah, because suddenly there is flexibility on the flank in which Abdusattorov has that position of strength, right? And there is play. c5 can happen at the right time. You're taking the a-pawn away right now. You're dislodging that knight at the center of the board. And Magnus yet to get started with f5.
And look at that, the body language switch up right here for Magnus Carlsen. And now a little bit more, despair, I think, creeping into the camera there as he realizes that he's not super happy about the move he's had to most recently make. We're going to take a quick step away from this board over to our Make.com match metrics as we make our way to our other semifinal just to check in on it. Vincent Keymer versus Fabiano Caruana. Checking in with the heart rates. No hearts are exploding or beating out the chest just quite yet, but it's Abdusattorov who's feeling the pressure of the moment alongside Vincent Keymer for both these young guns, staring down the veterans, trying to push their way to a final table. But where are the accuracies at? It looks like there's definitely been a bit of a battle between Fabiano Caruana and Keymer as they dip into the yellow. Everybody else sporting green to their names, up in that 90+ percentile. Out of this, we'll arrive at Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keymer's board to see how the game has progressed since the last time we left it. Some fighting chances here for Vincent Keymer, it looks like. There was a lot of complexity the last time we were here. Pawns have fallen off, at least one apiece, I think, since the last time we checked in.
Yeah, very quick action replay since we were last here when Peter and Judith were breaking things down. Rook to d1 wasn't the computer-approved move. And instead of the knight coming to g5, as Peter was showing a bit earlier, the black queen came out, also very logical. Some tactics in the air, maybe some knight checks as well. And here, pawn to f3, trying to consolidate an exchange in the center, just to rule out white steamrollering forward here. A capture. The white knight went back from f5. That's a step in the wrong direction, surely. And, okay, the black queen lines up against the white king. A capture in the center. And now h5. When in doubt, push the h-pawn. Big threat on the board. Hitting the white knight. And that black knight on f4 is hard to remove. White has to be very, very careful here. I don't see an obvious reply to this this attack, Tanya.
Yeah, it comes back to the point what we were discussing, chances will come. You can't even put that queen on f2 because the attack still follows through. You push that knight away, suddenly there's a check on h3 that would be forking the king and the queen. So not easy to fight against this. Oh, you were even checkmating the white king. I love it. Vincent Keymer, he's managed to once again find an opening to create a game for himself in this one. How are you fighting h4 right now? One almost gets the feeling that at some point you might have to draw back with your bishop to c1 to pin that knight on f4 and hope that you can create some tactics against it.
It will be difficult at some point. You can trade off a set of knights, but the black bishop is going to come out with gain of tempo, hitting a undefended pawn as well. Fabiano's not comfortable. Look at the body language, under 4 minutes.
Ooh.
This might be another golden opportunity for Vincent, who's played very natural moves. I'm really shocked that Fabi's walked into this attack because Black's last few moves have been quite natural. He must have seen the h-pawn coming.
But I have to say that this attack to come to fruition is still a few moves away. Meanwhile, Magnus has managed to get those pawns rolling even further up the board. And I think we should go back to that one.
Your wish is my command.
It's insane what's happening.
All right, over to Magnus Carlsen, Nordebek Albusatorov then, while Fabiano continues to think about a sticky situation that maybe he allowed Vincent Keymer to put him in. Vincent looking to strike back, but this one all equal in terms of the score line. But Magnus on the roll.
Wow, whose pawns are stronger? Black has two fantastic pawns with a lot of potential also marching. White's pawns strong, but blockaded for now. Just a very quick action replay of the last few moves. I was expecting knight takes pawn, trying to trade off the knights, keeping Black's very powerful bishop. He actually willingly traded off that piece with a check just to get his pawn storm rolling a bit quicker. The white knight went back, and this is how we got here. I could easily see this turning, though. Like, one more move, and Black's taking over.
I want to point out, though, that White right now currently has an extra pawn and could potentially have two passed pawns on the 6th rank by pushing that pawn to a6. And for Nordebek, middle of the middle game also has a passer on the 3rd rank. That is absolutely insane. a6, d3, God alone knows what's happening.
Oof, yeah, I mean, this knight landing as well. The question is whether White has to sacrifice the rook just to eliminate that knight, just take it off the board, or whether there's something better. He drops back his knight, Magnus, and the bar slides down. Big error, apparently.
Your move, right? Now you really jump in with that knight. You're hitting the rook, you're hitting the pawn. Is Magnus going to sacrifice in exchange?
Oh, and look at the change in body language from Nordebek. He leaned forward, he frowned, he pushes his pawn. Oh, big question. I think if the knight had landed, Magnus was ready and willing to sacrifice his rook for that knight. He'd get a pawn in return. Who knows who would have been better? Eval Bar says Black, but White's chance is still alive. Now, what to do with this rook?
And where does it go?
Wherever you go, you just snap the knight out, go c4, go c3, and suddenly it looks like Nordebek's pawns might be the stronger one, and the faster ones.
I'll just show that if the rook moves up, maybe the most natural move on the board, then knight trade, and the knights would come off, and oof, I think I would take Black. Connect 3 after all.
Stronger than connect 2.
Exactly. White's pawns are easily blockaded for now. This is really anyone's game. I think a draw is by far the least likely result here somehow.
Is there a better square than e4 for the knight or for the rook then?
There's only 2 safe squares. He slides across.
So he goes for f2, at least doubles him up.
And he's going for f6. He's setting that move up. That's what Magnus Carlsen's relying on, to open up the king side. Is this the moment that Nordebek trades and anyway starts pushing his own pawns?
Yeah, speed is key. I think you have to exchange. No time to mess around and go grabbing this pawn, for example. He does exchange those knights. The pawns are rolling.
It's coming. c4 next. Is Magnus in time to anyway break open with f6? Will be the question.
Oh, Magnus doesn't like these imbalanced positions. He wants control. There's no control. Nordebek's done a great job. Up on time again.
Yes. Up on time, up on the heart rate, Nordebek is.
Rightfully so. He's now looking at the potential of taking down Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces of all things and then taking the white pieces into the 4th and final game of the bout.
But Magnus is pausing. He's not immediately making that hand capture of picking up the knight with the queen, which for me is the most natural move right now.
So the only other option is the rook, though. But you just move the rook to f2. It feels so odd to me that you...
Is f6 incredibly crazy here? David hates it.
I mean, I would reluctantly calculate it in classical chess. In rapid chess, I don't think I would
You'd even entertain it, yeah.
I mean...
Fair point.
The question is what would happen if Black just, for example, takes a couple of times. Does White really have enough ammunition to launch an attack?
Not even looking at it.
Yeah, if White still had the knight, I would definitely look at it, because then a knight could jump in with some attacks. But the Black King, even if it gets opened up, will slide into the corner pretty safely.
Okay, he captures
with the rook.
Captures with the rook. Instant c4, plants the queen to the center. Something Magnus loves to do is centralize his queen.
Oh, but the computer hates this decision from Magnus Carlsen. The bar is becoming very black right now. You can't push your pawns yet, because stuff is hanging.
Mm-hmm.
How to make progress.
You need to defend that d pawn if you want the c pawn to move ahead. Bring a rook to that file. Makes a lot of sense.
Magnus has lost total control. I think it was that a3 decision. It's so difficult to spot earlier. We saw that pawn sacrifice that the computer highlighted, but yeah, unless you're a creative genius, unless you're in the mindset of just going all in an attack, it's impossible to find.
And Almost a 2.5-minute advantage on the clock in a very critical moment where there are going to be a lot of tactics coming up as well. You also have certain checks that you have to watch out for with the a5 pawn falling. But right now, it's all about getting the c pawn moving for Nodibek Abdusatrov.
Still not easy.
Not easy.
Oh, this one is so tense. This one could be hugely important for the match.
The question will be, if you were to make the most natural move of lining up the rook on the d line, again, if you move the f rook, will Magnus strike with f6, trying to open up the king side? And that's what's going on in Nodibek's head right now. That's what's on his radar. How much counterplay is Magnus getting with f6?
Exactly. He would love to use this rook since it's a bit unemployed right now. It's only really doing a defensive job. He would love to slide it into the center, and Magnus would have to do something immediately. Very impressed by Magnus's poker face, calmly chewing that gum, trying to calculate.
Now we've been looking at the rook to defend the d-pawn. There is one other option, of course, the queen could come to d6.
How are you pushing c3 after that? That's what I'm thinking, because the d3 pawn is still under fire.
Yeah, it's not so easy. Maybe that's just the way to start, and you kind of leave white guessing before then deciding which rook to plant in the center. But yeah, I would say a rook move is the most natural right now. Yeah, I could see maybe some checks, maybe this diagonal, maybe this square.
But you know what? It's so important for Nodibek to take a decision quickly because he has to play on the clock and the board both. If he wants his winning chances, if you have to put pressure against Magnus, you need to move fast.
Yeah, and with the hand to the lips, feels like he recognizes that. He's going to reach for the rook, and in the end, slide it over to the d-file.
What do you think? Are we going to have a pawn move? And will it be f6?
Ooh, f6. The question is, what next if that happens?
h1.
Shuffle it over first.
The king instead.
He's waiting. He's going to wait till the black queen moves, breaks the blockade, and then he's going to start throwing his pawns forward, Magnus. He's saying, you shall not pass yet. Pawn c3, he'll take... Oh, it's so cagey. This feels like the last few moves before the position explodes even further.
And let's not forget that Magnus at any point can start throwing up the a pawn up the board as well. You know, he's got a little resource tucked away on the a file. It's not just the central pawns.
I'm looking at something. We've been talking about queen to d6, which obviously lines up on that d3 pawn immediately. What if we take a slightly longer route? What if we queen to f6, then to d4?
Oh, I like it.
Right, so we can delay the f6 pawn coming forward, the f pawn coming forward for one more turn, then come down and also offer the queen trade at the same time.
Yeah, queen's off the board. Despite the fact Magnus is a pawn up, I think that is almost a winning advantage for black. White's pawns can be easily stopped, even by the black king, if the queens disappear. White's pawns are never going to be, the black pawns are never going to be stopped.
But just by going right instead of left, right, we prevent that f pawn from taking advantage of the queen's misplacement for that one moment, that one tempi.
I think he's reaching for the queen, and I love that idea. He does instead move the rook.
Rook to d6, not on our radar.
But I like it, because it also stops a6. It's also putting pressure on the e pawn. It's a really nice square for the rook to laterally defend everything. And maybe, David, he's going to go double up on the d-file and then push the c-pawn, not giving up anything.
Exactly. Multi-purpose move. Magnus probably missed that one. Calculating. He keeps glancing at the clock, Magnus, and they're rushing to give his king some breathing space, some luft.
Just continued waiting moves, right? He's just kind of sitting and simmering.
Ooh, but threat now on the board. The black rooks have doubled up over defense of this pawn now, and c3's coming. Got to be prevented.
You have to stop that. Whatever it takes, you can't allow c3. Either slide your rook or put your queen at the center of the board and take control of that square. Queen e5 will be met by b4, only reinforcing the idea of c3.
Ooh, that is a tough one to stop. This is really difficult now for Magnus Carlsen. He's just got to go into real passive mode. I think his attack has just dried up. Magnus is not getting to the black king anytime soon. f6 is just going to be met by a capture with no minor pieces left. The black king relatively safe.
f6 just never landed in the game.
Never. It could have done, but he missed his moment. Now how to stop the mirror image move, c3. It's one of these two pawn pushes, but black's getting there first.
Missed that earlier window. Now that window is shut.
And you really don't want to put that rook from the f line all the way to the c line just to defend against this threat, because then you're giving away any hope of an attack on the right side.
Yeah, and these players, they're taught from a young age not to defend passively unless it's the only way forward, unless it's the last resort, unless you see nothing else. So does Magnus see any other way forward? He's under 2 minutes.
I was just saying, he needs to take another look at his clock. He was checking in on it earlier, but now he's spent about 1.5 minutes already here on this move.
And this isn't the final question of the game that he'd have to answer. Many lie ahead.
Peter was saying earlier that the previous game between them when Nordebek had black extra pawn, Magnus had 10 seconds or 20, 30 seconds, but easy to defend because obvious moves. There's no obvious moves here. And I think it might be blunder territory for any human, let alone Magnus Carlsen. What to do next?
Nordebek has to be sensing his chances, right?
I mean, look, he's got that full lean in. He's right back in, knowing that there's blood in the water. He can smell it. He's looking at checking in with Magnus as well.
He did it.
Yeah.
He gave the look. That was...
There you go. The chair's shaking. The arena might be shaking as well.
And the thing is, this is the end of the best of 4. You've got only one more game after this.
Yeah.
Whoever wins this, it's 1 foot into the final.
And again, Magnus, you got to take a note from Chrono 24. Keep track of time, my friend. We're coming down the final stretch, under 1 minute, 40 seconds to his name. And like you said, Tanya, it's not going to be the last question he has to answer in this game.
Magnus's heartbeat is nearly never over 100 either. So that shows his nerves. That shows how dramatic this is. Under 30 seconds now. He just has to move.
Nordebek's a killer in these positions. And he does it. He goes for that very passive defense.
And you know he hated it. He hated it.
And Nordebek was ready with his response.
That's big. And that shows you that Nordebek understands the position he has Magnus in.
Wow, this is getting even crazier. Both pawn chains are being broken. White's connect 2, the 2 pass pawns have been hit and will most likely fall apart here and now. But White has hit the base of the black pawn chain, and these black pawns also being broken up. This is good and bad news for Magnus. It's going to make it very forcing, but calculation's so important. And 38 seconds, no room for error now.
Ooh, and there's a trade there. He's going to pick up the e-pawn as well. Nordebek Abdusattorov here.
The queen or rook, that's the big question. Can you take with the queen and hope to win that endgame?
And he can only thank his stars, Magnus, that he played that little move h3 with no back rank weaknesses just a few moments ago.
Yeah, he saw it coming. The white king has breathing space. Taking with the rook is maybe the most ambitious move here, aiming for some checks. But if rooks ever get traded, if the black queen ever moves away, white will also have checks against the bare black king.
The one move that I would be hesitant to make is pawn takes pawn, giving away that c-pawn away. Because then you're really separating your entire structure, your formation, and creating weaknesses. The white rook stepping up into the attack as well.
Yeah, he cannot let that white rook to activate. He's calculating now. Nordebek, I think he might have underestimated this idea of the second white a-pawn challenging the base of the chain. And, ooh, nervy times, getting in those 10,000 steps.
Yeah. It's a nervous dance, not a happy dance just yet. Okay, he elects for the rook.
So this is going to be 2 passes from Magnus on the A and the B file, and C and D captured by Nordebek. Rook E1 check coming in as well. Watch out.
Calculation is needed. Magnus will need to be 100% confident he can give perpetual check. If Nordebek comes in, he's going to win a rook. He's going to win one of the 2 white rooks. And Magnus at the end will have to hope that he can continue checking with his queen forever. He will, most likely. I think he's calculated it. Eyebrows lifted there.
That was maybe a sign of relief right there.
Yeah, he's seen the line through, where he's going to be down a rook, but he keeps checking. Nordebek's king, or at least wins the rook back with the check.
Yeah, dipping under 2 minutes now is Nordebek.
He's trying to find a way to keep the game going. I won't be surprised if Nordebek takes another route, finds a way to keep the tension on the board, and doesn't liquidate.
That's far from risk-free, this position for either side. Now might be a good practical moment to bail out before white's pawns start pushing forward, before this black pawn disappears.
So if Nordebek gives a check, that's essentially a draw offer by him. If he wants to play on, if he's ambitious, he'll find another move. Maybe hit the queen on the 5th rank. Slide that rook 1 step forward, hit the pawns and the queen.
Also very logical. Magnus looks like he's checked out. He looks like he's figured out how this game is going to end.
Yeah, and the problem with that is that the queen slides back and gives a check. And look at that, he wants more, and it's a blunder. No. Nordebek going for the win, but he's about to lose.
He stopped 1 square short. He should have gone for the check. He wanted more Nordebek, and he might get punished. Magnus can now just take that rook off the board. This is still not easy though. Magnus has only seconds left. Under 30 seconds.
He's calculating, making sure that
But it's not clear at all how Magnus is even better here.
But it's free, right?
He has to take this rook.
You take it back with the pawn.
Exactly. Then you're one square away from promotion.
He does it. He's going to show us the way. Magnus Carlsen will, as he usually does.
Queen takes rook is one question. If the pawn captures the rook to try and promote next move, Magnus will block. And I think Nodebek's forgotten here or just underestimated that black cannot bring his rook down to d1 as that square is covered. Magnus is just in time. The black king open as well, vulnerable to checks. Queen takes rook is another question.
Queen takes rook, you can't trade the queens. You'd be losing if you're Magnus Carlsen if you get the queens off the board. So Magnus will have to find an attack against the black king with his own queen.
Wow, this is such a gamble, though, from Nodebek. Like, I don't see the reward here. Most likely, minimum, Magnus has a perpetual. Queen takes rook is the answer. Magnus cannot trade queens.
That will be lost for Magnus. Where's the square that he goes to? D2 is coming in as well. And Nodebek had the draw in his hands.
He did. He absolutely did. But Magnus has to make a move. Still low on the time here. So Nodebek has options to keep pressing.
He attacks the black rook, and it looks like it's the correct move, the best move in the position.
Very accurate from Magnus Carlsen. He keeps his queen on a very nice square here, gaining time, gaining a tempo against this rook. There's also checks if the rook ever disappears. There's checks on the diagonal.
And the problem is that you win the c-pawn with a check as well.
There's going to be checks when the black king moves. Another pawn will drop.
Oh, and Nodebek, the realization, it's setting in right now.
This is not easy. Magnus also has a tempo in some variations by hitting the black queen with his rook. Nodebek's missed this. 13 seconds against 25.
Disaster strikes out of that desire to just go for a little bit more, wanting just a little bit extra, taking a risk, but unfortunately that risk is backfiring.
Oh, are they going to repeat?
Magnus goes for more. He doesn't repeat the position. He gets a few checks in to gain a few seconds on the clock. He knows, Magnus, that he can bail out now anytime he wants with more checks. But does he need to?
If he can find a way in with the rook, that's it. That would be game over. But there's a big checkmate threat right now. He defends it.
Saves his rook, keeps it on a safe square, defends the mate. And Magnus has these pawns up his sleeve for later. Not much is going to stop these white pawns. Is black quick enough?
Yeah, I don't think so, because you go d2, but d1's defended. But meanwhile, white's just unstoppable on the left flank.
How does Magnus always get his queen in the center?
And wins the game.
Yeah, every queen endgame. He knows. He's looking away. He knows. Black has no threats. Black can do nothing. The rook is pinned. Powerless.
And this was just gifted by Nodebek. We would have gone into game 4 with a level score. Nodebek would have won the rook. Magnus would have been forced to repeat the position.
Nodebek would have had white in the final game on level footing. Now he's going to be down.
But he saw it. He saw, you know, in his mind, in his mind's eye, he saw the opportunity to take him down here and now and go into the final game with an advantage. He overreached just a little bit, and he hands it all back.
It's literally nothing to do. Like the white pawns, you can pre-move almost, pushing these pawns forward.
You just get the feeling Magnus Carlsen is just, no matter what the position, it's inevitable with him.
And you can see the difficulty here. Single digits now under 5 here for Nodebek. He's going to make a move. He's going to push that d-pawn forward, trying to get it to the promotion square.
But there's no way forward from here. That's it. And he's going to keep pushing with the rook pinned.
Wow.
There's no c3. There's no d1. b7, b8. It's about to happen.
Oh, he moves his king across out into the open. He's trying to liberate his rook. But no real threats. The only trick is that the white pawn stepping forward might get captured by the black rook.
So instead you push the a-pawn forward, right? Just ladder your way up. 2 connected pawns together work so well on the outside of the board.
Give it the assist.
Could also give checks with your queen, drive the black king out into the open. But looks more logical, looks safer to push that a-pawn. Magnus just double checking the lines. 20 seconds left.
Feels like an eternity in this position for Magnus. He's working it out. He gives a check. Ooh, all the way to d8, forcing the king, and now goes b7. Magnus Carlsen about to win.
That is touchdown. The b-pawn. It will be a second queen for him. The promotion square for black, covered by 2 pieces. The white queens will swoop back. No more tricks.
8 seconds, but he could have an hour on his clock right now, Nodebek.
This is gone.
Searching for answers. No answers will be found. Dives in as a last resource here with the rook.
Oh, but look at that double attack. That check will end the game. The queen can pick up the rook on the next move. There will be some exchanges, but white will end up with extra material.
He's just going to take it off with his rook.
See 4 queens on the board.
That b-pawn one step away.
It's the safest way for Magnus Carlsen. Is it to trade queens and then queen? And it's a handshake.
Wow, I can't believe it. I'm sure Noterbeck can't believe it. And you saw how quickly he was up and out of his chair at the end of that game, knowing that perhaps he let something go in this third game. Magnus Carlsen, with his final time holding the white pieces in this best of 4, takes it and now stands 1 point ahead of Noterbeck Abdusatorov going into our 4th round of the day.
And this just reminds me of what happened at the World Championship in December between these two as well. Noterbeck right now with such a great gameplay, having it all under control. And that one winning attempt by him is potentially going to just cost him the whole match and the World Championship title.
And so while Noterbeck has a brief moment to catch his breath and maybe resettle his mind going into round 4, we have no time to catch our breath, because as we arrive at Vincent Keymer versus Fabiano Caruana, it looks like Vincent Keymer has got Fabi up against the ropes and staring down the barrel of a victory and equalizing the score at 1.5 apiece.
All under control. This is a way better chance than the earlier games where we talked about these one-off moves here and there. This is just a winning endgame. As long as he stabilizes, his next move is going to be to bring his rook across, defend the knight, cut off the white king. Then it should be one-way traffic. The pawns are simply going to mobilize, march forward. I think Fabiano has to just try to grab the black A pawn, create some counterplay with his own pass pawn, but it's so slow. No way that that's going to be quick enough, sufficient to make a draw here.
Yeah, what a game 3 this has been in the semifinals. Complete turnaround of destinies here, with Vincent about to equalize the match and Magnus taking the lead out of nowhere.
Magnus watching on with a lot of interest. Great decision from Vincent Keymer there to keep his pawn intact. And now it's just a pawn show. It's been all about passed pawns this round in the semi-finals. Magnus, Noterbeck throwing their pawns forward with abandon. And now the GNF pawns will connect and march for Vincent.
See the same kind of nerves, though, coursing through Keymer's veins. He's got 10 seconds on the clock to make a move, and similar to Noterbeck, he knows that he's got to press if he wants to take the victory here and equalize. A better position, of course, than Noterbeck had on the board, so should ideally be an easier pathway forward, but it's not exactly obvious.
Queen's off the board, the king's moving forward, no big checks, no big checkmating ideas here. I don't see Vincent messing this up. This is his to take. He can just keep going up the board with his own king, assist the pawns to move forward. He can even move it to f4 to build a bridge with his rook when required, if kept checking.
The one thing to avoid is allowing white to give up the bishop for both of black's remaining pawns, but it's never going to happen. A bishop can give itself up for one, not both. Levon looking relaxed there, watching on the games. Another check.
Yeah, unfortunately, Levon fell down to Hans Niemann, so they've been trading blows back and forth, all decisive games between the two of them through 3, but it's now Hans Niemann who leads 2-1 in the scoreline, with Levon looking to strike back in our 4th and final round.
And Vincent's doing this perfectly. He's going to use the pawns to block the check. Right now, attacked. He has to defend it first.
Defense with his king. There is a check here, but the king will sidestep that. He's still in control, but definitely the nerves. That's the one thing that can hold him back now. Vincent should be winning. He will win this 99 times out of 100. Will this be the exception?
Not here, not today. I think he does this because this is really the opportunity you don't miss. This is the position that at this level you have to convert.
He is getting a bit nervous here, though. He's calculating whether he can block with his rook to stop all the annoying checks, and just calculating the endgame. If the rook trade happens, the white king takes a pawn, the race. But black's pawns are so far advanced. Black's pawns are surely just quicker.
It feels like it should work. But again, you can't go on feeling in this, right? This is not the moment to rely on feelings. But the clock, Vincent. Take a decision, all right? A bit of a repetition there with the king.
Okay, now he can hide. And any lateral checks he can block with his own pawns. There we go.
Beautiful. Keeping his king off of the light squares as well.
Very important. No way for the white rook and bishop to coordinate. Might be the clincher.
The pawns are coming in. They're coming forward. No stopping them now.
Fabi attacks one of them.
Push it.
And he goes behind.
Get the knight into the game now. That knight isn't doing anything.
Yeah, that knight should mobilize. Vincent's really efficient.
Yeah, likes that idea. Jumps it forward.
Great technique.
It can keep moving forward. Doesn't need to stop there.
And he will do just that. Noterbeck trying to calm himself.
You have to feel for him.
Heart's breaking.
And Fabiano, in the meantime, not defending this position. Vincent, his heart rate's rising. It's been rising steadily as he gets closer to the finishing line. He gives a check. He's going to go back with his knight. And go back around now.
He moves forward with the king, dislodging the bishop, defending his pawn to push the g pawn forward. But just be a little careful. g4 right now, rook g8, and you're giving counterplay.
Yeah, keeping your pawns protected is the key. So maybe the knight will come into the center or go back. It's going to support the advances of the pawns. Ooh, check, and he's going to fork the white rook and bishop here. That's going to be the game end.
There it is. Vincent Keymer gets it done with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana. He felt the pressure at the moment, but he lived up to the moment as he pushes the scoreline to dead even at 1.5 points apiece. He'll be playing with the white pieces in the final round of the day, hoping to push himself to a final table.
And what a comeback win this was, right? You lose the first game, the way he lost it and creates chances in the second one, but not enough. And this one, just the moment that he got, he seized it, and then a flawless convert in the end game, keeping the nerves. Fantastic play by Keymer.
And it has to feel extra good in the face of maybe some of the missed opportunities from games 1 and game 2. To be able to rebound like this against Fabiano Caruana sets himself up brilliantly for the 4th round of the day. It was a very different story, though, on the other semi-final board between Magnus Carlsen and Noterbeck Abdusattorov, where Noterbeck, he goes for it. He takes a slight risk in the end game, but it was a risk you didn't want to take against Magnus Carlsen, who flipped the script on him just like that, and you can see the emotions on his face as he runs from his chair. One more opportunity for Noterbeck to get back into it, while Fabiano and Vincent Keymer both now have their destiny in their own hands.
Wow, that was the definition of nail biter. It could have gone either way, that Magnus versus Noterbeck semi-final. But yeah, Vincent fighting back. It looks like maybe the momentum is on his side now. Maybe he's the more likely finalist.
Whew, I don't know about y'all, but I need a breather after watching the conclusion of those 2 games. So I think we should hand it over to our legends. We'll take a breath. We'll listen to your brilliant analysis. Judith Polgar, Peter Lecko, get in here. How about that finish?
Ooh, that was quite sweating, especially sitting next to Peter. It was like, you know, he didn't win the game yet, but I mean, how can you have better winning position than he had in the last 20 moves, right? But it was so amazing to see also Magnus Noterbeck. What did he do to himself, right? And this is the problem when you make a mistake, how to forgive it to yourself. But we were covering that, you were covering that, so let's go for Vincent game, because there were so many things happening since we left there in the middle game. Peter?
Yeah, absolutely. There were some crazy moments. And we start here with Queen H5 because some very interesting things happened after the move F3. E takes D4, suddenly White is in a lot of trouble, practically speaking. If you look at the engine says White is better, but only with the move which a super grandmaster or a good grandmaster would never ever in his life play or even consider, namely to give up the dark squared bishop with bishop takes D4. This is a move that normally you just say that, no, you should stop playing chess, because you can't give the soul of the possession. That's the reason why Fabi hasn't played it, because knight takes d4, knight b takes d4, and all of a sudden, just because of some crazy harmony with these knights and concrete lines, White is able to play like this. In long terms, normally Black should be having all the trumps with this bishop on c7. But after ed4, Fabiano opted for knight g3, which is a mistake according to the computer. Now, queen g5, knight takes d4 clear. Fabi wanted to take back with the knight, but all of a sudden h5 comes, and h4 is a very powerful threat. So rook d2, was played, trying to protect the G2 pawn, but things are out of control. Time is ticking down, very difficult to be white here.
And Vincent is taking over already. In the last move, after H5, it's clearly taking over. I had resembling my match against Pesky, with having my queen on G5, knight on F4.
Yes, you were telling me, and I was very happy here. H4, white is kind of forced, humanly speaking, to play knight F5 because the knight is hanging, and you cannot hide the knight on H1 because of knight H3 checkmate. You cannot go with the knight to E2 because you get checkmated on G2. So what you have, you play the move knight F5, and now after bishop F5, E takes F5, Vincent had like 5.5 minutes, and he spent 3.5 minutes. He felt like this is very close to victory. He played the move rook F8, and after queen D1, he played the move D5, which was the wrong direction. My heart was screaming out that just play bishop B6 and you win the game automatically, because if you trade the dark square bishops, and the problem is with Judith, we were trying to make C5 work for white, but takes, bishop A5 hits the rook, and actually white's position falls apart. He needs to resign on the spot. So bishop B6, white would have had to capture on B6, and play this horrible position where we see that the knight is way too dominant versus white's bishop. The queen on G5 is brilliant, and black is just doubling on the E file, and the position plays itself, especially with 2-3 minutes on the clock. This is what you need. However, he wanted to win on the spot with D5, and then Fabi started some incredible defense. CD, knight takes D5, bishop B3, all dependent on queen F4, which seemingly winning the game. Then white has suddenly G3 defense, protecting, because there was no other way to protect than to sacrifice and open up the rook on the second to protect against checkmate. So takes, rook G2, queen F4, bishop D5 CD, bishop takes F6, bishop B6 check, rook FF2 with almost flat equality according to computer. Okay, with 1 minute on the clock or 1.5, how can you even decide on this? But clearly Vincent felt like this is too crazy. He wanted to keep control with rook BD8, very nice, protecting and increasing the pressure. Now Fabi find the only defensive move, bishop F2. He has to get ready to meet queen F4 with G3. Now queen F4, G3, queen takes F5, happened then B5. So now the dust has settled, black is a pawn up, black is pushing, but actually white has stabilized the king side and has very good drawing chances, and we know that Vincent needs to win the game. And then where all craziness started to happen was when both players got down to 10 seconds in this position. Forget about question marks, I will just head right to this position. After rook e7, f4, queen h5, king g1, queen h3. That apparently here rook d3 was the only move to keep on the fight, but rook h2 happened, gets a double question mark. What is this rook h2? Well, probably played with 1 second on the clock, queen take g3 check, king h1, and now another double question mark now from black, because queen d3 according to computer was winning. Thank you very much. With 2 seconds on the clock, Vincent goes g6, and okay, my heart couldn't take it anymore. I thought like I will just explode, that what is happening here. And then Fabiano missed his chance. He could have just taken on d5, and after rook d5, rook h8 check, king g7, queen takes e7, king h8, this should have led to some kind of a perpetual check, but okay, it's never easy to calculate all these things. Instead, he took on c6, and after queen d3, black took over, and Vincent went on to win the game, like we saw at the end game.
Yeah, absolutely. It was ups and downs, but finally, when Vincent got a chance, he grabbed it, and now you should grab it, James.
And that I will. Fireworks across both of our semifinal boards, and it came to some pretty wild results, which means we should check in with our upper bracket so we know where things stand going into our final round of the day. Magnus Carlsen, because of that risk taken by Norbert Abdusattorov, now stands tall, 1 point above his opponent. Abdusattorov will have to strike back with a decisive victory to extend to a tiebreaker and hold on to his finals chances. Of course, we're all tied up in our other semifinal between Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana. But there was one other board that had plenty of fireworks on display, at least through the midpoint of the game. We got distracted, rightfully so, by the semifinals, but I'd be remiss not to go back and walk through that Javakir Sindarov Arjun Erigaisi game. The Queen A5 as proffered by Levon Aronian that ultimately came back to bite Javakir Sindarov, who opted for it.
Crazy, crazy stuff. A very quick action replay of the early moments. Queen to A5, the double attack, met eventually by a full rook sacrifice, knight out to B6, allowing the rook to drop. Crazy stuff here. Just as it looked like the white queen was getting trapped, she managed to escape. And when the dust settled, we saw a position that looked level. Lots of tactics here. I recommend everyone to play through this a bit later. But this position looked level, equal material, everything. But if we fast forward, one cool final blow from Arjun Erigaisi to turn it in his favor a bit later, just in this position where it looks like white is putting pressure on the bishop, some pressure on the 7th rank, a sacrifice ending it, a brilliant move, rook into d8, threatening and reminding white of the back rank. If the bishop had been taken, this game would have ended in a nice checkmate. The knight in the corner never really participating, and the final position was this one, where again, the knight trapped, the white king in mortal danger, Erigaisi taking the win in a crazy game.
Simply hard to believe that we saw all of that play out on the stage today. But either way, that does mean that Arjun Erigaisi himself has a 1-point advantage over Javakir Sindarov in that lower bracket, as does Hans Niemann against Levon Aronian. So pressure is on 3 of our 8 players to strike back if they want to force tiebreakers. And of course, both players in our semifinal between Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana have their destiny in their hands. Heading into the 4th round, we're back into the playing hall where Fiona is standing by for the position lottery. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, James. Welcome back. We just saw a tremendously exciting round. Going into this last game, we have 3 players in a must-win situation: Abdusattorov, Sindarov, and Aronian. If the match ends in a tie 2-2, we will see one Armageddon game. But before we get to that, it's time to draw the final position, and I'm delighted to be joined by Dana Reisnitze, the Deputy Chair of FIDE. And Dana, it's your first visit to Weissenhaus. What have been your impressions today?
Indeed. I think that the ambience here is elegant as it fits the elite chess event. The fighting spirit is super high, but what dominates the most, it is the creativity. The players need to think starting from the move 1. And to be honest, my soft is burning following them. So kudos to them for having 3 tough and exciting games today, and fingers crossed for the most dedicated ones to win the 4th one.
Absolutely, everything on the line now. And I'm going to move behind the table. Dana, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, we are ready. And the position is going to be number 545, 545 players. Good luck, and to all the fans watching, have fun.
F4. What is so crazy about that? It's a bishop on A8. Oh, sorry, I'm a bit blind. Sorry, F3. F3 makes sense. No, equal B6. F3. F6. And D5. D4. D5. Take queen. D3. Sorry.
Yeah, oh, why not?
Yeah. Why not D4?
This is good, yeah.
For what?
This.
No, yeah, just much worse.
It's bishop, yeah. This?
No.
What? Also, we have knight D3 actually, yeah. Bishop E2 no cast.
Okay,
I mean, c5 is only a move.
E4 moves. So let's say E4, E5. So we can start with F3 actually, right?
Then d5.
Bishop b4, yeah? This is typical. But then knight d3, I don't know. You will take? Take and maybe playable, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, they're... I mean, especially for you guys, it's, you can get that structure.
But
yeah, I think
rook b2?
c6 and yeah, black is never worse there.
Some rook b2 there?
Yeah, but e6, knight g6, knight e7, like everything's.
Yeah, I think black can just play e6 here, f5.
Okay, but this is nonsense. Like,
So you think it's c4, f6? But c4 looks like a good move.
not to me.
But c4 maybe also b5, c5, b4, yeah? Maybe it's interesting.
Yeah, but f6 is always useful.
Yeah.
And unless you want to play e5, knight g6, keep your bishop open, which is also reasonable. C4, e5.
It's nearly always useful.
And what if white does this?
Okay, b5, we should...
B5?
b5, f3? Yeah.
Raznable.
Or even knight g3. Let's try to play with f4 at some point. Well, f3 is natural, yeah?
Yeah, f3 is natural. Because...
Yeah, b5 is kind of nonsensical, no?
Yeah, maybe b6, yeah. And then c5.
Yeah, that's b4. e4, e5.
e4, e5, yeah? It's not for us with Java here.
Okay, you can play b6 first, then f3, e5. More balanced. F3 looks logical.
c4, you're afraid of b5?
But I mean, e4 is incredibly logical. I don't think we should be afraid of f5.
You want to go e5 or? Okay, so I want to see this.
I hope that they will not play like that, yeah?
But what about e5?
Feels wrong. G5. What? What?
Knight is bishop again?
I'm going to go knight g6, e6. No, it's great for black. No, g5, knight e6, knight g6. I don't like this. Okay, please.
It's better.
Explain to me.
d3, bishop d2.
Take or e6? Okay, take. It's very active for black.
Can you
No,
figure
it's
straight the
more
position?
worse. I think already.
Yes. I mean, it's very risky.
For what? We can find something risk-free.
Are you so sure about the c5 position?
Yeah. Be good
Center,
for
no?
white. Okay, let's start. Okay, start with this, yeah? Yes. F3, F3, F6. Okay. Or D5. Depends which side we're on.
b5?
Yeah, it looks good from black's point of view. So.
f6, bishop c7.
Yeah, I don't understand.
F3.
But in that case, we shouldn't be going for this with the other side.
No.
Can't be good for both sides. So what is c4 in that case? Are we actually playing like this? I mean, first move c4.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
So e4, b5 is wrong because of f3, yeah?
I don't know, like... I was thinking like...
f3 is just unpleasant, yeah? It's weak. You cannot play c5, yeah?
Yeah, but you can.
Yeah, but I was thinking like to f3 we can put some e5, d6, knight b6.
We're heading into our final regulation round of the day, round number 4, and it's position 5-4-5 for all of our players. But interesting things at play here. Magnus in a very different situation to the remaining players in his pod here. Magnus with the lead over Norbert Adusattora, Fabiano in a tie up against Vincent Keymer, while the other two, Levant and Javokir, down a point in their matchups. So considering all these different circumstances for the players, I'm curious what Judith Polgar and Peter Lecko think about the approaches that maybe each of them should take, considering their games demand different things of them. Over to our legends at the deep dive desk.
Well, of course, it's Magnus should be extremely happy that he survived it, and not only survived his dangerous position, but actually, thanks to his opponent, he's ahead and lead in the match. So obviously, he needs only a draw. At the same time, we've seen before also in the qualification part that he knows exactly you cannot play for a draw just because you need a draw. You have to play a good game, and once you have the moment where you can decide to simplify the position, then you're going to make that. And of course, he's professional. He will find those moments. At the same time, it's not going to be easy because Norbert will not give his life so easily. But what we noticed, it was very interesting, the discussion in the opening, and very exciting because after e4, b6, f3, there is a great highlight in move 2. So the two teams were seeing something very different. Peter?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's absolutely breaking news, sensation or shock of the tournament. The legends had not found the brilliant move f5, which Norbert came up with. That wait a second, e4, b6, f3, which seemed like a very good strategy, and the legends were talking about that. Wait a second, this e4, b5, f3, we just don't like it for black, and all of a sudden this f5 turns the tables, and then Norbert said, but maybe they will not find it. But how can you? So probably, and then Hans, Vincent and the team started switching instead of e4 to b3 to very cautious approach, b3, b6, f3, and then they were discussing this kind of play. Yeah? So what a shock moment for the players, and I don't know if we have seen on the screen, if yes, the players don't know, what to do now, what to do. Are we going for e4, f3, hoping they will not find f5, or what's really happening?
But once you know that after e4, b6, f3, f5, you're scared, obviously they are not going to be playing. They will come up with something else. But we should not forget that this is game 4, and Norbert, of course, he's in the zone. He knows he's in a must-win situation. And I'm very curious what he will be coming up and how he wants to make his life possible to still win the World Championship title and move into the finals. But take it away, James.
Thank you so much, Judith and Peter. Norbert thinks he's found something. The question is, will it result in a victory for him? Because he thought he found something in the previous game, and it turned out to bite him in return. Players have taken their seats, or at least some of them. Norbert already at his board awaiting his opponent Magnus Carlsen to take his seat before they launch into battle. Norbert needing a win, and nothing else will do for him. While as in our other semifinal, Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keymer, for either of them, if they come away with a decisive win, they wrap it up here and now. A draw means they go into a tie-break scenario. Everything's on the line here as 4 players are about to battle it out for their shot at a final table in the 2026 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship.
And here we go, clocks begin. How will Norbert open the game? Will he refrain from e4? He does. That trick he spotted, he trusted that Magnus would find it over the board. Already some mind games. He placed a very modest looking pawn to b3, opening up a fianchetted bishop. Logical. But Tanya, maybe a first sign that he just wants a longer game, doesn't want to allow Magnus any instant solutions.
Very smart by him, right? And also given Magnus's history, how much he likes to sacrifice pawns, get his queen into the game. I think he just chose the odds that Magnus will spot that pawn sacrifice, and that's not what he wants. I will say, though, that the starting position that we have, it feels like it could transpose into a standard 5-1-8 pretty quickly. The king is in the center. You know, you get the queen and the knight out of the way. You push the e-pawn, put the knight behind it, get the queen to that f2 square, castle quickly. And we could be in very familiar territory with very standard chess patterns. How quickly do you think we'll see those ideas, or do you think this will still have a lot of elements of freestyle?
Still some elements, I reckon. If it does become a normal position, it's good news for Magnus. I think out of all of these 4 players, Keymer, Caruana, is unclear who that would favor. Nodebek will want to keep it a bit strange, a bit more imbalanced. Magnus starting with an F6 pawn push, opening up his queen. Yeah, Tanya, I think you're right. It's very likely to transpose into normal-looking positions, but will there be some traps along the way?
And it's got to be, I mean, both these players, right, for Fabi and Nodebek, such storylines from where they are coming from. Both losing their last game, but in such dramatic fashion, especially for Nodebek, where he pretty much gifted that point. Just becoming ambitious at the wrong moment against Magnus. And for Fabi, it has to be said that Vincent just felt like he outplayed him beyond a point. So a little bit feeling a little bit more neutral about that. How quickly can Nodebek recover from what's just happened?
Yeah, I think the big thing I would look at is that, if anything, there has been more swinginess, it feels like, in the Keymer and Caruana matchup, right? At times, a blunder given in each of the games that is taken advantage of by the other, and ultimately has brought us back to equalization. Okay, I see an H-pawn being launched up the board here on the side of Vincent Keymer, so looking at opening an avenue for his rook to come into the game. Perhaps we hop over to that semi-final bout. They usually progress a little bit quicker than Magnus Carlsen and Nodebek Abdusatorov as well. So we'll check in with that one in just a bit.
Yeah, really fascinating stuff. I don't really associate Vincent with those H-pawn pushes, but they're so trendy, so principled in freestyle chess. And yeah, we don't need to backtrack too far. This is just move 2, the last pawn push. H4, opening up the rook, asking Black how he's going to defend against threats potentially on this long square, on this long diagonal. And Fabi taking a leaf out of Magnus's book, ignoring any pawn pushes, just trying to occupy the center.
Occupy the center, create a lift for the queen, get the knight out of the way, get castling as quickly as you can. Or will he block the H-pawn from moving forward at some point, Fabiano Caruana, by pushing his own H-pawn ahead right now? F6 on the board. Vincent's got to be so relieved to be back in the match, just at the nick of time.
Without a doubt. And again, with the momentum in his favor, having been the one to take the win more recently, and now piloting the white pieces, should feel confident coming into this one.
Yeah, so far, only Black has won in this mini-match. Fabiano winning with Black in the first game.
Then a draw.
Yeah, then a draw. Vincent could have won that one as well.
True.
But, then he did strike eventually with Black. It feels like the colors having the white pieces normally an advantage, not necessarily so in this mini-match.
Yeah, both these players have been on their A game. You know, the first match, right out of the opening, Vincent got into trouble. But the second match, you know, creating chances, Fabi holding it in equal ground. The third one, a roller coaster at some point. Eventually, Vincent taking it. Just incredible play. I think this is going to be very close, and I will not be disappointed if you have an Armageddon to decide this.
I wouldn't be either, and I'm sure fans at home would echo those sentiments. Vincent Keymer, though, taking a pause here early on move 3. One of our players who's known to take the most time at the beginning of a game to chart his way forward.
Exactly. It shows trust and confidence in himself. Vincent, he knows he can handle middle games if he gets an advantage early on, especially with white. He was especially strong with white last year in Weissenhaus. I would say the most logical moves would be to continue advancing that pawn, take away some squares from the black knight, for example, cramp the black rook in the corner, maybe at some point to bring the white queen out. I guess that's another reason for pushing the h-pawn to develop and put pressure on this diagonal. Maybe as well to push one of these two pawns to open up white's light squared bishop. But lots of choice means lots of time burnt off the clock, and he does push that c-pawn forward. Something very similar to what happened in the other semi-final, and a question mark appearing for the first time. Not a blunder, not a bad move.
No.
It was just something slightly better.
And I've been so focused on getting the king to safety the right side of the board. I wonder if we're actually going to see a completely different plan on either of these semi-finals matchup, where we'll see the c-pawn moving forward first, before the e does, get the bishop on the other diagonal, get the knight out of the way, and then castle on the other side. And white might do it, black might do it, but the more I look at it, feels like the king would be pretty safe on the left flank.
Yeah, early days, but that does look like the case. And the question for Fabiano is how he wants to set up. He can go for symmetry if he wants to play it a bit safer, or he can break the symmetry, go for a English opening Sicilian-esque type of pawn structure, pushing this pawn forward. That would be maybe more consistent, blunting the bishop in the corner. No, he goes for the symmetrical structure. And yeah, solid start to this game for both players.
So with that symmetry and that solid start for both players, let's go back over to Norbert Abdi-Satora versus Magnus Carlsen, because you mentioned that that c-pawn push was something we saw come out into play on that board. However, it was a bit of a different look overall in terms of the board state and how Magnus ultimately responded, because that c-pawn push came a little bit earlier.
Wow, big call from Magnus early on. Taking a small risk, I would say, or at least losing a bit of time. His rook is already out, and the fact that it can't get attacked by pieces is the reason Magnus feels he can get away with this. Quick action replay. We also saw b3 to start this game. Magnus going slightly different, starting with pawn to f6. And unlike Fabiano, who committed to pushing the b-pawn 1 square on move 1, Magnus realized he could save it up and push 2 squares to break the head of White's pawn chain. A capture. And as mentioned, the rook cannot move. I don't think he's going to do a Hans Niemann and bring his rook across the board. He'll just get hit very quickly on those types of squares. Instead, the white queen opens up, and Magnus takes the center. If he gets 2 or 3 more moves, as Tanya points out, like the knight coming out, queen out, castled, Magnus is in great shape.
And we should also point out that, one of the reasons that Magnus has done this, gotten his rook out so early, is because, yes, it looks vulnerable but can't be attacked. The way the white knight is placed on c1, it's not jumping to c3. The bishop on d1 instead of f1, there's no attack on the diagonal either. So the rook, relatively safe on that square. Already a rook lift, a good way to develop. The knight's coming out as well, now eyeing that f4 spot.
Everything's coming to fruition for a castle to the right-hand side for the player with the black pieces.
Both sides likely to get castled in the near future. And it's funny because this type of strategy, as we see both players get castled or prepare to castle, is something that Magnus is known to do. He did this exact strategy in game 1 of their match today. Again, it's the big pawn island. Here it's the 6+1 versus the 2 slightly smaller pawn islands. It's the 5+2. And it might not sound like much, but in endgames, he really fancies his chances. Yes, it's an isolated pawn, but if he can maybe come and swap them off later, he's just got one fantastic island, all the pawns connected versus some isolated pawns. It's a strategy he likes, a structure he likes.
It also feels like the kind of position where black's going to be more mobile in the center, where you're going to get d5, c5 in faster than white is able to gain control of those squares.
Faster pawn moves for black, but it feels like the pieces are threatening the right-hand side of the board a little bit quicker for white, developing that light-squared bishop, already targeting the right-hand side. The moment you castle, I could jump my knight forward to that f5 square. That opens a slot for my queen to come out.
Magnus doing Magnus things. He doesn't like to castle first. He likes to wait until his opponent is committed, just in case, as you say. Suddenly, black castles and white doesn't even bother wasting a tempo and starts going for the attack.
Now, why does he get to do that? I was told in my chess principles to get my king castled, and he doesn't have to?
When you're 2,800, James, I'll let you off.
All right. Bet. I'll hold you to that.
Oh, Nodebek looking up at the other boards. I think most of us, like, to be fair, anyone other than Magnus would be castled. But Magnus likes to wait, and there we go. c5. He's clamping down on the dart squares.
Just as you said, Tanya, those pawn moves, nice and quick here for Magnus.
I like it. And white doesn't really have the flexibility here for Nodebek to go e4. You'd shut down your own bishop. You'd give complete control on the dark squares that you pointed out. Not to mention Magnus eventually, at the right moment, will strike with d5 anyway. So instead, a more cautious approach here by Nodebek. He moves that one step forward to create a square for his knight to come into the game.
Yep, the knight can now activate, and the black knight, most importantly, cannot jump into the center. There were also some tricks, potentially, on the diagonal if white had castled instantly. So just shutting things down there for Nodebek. It is a bit passive for white, so unless he is able to generate some kind of attack once black castles, it's hard to know what else he's going to do.
In a must-win game, not loving Nodebek's position right now. Ooh, and all of the pawns are up the board.
And I wonder how much of this cautious approach is a result of what happened last game, right? Now feeling like, well, maybe I shouldn't be taking as many risks, when this would be perhaps the time to have done so.
Yeah, there tend to be 2 strategies in these must-win situations. Either you go all out, burn your bridges early, straight for the king, or you just do something like this. Just keep all the pieces on the board, a bit timid, provoke your opponent to come forward, say, come at me, advance, 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 and then counterattack later when the clocks are low.
It just looks so incredibly healthy, the position for black right now. One step away from castling, complete control at the center of the board. The knight beautifully placed behind the pawn. The other knight about to jump in to do the same on that d6 square as well. Don't think it's gone according to plan for white.
Looks really, really tough already for Nodebek. But does Magnus finally castle? Does he feel there's more productive stuff to be done? In the meantime, it's just instructive. I learned so much watching these players. Like, the patterns do recur, but it feels like they're just so consistent. They're so good at spotting how to develop their pieces to healthy squares.
If I'm building towards any strike, any break for Nodebek here, where are my best options? Obviously, I'm still looking to maybe develop my dark squared bishop up to b2, but then the rooks, right? Where are they lining up to support that ultimate pawn break?
Yeah, it's a good question with the rooks. I mean, especially if white castles, I would say it becomes more attractive to push a pawn to f4 to try and crack open the diagonal for this bishop. A white rook, if castles does happen, also would love a semi-open line here. Maybe the c-file would stare down at a pawn. At least white has no pawns of his own blocking that line. It has to be surely f4, d4, something to blow open the black center. You normally want to chip away at your opponent's control here. But it is difficult. It takes some time to prep. In the meantime, Magnus probably doesn't even need pawn breaks. He's just happy to sit on the position and find good squares for these two pieces especially.
Way more space to work with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this bishop could sit anywhere. The knight does come out, as Tanya mentioned. Very healthy looking move.
I think Nodebek at some point will have to go for that idea. You know, given the mat situation, last final game, you get that f4 going, good or bad. But before that, just make sure your rook is in the game. I like going castle here and then strike in the center. It needs to be done to open up the diagonals.
I feel like you almost have to castle now, because if you don't, I'm bringing that dark squared bishop unless I'm missing something all the way over to a5. Okay, would have hit that pawn. It would have dropped off, being undefended in this moment when the castle comes through. But castle preempts that.
First castle of this game, as we see just below Abdusatov's camera there. And Magnus, now that he knows his opponent's choice, maybe he'll feel more confident about castling on the same flank. Oh, sorry, I was just going to say knight on d6 also stops that knight f5 idea, which is nice. Would have been otherwise a nice attacking chance for white.
It's just a beautifully harmonious development for black is what it is. And usually once you're done with that, once he gets the castle in, I wonder if he's going to look at further pawn advances, right? That bishop on a1 that could get really active after a move like f4. We might see Magnus strike further in the center with the d pawn moving forward, opening up his own bishop at the corner of the board. For example, if f4 now, I'd be looking at d4 as a potential reply.
Makes a lot of sense. Taking away squares from the white knight, which wouldn't be able to jump after d4. Also, that bishop in the corner would be growling, scowling, angry.
And right on cue, Magnus Carlsen falls a castle with a castle. I know which way you're going. And as you mentioned, he's willing to commit at this point to the same side of the board.
So patient. Like, I wonder whether the top players look at each other and be like, okay, I know that's his pattern, that's his preference. Can I use that to my advantage? Sometimes it feels like they just play the best moves. They just look for the best moves. But you can use these small psychological tricks. And now, surely it's the moment for some kind of break. Whether it is d4 we mentioned earlier, very, very concrete line there, or whether it is f4 to try and open up all of the white pieces, he has to decide. Nodebek.
Well, we spent a lot of time over here on the Nodebek Abdusatorov versus Magnus Carlsen board, but legend alert, they have been keeping their eyes on Vincent Keymer versus Fabiano Caruana. Again, anyone's game over there as they are tied up 1.5 to 1.5. So as I hand things over to Judith Polgar and Peter Lecko, what are you seeing? Is anybody making out better through the opening?
Well, it is very exciting because it was such an incredible bounce back by Vincent, so he equaled the match, and then he's playing with the white pieces again. And it was great optimistic energy here. Next to me, Peter, of course, yeah, okay, great. And then we saw all these analysis before the game, e4, b6, f3, f5, and then something very much went wrong with Vincent. Mind idea how to make the opening.
And not only his, but also with Nodebek. Yeah, it's when I'm looking now at the semi-final matchups and I see what's happening I feel like the two youngsters are throwing away the game because of this second move F5 find in the analysis. Yeah, it just drives me crazy that basically by finding a brilliant idea in the pre-game analysis, they lost the confidence because E4 looked like the natural move, and then out of panic, okay, we will play something, yes, some B3, B6, and because they are ambitious, they don't want to follow it up with the logical way of, okay, then we play B3, B6, then we take it slow, and we play F3. We wait for our opponents to show his cards. Then most probably the players, the legends, the experienced super players would have played F6, and then we take it from there. White is slightly better and put some pressure, and we go slowly. Well, what did Vincent do? What Nodiebek has done, we have already seen. Yeah, he is fighting for his life, but actually he needs to win. And in Vincent's game, H4 is an emotional move that, yes, I know this idea that we look on H1, H4 makes sense, but exactly in this position, it's somehow not a mistake, objectively speaking. Computer says it's a normal move, but in a game 4 situation when you are already extremely tired, this is way too much of a difficult decision because you don't have a next couple of moves that comes automatically to you. So what happens? Fabio, of course, brilliant. He feels, he senses that, wait a second, all I need to do is making good moves and my chance might come. From human perspective, if you already pushed the H4, we were always showing that the idea is to keep on progressing that pawn, but if you keep on progressing the pawn here, then black just laughs and tells you, I'm playing according to the general classical principle rules of chess. I'm gonna react to a flank attack with a nice central.
And block the bishop on A1.
Block the bishop, the knight is heading to E6, black goes D5, and what is your pawn doing on H5? Absolutely nothing. So the computer actually says that the reason why H4 was not a mistake, that here there are some ideas, like you can still play F4, and then we looked at each other with Judith, F4 with just playing H4, I mean, you're never gonna do that. Judith, please tell your opinion.
Well, this is not what you teach to your student to play F4 after H4, right? It's if you have your idea after H4, you want to make a progress, right? So F4, this is the big problem, that objectively F4 seems to be the smart move, and also in a later stage against E5. But
Yes.
it's a so unhuman move. You cannot make a move like that.
Exactly, and the other computer idea, the smart idea is that, okay, no problem, you could have also played E3 in this position, and then we thought like, okay, so what? I'm gonna play E5, then computer says, okay, if you play E5, I can do everything, but I can even do knight D3, we decided to go F4, and it's a nice position for white. I mean, this is just impossible, and especially game 4, so much at stake, getting a position where you can rely on your hand, on your feeling that everything is normal, and it's all gone. Vincent finally after F6 played C4, and Fabi just with very simple moves, C5, E3, bishop C7, D3, D5, took over. And in my mind, Vincent is fighting for his life. If I would have the chance, I would run to the playing hall, stop the clock, say draw and play the playoff. But we don't have this luxury, yeah, because, okay, my heart cannot really take it. I'm just going crazy that how unlucky you had to be that Nodiebek is such a genius spotting F5, otherwise life would have been fantastic.
Well, it can still be fantastic from your perspective as well. Still, yeah, we've seen bishop h5, g6, bishop f3, knight d7. It doesn't look so bad actually right now.
Well, but look at the knight on c1, the knight on f1, the queen on g1. I can highlight so many things, and what I don't like in white's position, while for black, everything is harmonious, everything is there, which means that probably Vincent is burning time, Fabi is way up on the clock, will just stabilize and most probably win the game without any effort.
Okay, I say he's not going to lose the game.
Okay.
Okay.
High five.
Okay. So now
I would do anything. I would do anything for that, but I'm very pessimistic.
High fives over there on our Legends Deep Dive desk. While we return to our desk over here, we're going to be keying back into Magnus Carlsen versus Nodiebek Satorov. I do think the time element that Peter mentioned is important, though, for Vincent Keymer, because he is in a 5 or 9 minute deficit currently, only 11 minutes left to work with to Fabiano's 21. Over here, clock situation a lot more equal. But as you can see, it looks like Nördebek finally is looking for a way to kind of open the position up. He goes for that B pawn push up to B4, creating some tension, a potential pawn break here, and to begin to disrupt the center of Magnus's board.
Yeah, I like the idea. It is given a question mark, so probably for concrete reasons, move by move, it doesn't quite work. Just a very quick update that F4 did happen, breaking the connect 3 here in the center, but Magnus, of course, says, okay, I can go one better. Connect all the pawns, everything's covered. And this type of, queenless middle game, this would very much be under control for black. I think this type of position, very hard to imagine defeating Magnus Carlsen with the bishop trapped in the corner here. So B4, a good practical try. But now the question is, what happens if black starts taking everything off the board? I'm not sure whether you start by taking this pawn, and then finally grab the pawn that's offered itself up. Another question is, what happens if that pawn simply disappears immediately? Something to do with this diagonal is Nördebek's plan. But Tanya, I can't quite see it working yet.
And I think the reason you feel that way is because black also has a bishop which is ready to jump to d5 at the right moment to defend it against that diagonal. This is Nördebek's move given the match situation. He needs to break open, he needs to find his chances, and how much can you sit in the passivity of the third rank. He goes b4. The most critical move has to be just pawn takes pawn here. That has to be what is going on in anyone's mind looking at this position. Also making sure that bishop b3 can be met by that bishop d5 at the right moment. Magnus, though, taking his time right now, hasn't made his decision just yet, and this would just block any attack on that diagonal. So what does Nördebek have in mind? It is potentially a trade at the center of the board if Magnus's choice was to take the pawn, and I hope you don't ask me which pawn I'm talking about when I say a central trade, because there are two and I have no idea which one I want to go for.
Well, you stole my question from me. I was going to say, I think when you see 3 pairs of pawns staring at each other in the center of the board, that's a horrifying sight for somebody like me. I can't even begin to imagine how you calculate the different variations of trades.
Yeah, normally in classical chess, with an hour and a half on your clock, I would say, okay, start with one, come to a conclusion, start with another, maybe start with the most forcing one, so it's kind of quicker to come to the end of the line. In rapid chess, you kind of just have to guess. Trust that intuition. As Tanya says, the most ambitious, the first one he probably would calculate is taking this pawn, because if it works, black's just a pawn up, or with a big positional advantage, outside pass pawn potential. Maybe the safer ones would be to trade off everything, but there we go. Magnus does play the critical move. Perhaps Nördebek missing, as Tanya pointed out, that black's bishop can challenge this diagonal. Otherwise, there would be some serious threats on the black pieces lined up on the light squares.
It's not exactly a pawn sacrifice, though, I want to point out, because if you want, you can win the pawn back immediately with the arrow that you're pointing out, right? You have enough pieces attacking it. And I'd be inclined to leave that pawn right there and, in fact, trade the other one, because the d4 pawn blocks the bishop on a1, and d4, d2, the pawn structure, who even cares about that? And just strategically, even with material balance, this looks really pretty for black. Plant that bishop on d5 once you defend that knight, and you're a happy camper.
Yep, I almost hung my knight there. Thank you for saving me, Tanya. But as you say, once the black bishop enters the center, I mean, these 2 pawns, you kind of want them, at least one of them off the board. Maybe the d4 pawn, just to clear space for your pieces. Long-term, black is just winning every endgame. I don't see any attack for white right now. Maybe you still have to go hunting somehow for some surprise threats. But yeah, if you take the other pawn, then it's just a queen exchange, and there's no way that you're going to defeat Magnus Carlsen in that type of position. So I would probably angle towards taking here, but it does look desperate already, positionally worse, if not material down.
And I want to just check one thing in that line, that if you even do go into that endgame, and even if at the end of it, David, if we just show all the trades that happen, and then you restore material balance by taking on d4, I think you still just push the e-pawn forward. You just simply don't grab that back.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Like, very best you're equal here with white. Even if you win the e4 pawn long term, how are you ever going to win this endgame with black's 2 connected pawns on the queen side? It looks desperate for Nördebek, who's gambling almost at this point. He's now a pawn down, so the stakes are higher than ever. He played b4, but he doesn't have a backup.
I want to go back to James' point, about what happened in that last game and how much that has to do with the decisions that he's just taken. It's so difficult to find that balance. How much risk is too much risk when you have 1 game left and you need to win at all costs?
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, in that last game, he did not have to take the risk, right? Here, he does have to. So now it's about, he knows at some point he's going to have to take a risk. So it's about when do you want to pull that trigger. He made the choice. He elected to pull the trigger when he did. It might have been at the wrong moment. We'll have to wait for that to be proven over the board here, as now Noterbeck has quite a bit of thinking to do about how he wants to trade into the center of the board. Now, if that e-pawn trades off of the d-pawn, we originally were looking at lines, right, that took the queen off the board. So bishop coming out to b6.
Ooh, okay, so in this position?
Yeah, it takes bishop to b6.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Now I take with my f-pawn, take back. Queens are staring at each other. But unfortunately, if you're telling me Noterbeck, it feels like you have to go take the queen, trade with the check, but Noterbeck doesn't want this, you're saying?
Doesn't want queens off. I think there's no circumstances here, unless he's up a material. If it's level, you can't get the queens off if he wants to win. But I love your
The
move,
queen's
though.
pinned now, essentially.
Exactly. You can keep the queens on the board by just moving out the way, attacking this black queen, but once she shifts anywhere, maybe even blocks with the knight, this is going to be an eternal pin. The two black bishops with the power on these diagonals. I do fear that you're playing for a loss here more than playing for a win. I mean, also queen to b7, this would threaten a nasty checkmate. Well, this looks...
Right, now all of a sudden you're going back saying, no, trade the queens, trade the queens.
Exactly, get them off, force a draw, but that's not enough.
Yeah, unfortunate.
This is looking incredibly strong after the bishop move. I just want to point out that Magnus actually handled the opening to perfection. You know, finding that right moment to strike with his b-pawn, taking complete control of the center, getting his castling in, putting the knights behind. It was sort of like freestyle theory book.
Yeah.
You know, knight behind the pawn, get the coordination, king safety, everything just had a flow.
And very much in the way that Peter was talking about, Fabiano was able to navigate the early game against Vincent Keymer, right? You know, with that more tempered approach and noticing, okay, maybe a little bit of a risk taken with the H-pawn going forward. I know that didn't happen on this board, but similarly saying, okay, I can take this more cautious, stable approach to build up and coordinate all my pieces. And that coordination is now paying dividends here as we're starting to see the tension break in the middle of the board.
I have a question. Is this a new thing or what's going on here? I haven't seen Magnus chewing a gum as much as I've seen him do that today in tournaments.
First time I ever saw it.
Gum theory? Is that we're now on gum theory, huh?
It's the gum gambit.
Started last weekend.
Gambit?
The gum
Started at the Speed Chess Championship, where the tournament was sponsored by a gum brand, and ever since Magnus has just been chewing away. It's got caffeine in it. It's got, I don't know. I've heard good things, but
wow.
Magnus, it seems to work.
Okay.
Here we go.
Decision was made.
Now
he elects for the f-pawn capturing first.
Magnus pauses. He could take this pawn, I guess, but the most natural would be to offer that trade of queens.
And we were looking at that line, right? And the moment that James pointed out the bishop move, I like that line even more. You take that pawn, get the queens off the board. If you're Magnus, you're up material right now. And whenever Noterbeck captures on d4, put your bishop on that beautiful diagonal.
Yeah, just wonderful coordination from the black pieces. It does feel like I've watched Noterbeck a lot over the last year or so. Anytime he's in a must-win situation against Magnus, it's happened a few times, but he goes hard quite early. He kind of burns his bridges. Like here, b4, it's no way back. Maybe there was no way already, because Magnus, with that measured kind of classical play, occupied the center, had already controlled things. But it seems like, yeah, he doesn't play these long games, try to hope that the nerves and the clock comes into effect. He goes all in.
And I think what happened in the last game as well, you know, it's the fire, the ambition of youth. And then we saw him leave the table immediately, stand up and walk off. And you could see the rage in him, of course, directed towards himself with what he had done. And then I don't know if he's calmed down completely, because the way the game has gone, this one just feels a bit too rash.
Yeah. Or if in some senses it was an overcorrection. Right? Because again, at the beginning, it's almost like he waited too long to take the risk, then realized, uh-oh, I've given away too much, and now I need to lash out, right? It could be any of those things.
I like that theory. I've been there myself as a player. Often I feel I'm being too patient, and it doesn't work out. So I want to be a bit more direct. That doesn't work out either. And then it's like, where do you go? But of course, there's no right or wrong. Maybe it wouldn't work out anyway against Magnus, a longer game, endgame. But here we go. Queens staring against each other as we predicted, and no real way to dodge. The only way to remove the queen now from that exchange is to go back home. That does look like an ugly square, counterproductive, if anything.
Basically losing time at that point.
And black could also do the same, right? Just sidestep the attack on the queen. on a nice square, and I don't really think it helps Nordebek in his claim to try to win, to put that queen on the square you're pointing out right now.
Yeah, it's just a practical decision now. Queen's on or off. Against anyone else, I would say, okay, just keep going. Just queen's off. You still have some chances later, but against Magnus, we know how that ends.
I'm just wondering if Nordebek could take a leaf out of James' book and plant his own bishop on b3 and try to make something of that diagonal right now. But then again, this concept of bishop d5, just blocking things, just making sure that there's no counterplay there.
A great idea, I think, for black. I have a feeling when he played b4, which was only after around a minute of thought, that he just missed this idea of Magnus taking and blocking the line.
Yeah. And that bishop, obviously, yeah, we're not seeing it, but bishop d5 idea, right? It's enabled by that rook that found its way onto that square so early on into the game.
Exactly, it's crazy. Like when Magnus does it, it looks so harmonious. It comes with a bigger plan. When others try it, the rook gets trapped early and they lose.
He was like, don't try this at home.
Starts getting chased around the board.
Ooh. He actually blocks the hit on his queen, Magnus. I totally forgot about that one. We were so kind of tired and seduced by the idea of the bishop coming the other way.
But then this begs the question to be asked, that now perhaps pawn takes pawn is more attractive for white. You don't have the pin anymore.
Yeah, but black just recaptures, and how to continue.
Yeah, you can't recapture again because that comes with a check at the end of everything.
Yeah, just to show, it looks like white can get away with some kind of pin on the f-file, but unfortunately, it comes with a check, as Tanya mentions, and that's just a piece that would have fallen off. And pawn takes pawn, I mean, these are the most passive pieces ever. White has one good knight, maybe semi-open rook, but the rest of the army just, it's no surprise here that the tactics work out in black's favor. Yeah. Black's piece is just far more centralized, every piece playing a role.
Do we have enough pieces controlling the e4 square that instead of capturing, we can try to push and just lock it all back up?
Yeah, we do. We do have enough defenders of this square. The problem is that that pawn sacrifice means that with the block structure, just playing down a pawn, it's going to be long-term suffering. He does grab.
Okay, he grabs it.
What's the follow-up is the big question for Nordebek. Just the way Magnus has been, you know, the moves he's played, b5, getting the rook into the game. Beautiful play so far. The gambit that we've been calling it. Looking chill on camera. You know, the heart rate monitor saying he's pretty heartless right now. And
check on him.
The moves expressing that as well. Pawn takes pawn, he slows down. Does he see an alternative to the natural grab?
Yeah, I mean, the move you want to play is to take with a pawn here. Taking with a knight, probably also fine. But it does slightly expose you more on this diagonal, although the black bishop can still jump out to d5 and block. And critical moment, Magnus spending some time advantage, pawn advantage likely, but still very tense. Still enough pieces left for Nordebek to potentially cause some trouble a bit later.
Okay. Well, as we're waiting for Magnus to make a decision on the move order in which he wants to execute this trade, I'm getting frantically waved at by our legends over at the Deep Dive desk. So on our way there, we are going to quickly stop in on the Make.com match metrics just to see how everyone's holding up in the heart rates and the accuracies. As we get here, you can see, don't worry, Magnus is very much alive with an 87, a cool 87 in the heart rate. But again, it's Nordebek Advisatorov who's feeling the pressure of the moment down in the matchup and needing a win, if anything, to extend to a tiebreaker. Fabiano as well, calm, cool, and collected. He's got a better accuracy as well. So immediately I want to come out of this accuracy and over to Judah Polgar and Peter Lecko as they break it down for us. What's been happening on Fabiano and Vincent's board?
Well, Vincent does not have to win, but he's fighting for his life because what has just happened in the last move, Peter, let's show us. I know it's painful for you.
Yes, actually,
it's a beautiful move.
The reason why I was waving that this was the position and I felt like we need to go full screen immediately because there is a devastating blow here, winning move for black, and it's a complete knockout punch on move 12, and Fabiano has played it knight b6 to c4, a stunning move with all the pins in the position. The rook on b8 is pinning the rook on b1, but it's all connected with the white king still in the center being pinned by this monster bishop on a5. So if white takes b takes c4, then black just takes rook takes b1, and it is game over because you are unable to recapture because of bishop takes d2. And I kind of sensed it. I already knew it, that it's a total disaster. Yeah, that's why I got so emotional there already on move 7 or 6, even because I knew that it's all over. You cannot play like this, and Fabi will punish you. And yeah, knight c4 happened. It's on the board. I want to see see how Vincent is coping with the situation, because actually there is just almost no way to continue the game. Yeah, you have to find the magic to be able to continue a losing position. But how do you find this losing position that you can continue? Judith, help me out, because I'm and yeah, b4 played, it was the only move.
Yeah, it seems like b4 is the only move to fight longer in the game. But we've seen before Vincent saving and creating an opportunity. What kind of opportunity he created for himself in game 1? He was a rook down and he managed to almost save the game. Well, here he will need his magic in the future after rook b4, probably rook b4, bishop b4, knight b3. For the moment, white is not losing a piece, but so-called sacrifice the pawn. So knight b6 and the d5 pawn easily will be falling off. Not very promising right now for Vincent.
Yes.
It seems like Fabi is halfway into the final.
Yeah, not at all. And what is really heartbreaking for me, that Vincent played a brilliant match with the black pieces when he just played normal chess. And when he wanted to be over smart with white, he just lost both games in 5 moves. This is the real heartbreak. Yeah, that, okay, just play a normal game. Just don't try to be so smart, because, okay, these guys are just super clever. They know exactly, you want to do something in the position where you should actually be playing normal chess. They counter it. By the way, let me just highlight this wonderful move, because this was the moment that we have seen, and I was very critical that no, Vincent will not survive this, and Fabi immediately used the chance with b5. He did not give Vincent the chance to be in time to stabilize. According to computer, it's not a disaster. Vincent could have played c takes d5, and after bishop a5 check, just maybe even put the king on e2, or play, yeah, king e2 is also horrible. No, play knight d2 here. No, okay, knight d2, this is not an improvement. Basically, b5 was the move. Why everything that happened later was happening. Kudos to Fabi, brilliant play. I think this is very much in András Adorján's spirit. The black is okay, that you just, if your opponent does something crazy, you just counter punch it immediately and you punish.
Well, you see also how harmoniously Fabi is playing and how much he's using the starting position setup of the pieces, right? The bishop on a8 supports, and the g8 supports the d5 central pawn by playing f6 so early as move 2 in the game, and he was able to play b5 because that rook is on b8 and it was supported, while white was doing b3 only. And also this h4 is a painful time loss which he had in the opening.
Yes, absolutely. This is one of the things also that is so dangerous and risky in modern chess. Yeah, that you work with computer, for example, and then the computer, and you can play h4, you can do this, but those things, if you learn chess like this, that computer thinks that I can do this, it's very dangerous and very risky. Yeah, that the good old method that they tell you, you know, you play h4 when there is a purpose behind that move, just not randomly, because if you play randomly, you will get punished, and this is what we are seeing here.
I remember when I was here on my first Grand Slam event, Weissenhaus, and I was learning myself what are the patterns, and it was so irregular that when you have your rook on h1, you go h4, and shortly after you might show up with your rook on the h3, right? So it's so difficult to figure out of 960 different positions when h4 is so good and when I have to play f3 so fast, so to block the a8 bishop. And actually what we were looking in the beginning, e4, b6, f3, f5, actually it is very frightening, but objectively you can play something nice with white. It's so difficult.
If you already brought it up, then let us just tell everyone that what we discovered after after f5, there is this incredible move b3, just sacrificing the pawn on e4. Computer says that you can do that because, in fact, taking the pawn would open up white's pieces and it would be very dangerous. Computer saying that black has to find this stunning move e6 to keep the balance. That's a completely different kind of discussion. But since already we mentioned this f5, I wanted to add this.
Yeah, it's for me. It's very surprising that in freestyle at this level it can be after move 2 that you are very upset already, and we've seen this in every event which we were witnessing and playing. And actually, Vincent is really good, generally speaking, spending time. I remember when in the first move. Sometimes he was spending like 10, 15, whatever amount of
21,
minutes.
Yes, against Fabi last year.
On the first move, right? So he feels the nuances of freestyle and he understands it, that it has such consequences for the rest of the game. But here somehow, okay, it's
25
game 4.
minutes.
It's game 4. They have 25 minutes only for the game. It's not so easy. And after all, he plays against Fabiano Caruana, who is an excellent, one of the top person who understands the best freestyle and how the pieces get into harmony.
Yeah, I also feel like that, okay, we have talked enough about this position. There's also not much to talk about. Fabi is having a winning position. He just have to control the nerves. Vincent will be hoping to put up as much resistance as possible. I think we can move on to the other game.
Well, actually, yeah, there are some things happening in the other game, so we toss it back to James and David and Tanya, because though I'm very curious how you will figure out that Notterback will bounce back in this position.
Well, thank you very much, Judith and Peter. And yeah, maybe from a bad situation to a slightly less bad situation here for Notterback. So maybe a breath of life and an opportunity while still fighting an uphill battle here against Magnus Carlsen. A reminder, he needs the win to extend to the tiebreaker. Nothing else will do.
Yeah, slightly better in terms of the fact that he was almost dead lost. And he's at least alive now in this game. But pieces are disappearing from the board. Magnus is guiding it closer to a position he knows there's zero risk. Just a very quick action replay to show how we got here. We did see pawns being exchanged in the center of the board. Bishop to b3 along this diagonal. Magnus happily gives back the pawn. Very instructive for everyone at home. Better to not suffer any awkward pins if you can give back material and go to safety. Peter was talking about the h-pawn push. Always coming with a purpose. Here, very purposeful. Magnus's h-pawn marching down the board. This knight is almost trapped once he gets hit. d3, given a question mark, but logical, wanting to jump into the center. And Magnus may have had some stronger moves, especially in this position where it was better to go for the white king immediately. But even here, Tanya, it feels like he's not risking much at the world number 1.
It looks pretty nice for him. I mean, especially that h-pawn that can move even further ahead, eyeing the e4 pawn right now. Yes, d4 looks a little weak, but I don't see Notterback having enough time with the dynamics of the position, the open lines and the diagonals and the tactics to actually find time to take it if Magnus was to even immediately push h3. I love the point that Peter and Judith made earlier about the understanding of the starting position to see how you can maximize your moves. And I think Fabi and Magnus both did that to perfection. We see the starting the way it was, right? You had the rooks on the B line, and both these players used that to play the move b5, to open it up via that file, to use where the queen and the bishop were already placed at the very beginning with that f-pawn moving forward at the right moment. So that understanding that when it's shuffled up, how do you actually maximize and optimize the starting position of your freestyle chess pieces really seems to be a skill that the best have at another level.
And they're the best of the best for a reason. Exactly that, right? Not just for their understanding of the game of chess, but also for their ability to perform in the most crucial moments, which we do see time and time again from the likes of a Fabiano Caruana or a Magnus Carlsen in particular.
Yeah, that's where experience really pays off, knowing pawn structures, recognizing patterns, and knowing when to go through the different gears, when to play just classical chess, when to forget about the h-pawn pushes, when to forget about the weird, wonderful maneuvers and just stay kind of keeping things simple. Magnus has been spending a long time on this specific move, around 5 minutes now, 5+ minutes. I wonder whether he goes for this pawn. If the two pawns in the center disappear, E, D, it's almost definitely a draw. But h3, Tanya, I don't know why he's resisting.
It feels like these are the top two candidate moves in the position, right? You either first line up the queen, hit the pawn, and also threaten h3, threat is stronger than execution and all that jazz, or you go for the direct line. I don't think there's a massive difference. Both look equally strong to me. I don't think there's an immediate repetition in the position. So Magnus is 5 minutes down on the clock. I think he's reaching for his queen. And he does it, queen g6, and immediately Nordebek used that time to pin that black knight. Response with queen to b3.
He uses the time to pin the knight. The computer doesn't love it, but he's at least also going to use his clock edge at this point. That's maybe one thing he can fall back on here.
Big question. I mean, he's stopping h3 for now, but firstly, what happens if black takes the pawn in the center?
Can you go knight f4 is the big question there. Yeah. Using that pin.
This is the idea. Knight to f4 is the threat, or kind of threat at least, trying to break through. And if not, then the other question is, what if Magnus just moves out the way somewhere?
And I hate to ping-pong us too much, but I want to make sure that we catch the end of the Vincent Keymer and Fabiano Caruana game if that is the way that it is going to go. And as we head there, I can let everybody know that our lower bracket bouts have completed. It was a draw between Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian, but that draw means that Hans has enough points, 2.5 to 1.5, to push himself through to the 5th place match tomorrow. We also have a result on our other board between Arjun Erigaisi and Javakir Sindarov. It's Arjun Erigaisi taking the win with the white pieces. All he needed was a draw. He does one better. 3 points to 1. He will be playing Hans in that 5th place match tomorrow. We arrive at this board with time ticking down here for Vincent Keymer, though, in what looks like a nearly dead loss position. He will try to keep it alive in this moment, but Fabiano, plenty of time on his clock to work with here and navigate to a win.
Oh, I see Peter sweating. It is a difficult position. This check looks very, very scary in the near future. The white king just not able to slink away here to safety. Pawn down as well. Yeah. That just compounds things. Unfortunately for Vincent, it looks difficult, and yeah, that clock situation isn't going to help matters at all. Black can castle still at some point if he wants to. Bring the rook into the game. I don't really see what white's next move is either. Tanya, it feels like it might be almost done now on his last legs.
Fabi has the extra material and all the compensation in the position. He has the king safety to target. That king on e2 absolutely stuck there. The extra pawn that you pointed out. I really like the idea of just playing simple here. Just go short castle, finish development, then get the bishop to b7, plant it on a6.
Yeah, big, big threats against the white king. The reason he moved his rook up, though, is to defend the knight, meaning the king is free to start running away out of the center. The white rook also defends a loose pawn. If white gets a few more moves, if the knight lands on c4, the king gets away, then maybe it's a fight. But it's a big ask, especially with 20 seconds on the clock, making 3 moves for free. Arjun needing some help opening a bottle there. Or
I think it's his, yeah, he's fitting his Chrono 24 wristwatch there, as all of our players have been sporting those watches all weekend long. You can see both Vincent and Fabiano Caruana.
And they look very cool.
They look very
I've seen them here. Oh my goodness. I'd like one of those.
Anyone's listening. Yeah, it helped Arjun today, that's for sure. Keeping track of time, playing fast and strong.
That's a very good point. And time is a factor here, too.
I mean, 22 seconds, but that's the thing. The problems are on the board, not the clock.
Okay, Fabi looking for a killer plan. He knows if he can get the job done in the next 3-4 moves, then...
Which is interesting that he's taking this time because of what Tanya was talking about. It does feel like there's a couple fairly obvious or easy moves to make that just generally improve and hold on to your advantage. And you could be tossing the ball back into Vincent's court. You could keep the pressure on in that moment.
I think from a human perspective, the move that you want to make is give a check right now. You know, checks, captures, threats. I know that's basic, but it kind of asks these questions to the white king. Because if you plant the knight on c4 to block the check, there might be further tactics with black giving counter checks on c3. It gets pretty wild. But instead, Fabi, he goes another route. He brings the rook out, but with a king step.
Wow, slightly closer to the center, just in case it goes to an endgame. The king better placed than it would have been if it had castled. That is, yeah, a difficult move, I think, for most of us. But the whole idea, castles or not, is to bring the rook to the center. Now watch out, this knight is very loose. There's going to be sacrifice ideas. Knight takes pawn, come with a check. Vincent's got under 10 seconds to deal with all of these problems.
He seems paralyzed in this moment. Checking in with the clock, he sees 2 seconds. He's got to make a move, and he will make it just in time. It's just a king slide. King's on the run to safety. Then maybe he can find a way to get back into this.
Oh, look at the body language. He's looking away. He looks distraught, Vincent.
He does. Fabiano Caruana is about to go through to the finals.
Yeah, the first move you calculate here is knight takes pawn. Whether it works or not, you look at it, it would be backed up by a queen check. He plays it, he's worked out it does indeed win more material.
These have to be the last few moves of Vincent's journey in this World Championship title. And beautiful tactics there. You take that rook, queen takes pawn coming in.
A look to the heavens, back to the board, searching for answers. None will be found.
This is over. It's going to be a 2, maybe 3 pawn deficit for Vincent Keymer, and he offers his hand.
That's enough. It's enough for him to know there will be no more magic found in Weissenhaus for Vincent Keymer. For Fabiano Caruana, he's the first ticket booked to the final table, and he is looking to do what he's not done yet on the freestyle stage. Take the top spot and name himself world champion.
Wow, fantastic play from Fabiano. It was such a close match. Vincent had his chances. We'll get a proper debrief on that one later, but Fabiano is the man of this moment.
Absolutely the man of the moment, but there's 2 more men locked in a battle, and that would be Norbert Abdusatorov and Magnus Carlsen. And how about this? Look at the time left for Magnus Carlsen. Yes, he's had an advantageous position. Yes, we still have the belief at times that Magnus will pull it through, but it's not looking so easy all of a sudden with 19 seconds to your name.
Definitely not easy. He has just played a brilliant move, however, taking a pawn in the center, hanging his own knight. So Tanya, we have to get to the bottom of this. Why can't Nodebek grab a free piece?
Yeah, it's a big question, and I think it has to do with that knight on d4 and ideas against g2, but look at that. Nodebek making a counter blunder here with 6 minutes on the clock. Magnus, can you figure it out? 10 seconds.
Oh, he takes a knight. That is a check. It will be recaptured. Now another check. The White King's out in the open.
That's looking very scary for the White King. The Queen and the Rook lined up as well. Is there a knockout here?
Magnus only needs a draw, but he has a winning move here. Or maybe more than one winning move.
Just go check. Rook f4, take the Queen.
Oh, check is safe. A knight move.
He finds the best move.
Whoa.
Another double exclam here for Magnus Carlsen. I mean, he comes off the tail end of the double question mark. But that's the mark of a champion right there, capitalizing.
What a move. Queen takes knight. He would give a rook check, get his rook out of the way, and win the White Queen. Maybe there's even better there. Other rook checks in the air as well. Mate on the board.
And with 6 minutes on the clock, how do you fight this? You've got no moves. You fall back with the bishop, trying to defend that e1 square. Is that something that could keep the game going for Nodebek? Although Magnus looks like he's seen this through to the end. He knows he's going to the finals. It's going to be Magnus versus Fabi is the feeling you get looking at him.
Experience counts. Experience pays off. Bishop to f2 would destroy the mating threat, but knight takes bishop, and White will lose material no matter what. That is game over. Nodebek had 6 minutes. He always tries to rush Magnus on the clock, and that's where his own blunders have come.
Yeah. It's experience against Magnus, and Magnus knows it. Look at that.
Oh, he knows. He knows he was a bit slow, Magnus. He could have got the job done maybe more efficiently, but when it mattered, he found the moves.
Everyone just feels it's been gifted to Magnus in these last 2 games, you know, by Nodebek.
But that's the thing, right? You know, in order to take down the world #1, at some point you're going to have to take a risk. You've got to throw a pretty heavy punch, a knockout blow. And the couple of times that Nodebek does it, it's either an ill-advised moment or he doesn't take the time that is afforded to him to think it through entirely. It'll come back to bite him in this case. Magnus is staring down a Fabiano matchup in the finals.
And once again, going to be experiencing triumphing over youth here in Weissenhaus as Magnus and Fabi will fight for the World Championship title.
Wow, handshake any second, surely. Queen takes knight would be met by that rook check, discovered attack on the White Queen. Just no way to keep this game going. It's over, almost on the spot. Nodebek just coming to terms with things now.
I'm trying to find ways to fight against the checkmate. G3 just feels like you're delaying the inevitable. Lots of options to win there. You could even just take the pawn. You could block the king further. You could give a check first. Bishop falling back does not help. Yeah, Nodebek knows this is over.
Your best option is a bad option, which is that bishop falling back to f2. And as we've discussed, it's already a losing situation here. So we're burning the time that perhaps we should have burned a moment ago.
Or perhaps in the last game.
The problem with bishop to f2 for everyone at home, knight takes bishop. The queen has to stay protecting its rook, so the White King would have to step forward, and the Black Queen would drop back to f7 with a check, also winning the White Rook. I know there's a lot of arrows, but this is it. It's a piece down, guaranteed minimum now for Nordebek.
Beautiful geometry, and it always seems to work out for Magnus. His pieces always seem to land at the right spot to make the tactics flow.
He covers the center. Like his queen is always nearby, his rook, his knights, they're always controlling the central squares, and that gives them more ability to go to either flank. Save for king as well.
Yeah, just everything playing out to perfection somehow for the world #1 every single time.
In the hunt for that 21st World Championship is Magnus Carlsen, and he is poised for one final match to earn it.
He's almost amused right now.
Where is he looking? This is the only game remaining in the arena. No other games on screen. Maybe thinking back.
And that rook move, that blunder by Nordebek, you know, there were still chances, James.
Absolutely.
It could have still gone on with Magnus playing on those final seconds.
And even before that, and maybe something we can look at near the end of the day, it was not the cleanest game by either player down the stretch. Obviously cleaner for Magnus than Nordebek.
What's the cleanest way? Magnus will show us, and that's it.
Wow. And just like that, Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, chasing his 21st World Championship title. He gets it done over Nordebek Abdusatorov, and he will move on to our championship table tomorrow against Fabiano Caruana.
And fantastic. And David, I think it was just mate was inevitable with that last move. The king would have moved up, the pawn would have moved up, Magnus Carlsen moves up to the finals. And this feels like we're reliving everything in Weissenhaus. Started in 2024 with the GOAT Chess Challenge. It was Magnus versus Fabi, and that is the finals for the World Championship.
Yeah, mate in 3 on the board to end it, ending in style. Magnus and Fabiano both winning with the black pieces. Yeah, experience. We talked about it. Maybe the fact they were on the same team, they could analyze together, study those openings together, giving them that extra edge. But ultimately, their nerves just stronger than their opponents. The know-how. They've been there. They've done it before.
Well, it was a marathon day of chess for all of our players, but this 4th and final round is where it all came down to. As the gong sounded, off they went. Nordebek Abdusatorov needing a win against Magnus Carlsen. He played tempered in the beginning, perhaps too much so, before taking a risk that would bite him back. In our other semifinal bout, Fabiano Caruana versus Vincent Keymer, they entered all tied up, but in a similar style. Vincent perhaps too tepid initially, and then Fabiano found a way to clamp down and take the victory. In our other matchup semifinals, those each wound their way to decisive ends, with Hans Niemann and Arjun Erigaisi booking their ticket into the 5th place matchup. But this is your upper bracket picture right here. It's Carlsen and Caruana, both of them sitting at the final table alone tomorrow. That means we turn our attention to the lower bracket, where Nordebek Abdusatorov and Vincent Keymer will fall into that matchup for 3rd place. Hans Niemann, Erigaisi, they're fighting for 5th, and Aroni and Sindarov, they will be duking it out for 7th and 8th place overall.
What a day of chess this has been. And I want to also point out that Fabi versus Vincent, I think it's something that you said, David, earlier, that all decisive games, including the last one, came with the black pieces. All the wins that happened. And what a way it was for Fabiano. I mean, just simply the way he did it in round robin and his phenomenal play today. I think both these players, Magnus, Fabi, definitely the one who've been on their A game. And we're in for an absolute thriller of a final.
What do we say about Fabiano? Mr. Consistent. Whether he wins or not tomorrow, he's made it to another final. He's always in the mix. When is his time going to come? Is this finally it? His first ever world title?
That's the big thing. We love to call him Mr. Consistency, but I bet you he's got to be so frustrated to be called Mr. Consistency at a certain point. He does want that #1 title.
He wants it so bad. And the thing is, I can't imagine a better way to do it than to take down the world #1 if it's written in the stars for him this time in Weissenhaus. Always so close, yet so far. Is this when he crosses the line?
Yeah, you have to imagine that if you are going to pick up a world championship title, there's no one better to do it against, of course, than Magnus Carlsen. But it also is probably nobody harder to do it against than Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, you got to beat the best to be the best. But yeah, it feels like it was fated somehow that if Fabi ever were to win a world title, this might be the opponent he does it against after so many near misses. Of course, Classical World Championship in 2018, but also throughout the years, so many matches. I think the format suits him, though. 4 games, slightly longer, 25-minute time control. I think it's brought out his best so far.
And I also want to just add to that, just the quality of play that we've been seeing by Fabi. It really feels like if ever there was a time for him to take this, by taking down Magnus, it's now. How impressive was he today in his match against Vincent? Incredible gameplay, not the scoreline, but just simply the quality.
And
so high.
Couple that with his group stage, which by no means did he blow the whole field away, but it was a better start to a group stage than he typically has. We'll call him a slow starter, somebody who ramps up and eventually finds form. It seems like he's found it much earlier on, and even more important, in a truncated format, 3-day event. Most of our events in the past have been quite longer.
Exactly, and especially in the crunch moments, Fabi stood up tall. Yesterday, there was that blip in the group stage, lost 2 in a row, but came up with some incredible tactics in the final game. And same again today. He got pegged back by Vincent. He upped his game in the final one.
With so much on the line, you know, Fabi's been that one player here who's always had those fun nights, you know. He's out at dinner, game nights on till pretty late in the night, having fun, playing snooker, playing board games. With what's on the line tomorrow, do you think Fabi's going to continue the tradition, or?
He was playing games last night, and he got the win today. Don't fix what ain't broke. The old classic, stick with the system.
Me and James are around tonight, Fabi, if you need any...
yeah, also, we would really love to play games. So, Fabi, please play games with us tonight. Now, normally, it's David's responsibility to pick a move of the day, but I got good news for you, my friend. I'm going to take that responsibility away from you. I'm going to toss it over to our legends at the Deep Dive desk. First, they're going to break down their thoughts around all of the games of the day, and then maybe pick one final move that they feel like eclipsed the rest. Judah Polgar, Peter Lecko, take it away.
What a day we had. Incredible. First, we want to show you the nice little touch what Magnus played. I think that's the first. And then we can talk about what was actually, break it down all the games just a bit.
Yes, I want to highlight this moment, yeah, because we have seen the double exclamation mark by the computer. Magnus had played the rook takes e4 move. We have also seen that he spent quite a lot of time. I believe that it was a conflict of interest, knowing that Magnus actually all what he needed is a draw. He could have played the very tempting move queen takes e4. Thank you very much, I'm sealing the game, sealing match victory, but he said, no, wait a second, guys, the position has so much potential, let me find something brilliant, and he found this rook takes e4. The whole point is that actually the knight on c5 is hanging, and after queen takes c5, the very clinical winning move is this bishop retreat to e7. It is so easy to miss this kind of moves, especially because there was so much tension on the long diagonal that when this bishop takes d4 will win or not, but in fact here you can include h3, g3 and then do bishop e7 or do bishop e7 right away, and then all of a sudden white's pieces are overloaded, the rook is hanging, white will have trouble after rook takes f1. So for example, if white tries to hang on to that rook, then you can just take rook f1, king takes f1, and now you can do whatever you want, but let's just show that, for example, bishop takes b4, queen takes b4, and there is no way that the queen and the rook combo is not finishing the game. Rook f4 check is winning, king g1, h3, g3 and queen e4. This is like a very picturesque, but okay, there were so many other winning moves. Clearly, Nodiebek did not want this to happen.
Let's go until the end. Sorry. Queen d2, queen h1.
Okay. There you have it. Yeah, what a stylish way to finish. Checkmate is Judith's territory. Yeah. I'm talking about strategy and everything. Judith spots all these things.
Well, maybe instead of queen h1, queen b1 was an easier one, but we should sacrifice it anyway.
Certainly, but the point is that, yeah, this bishop e7, the bishop retreats, and then one can feel, the computer tells you that, no, you cannot hang on to the rook, but if you don't, you just lose material, and it's all over. Black is having an exchange up plus the attack. So that was the problem for Nodiebek after rook takes e4. He was in a horrible situation because, okay, how do I fight? Black is winning. I cannot take on c5. The computer says that rook c4 was a blunder because he could have fought on with rook bv1, and then Magnus is just clearly better but not winning on the spot. It does not change anything for the match. Magnus would have been in the finals anyway. And after rook c4, clearly, Magnus was shaking his head because he was so happy. I can imagine that after this very difficult kind of match, yeah, the first two games were very even, then two draws. The third game, it looked very good at the beginning, then things got out of control. He was low on the clock, and Abdusattorov refused the repetition of or the drawish line, trying to play for a win, and got punished. And then finally finishing the match with knight d3. That should be so pleasant. Judith, what are your thoughts?
Well, exactly. I mean, this was, well, for Magnus, draw was enough. So we did not choose the move of the day, this one, but we choose something else because, as you pointed out there, I mean, Fabiano is on the roll here, and we decided that actually in this position, the move knight c4 was the move of the day because he made a great opening also, and finally this was the final touch that said, okay, it should be game over.
And this seals him the ticket to the final, yeah, because Magnus, all he needed was a draw. Fabi needed to win, otherwise it's playoff. And yeah, Fabi was incredible, yeah. But knowing Fabi, actually, he will be critical of himself that, yes, I played 2 brilliant games with black, but what did I do with white? Yeah, and tomorrow against Magnus Carlsen, clearly he will have to work on this because you can't just rely on the black color against Magnus.
Yeah, well, we had an amazing day, and it was so interesting to see 4 games in the semifinal. And in the third game, Abdusattorov basically made a mistake. He's too young probably. He smelled that maybe I can win, but he was not able to do it. He pushed it too hard. He lost the game. And basically after that game, it was almost a mission impossible for a comeback. And for Vincent, of course, he was struggling. It was so difficult, but he bounced back. He equalized the match. But somehow for the final game, he fell apart. And the two experienced player won now, and the youngsters are going to be playing for the third place.
This is what I felt like. The young players, the youngsters always made the mistakes when they got too excited. Yeah, that they felt like Vincent also probably bouncing back with black, coming after this very difficult first round defeat with white. He felt like, okay, now I have to win the match. And these are the things that you shouldn't be thinking, because you have to kind of acknowledge that you have already played 3 crazy games. Yeah, so you have to be very pragmatic that in which state of mind I am right now, how much energy, how much mental reserves do I have? And we have seen that Fabi and Magnus, they were not doing anything crazy, just the most sensible, logical moves so that we will not have any problems. Our hand can make the moves, and if our opponents make mistake, then we are ready to punch on that.
They were ready to take their chances. The word is yours, James.
Thank you so much, Judith and Peter. A painful lesson, perhaps, for Noterbeck to have learned there, but a lesson nonetheless against Magnus Carlsen. Experience reigns supreme here on our semifinal day as he and Fabiano now turn their attention towards each other. Let's just talk a little bit about this final table that we now have sitting in front of us. Magnus, the world #1, Fabiano, the guy who has touched pretty much every other position in freestyle chess, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 3rd overall in the Grand Slam standings last year, but he has yet to get that #1 spot.
I think it's a beautiful final. And when I look at these 2 players, Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, I truly feel like they are the 2 most complete chess players of this generation. They've already had a clash for the Classical World Championship title, and now they're going to fight for the stage of absolute chaos of the Freestyle Chess World Championship. The way the 2 of them have played, Magnus topping the round robin, the battles that Fabi had in the round robin, coming out on top with that masterful win against Arjun Ergaisi at the end, the performance, the gameplay he had against Vincent. I think he's got exceptional form in this tournament, and we're in for an absolute thriller tomorrow.
I couldn't agree more with that. I'm going to get your thoughts in just a moment, but not before we hear from Magnus Carlsen, the man himself, as he books his ticket to the final table and a possible 21st World Championship to add to the trophy case. Take a look.
It felt like a really high-quality match today. How did you feel personally?
Yeah, it was definitely a very tough match against somebody who I feel gets stronger and stronger every time I play him. I thought, yeah, the first games were relatively high quality. First 2 games were relatively high quality draws, and of course, third game kind of determines a lot. I think, playing a very good game up to some point. Then I lost control. He did extremely well. he does. Like, he calculates and he's tough, but that was also his undoing at some point, because I was fighting, getting down on time, but not like immediately collapsing, and then I managed to sort of stay afloat, and he clearly needed to make a draw. And when he didn't, I was thinking, okay, maybe I have a chance now. And then, fortunately, I managed to calm down, calculate, and find the win. The last game, I thought I had decent control over. There were a lot of complications at some point, but it felt like it should always kind of favor me to some degree, or at least be safe. But then for some reason I was just hesitating, trying to find the cleanest way, and I just spent all my time. It really annoyed me, because once I'd spent all that time, I realized this is actually quite easy. But now if I get surprised at some point, what am I going to do? I have 15 seconds or something. Fortunately, there were no more surprises, and he kind of lost on the next move. So I guess I was always like on the board, kind of in control. But getting down that much on time feels a bit silly.
You mentioned the clock, and it did seem, even though Nordebek is a fast player, it did seem like he was actively trying to use the clock against you throughout this whole match. Is that almost provoking when they're sitting on the other side?
No, I wouldn't say so. I think it's good strategy as long as you don't overdo it. And he plays with a lot of energy, a lot of confidence, and it's just part of what he does.
Tomorrow you're going to face Fabiano. You mentioned before the tournament that you do see Caruana as the biggest threat for the world champion title here in freestyle. Do you still hold by that, and do you think it's going to be a more difficult match?
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a very tough match. Honestly, today I think, except for my time usage, I played all right. So it just goes to show that there are some very, very good players here, and it seemed to me from what I saw that Fabi generally had the upper hand today, and also from looking at different positions, analyzing a little bit with him, he seems to have a decent enough grasp on what's going on. So I'm just glad to be in the final, and obviously playing Fabiano is always fun.
It looks like a dream final. We look forward to it. Thank you, Magnus.
Thank you.
Tremendous respect shown by Magnus Carlsen to both his opponent today and the opponent that he stares down tomorrow in Nordebek Adrisatorov and Fabiano Caruana, respectively. I turn to you, though. He seems pretty confident in his level of play. The most criticism he had for himself was perhaps his own clock management and eliminating opportunities if his opponent found something interesting for him to ultimately wrestle it back. It didn't come to that today.
That's right. We have, over the course of time, seen Magnus grind out wins even when he's not at his best. I would say he brought a fantastic level today, very high, but it was slightly surprising to see him every single game, all of the four, down to his last minute, while Nordebek still has had plenty of time. I think tomorrow he's going to be fancying his chances. Although every game between Fabi and Magnus seems to be close, all of the big matches, it's been one-sided, the result, ultimately. Fabi has never laid a punch on Magnus in one of the big title matches yet.
And speaking of title matches, it's really interesting because Magnus Carlsen, yes, he's won 20 World Championships, but not a single Fischer Random one. In 2019, it was Wesley So who beat him in the finals. In 22, Magnus Carlsen got knocked out in the semifinals by Jan Nepomniachtchi. So he's still hungry to complete that trophy cabinet by getting the Freestyle World Championship in for Fabiano. Will this be his first World Championship?
To think that there's something Magnus hasn't accomplished in the world of chess is already something to behold. But you mentioned that it could be Fabiano Caruana, the person to keep him from finding a title in this very format. And Fabiano as well stopped by for a word with us at the conclusion of his day and as he books his ticket to the finals. Take a look.
Fabiano, that was a very convincing last game today. How would you summarize this day as a whole?
Well, a bit of a roller coaster, but I think Vincent just maybe after all the tension of the previous game just couldn't adjust, and it wasn't a good game from his side. Like already got a comfortable position out of the opening, and then yeah, he was missing, like he missed this knight c4. I mean, I think after I played b5, he can trade pawns in the center. It's maybe a bit worse for white, maybe equal, but instead he went for this, just missing this tactic knight c4, and things just completely fall apart for him, and then it was game over.
How do you reset from that third game going into a final fourth? I mean, it must be hard mentally to enter that one.
Yeah, luckily I wasn't too upset. I don't know. I still felt like I would get chances in the match. So I wasn't really upset, but yeah, of course it's not great to lose when you're in the lead.
I'm just presuming, as we're doing this interview, it's very soon before Magnus seems to finish his match. But if Magnus ends up being the opponent, how do you beat him tomorrow?
Oh, not easy. I mean, definitely the toughest opponent you can play against, and seems to be in pretty good shape. But yeah, I'll do my best and hopefully can win the match.
Magnus did say before this tournament that the one player that he was the most scared about was you. Is that something you use to your advantage anyway?
Well, I don't think... I mean, I'm sure he considers me a tough opponent, but, you know, I don't see how I can use that to my advantage in particular. It's not like he's intimidated. He's probably just speaking from his personal point of view. But certainly, I'm not the only tough opponent for him here.
I don't know how much you watched the other games today, but it did seem like Nordebek, he had a plan to really try to use the clock against Magnus in those games. Is that something that... Do you have any particular plans for how to beat him, like using the clock actively or anything like that?
Well, I think Nordebek in general will try to put pressure on the clock. It's his style to play very quickly, sometimes sacrificing quality a bit. I mean, it's a trade-off. Magnus is a player who I mean, he can play quickly. He does try to avoid massive time trouble, but he also is ready to like spend a lot of time if he can't find something he's comfortable with. So it's a bit of contrasting styles. I think Magnus tries to approach the game a bit more objectively, and you know puts. I mean, he's a practical player as well, but he tries to like first solve the position rather than just take a decision and hope for the best.
We look forward to it. Thank you, Fabi.
Thank you.
Fabiano Caruana, your second finalist, taking on the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. A more tempered interview there. Feels like he understands, Tanya, the gargantuan task that sits in front of him tomorrow. A best of 4 against Magnus.
I mean, it's two giants, one title. It's going to be one heck of a match. And you know, huge Magnus fan, huge Fabi fan, both incredible chess players. And I just hope this one really goes down to the wire, that we get a full-blown fight and may the best player win tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. So everyone should just get great rest. And whatever you do, clear out your calendars. Tomorrow is going to be Championship Sunday.
I mean, you really couldn't have asked for maybe 2 better representatives to end up in the finals for the 2026 and first ever official FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. Final thoughts from you, David Howell, before we head to dinner and reset for tomorrow's epic matchup.
I'll keep it short and sweet. I just can't wait. I've known them both since they were young. Like, they're both just lovely people. It's going to be the first Fischer Random or Freestyle World title for either of them. And yeah, Fabi, huge underdog. But we like underdogs here, don't we? So bring it on. It's going to be fun to watch.
An underdog story is a good story.
It is.
You can make it happen. That's going to be it for us, though, here in the studio. We appreciate you all hanging out with us today on our semifinals, and we hope you'll join us tomorrow for the thrilling conclusion to the 2026 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, those are your 2 who are doing battle tomorrow on the final table. We'll catch you here, same time, same place. And until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
This world is so big around the corner, so many possibilities. No dream can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time, time to just be me, time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time, time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time, with my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the full. so many possibilities. No dream can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to roll my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
The future belongs to those who make it happen. That's why we built Make, a visual-first AI and automation platform for change makers. It's never been quicker to start building, visually and without code, to automate everyday tasks and free your time and energy for bigger, better things. As your ambitions grow, you can accelerate progress with AI agents to create customized and agentic workflows, ones that handle complex, business-critical tasks while keeping you in control. And for leaders scaling business, you can see your entire AI and automation landscape in real time to orchestrate change and show progress in motion. Make automation and AI put to work for business, for teams, for you. Make it happen at make.com.
Das Weissenhaus ist eigentlich zu dem geworden, was es ist, weil meine Vision sich weiterentwickelt hat. Inzwischen ist es alles Realität. 75 Hektar, 40 Gebäude. Irgendwie fand ich das doch ganz cool, diese Gelegenheit, also in einer industrialisierten Welt 3 Kilometer eigenen Strand zu haben.
Was Hotels ausmacht, sind die Menschen hier drin. Freiheit ist wichtig, dass Gäste machen können und entscheiden können, wie sie ihre Zeit verbringen, um nachhaltige Erlebnisse zu sammeln. Die Natur ist hier einzigartig, mit den Wäldern, mit den Wiesen. Und das ist für mich tatsächlich ein besonderes Erlebnis. Selbst wenn es schlechtes Wetter ist, bekommt alles einen Glanz.
Wir werden jetzt die Familien mit ansprechen, wir werden die Golf-Zielgruppe ansprechen, wir werden die Management-Konferenzen haben, wir werden das ganze Longevity-Wellness-Thema machen. Das heißt, auf diesem großen Gelände von 75 Hektar kann man für jeden das spezifisch beste Angebot schaffen. Es gibt einfach nichts Schöneres. Man muss hier wirklich sein, um es zu verstehen.
Thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more.